Hello and welcome to the Rank and Flank podcast. I'm your host, Finton. These are my co-hosts, Ben,
Howdy.
AJ,
Hello.
and Mark.
Hello.
You were supposed to say Dark Elves. I left it for you, man. Anyway.
He tricked you like a dark elf would.
We'll go with Druchi then, or Drukai, or Druki, whichever way you want to pronounce it.
Everyone has a slightly different way. So yes, we are discussing Dark Elves today. That is the entire content of the episode. We're going to be going into a deep dive in this Legacy Army list, trying to go through each unit and talking about how you might use them in a list and how to build some different Dark Elf lists, doing a whole review of the army list. This was voted on in a poll in our Discord.
Yep.
Dark Elves came first, so that's what we're doing.
I was quite surprised, actually. I thought demons were going to win.
They came up really strong at the end. Someone put demons last and then put all the other stuff ahead of it, and so demons dropped down like 4 ranks.
Someone really didn't want to see demons.
Yep, and so we got number 1 Dark Elves. I think number 2 is Vampire Counts.
I think that was Mark.
I think it might have been Mark.
Maybe.
Speaking of vampire counts, like
Yes, I'm probably going to try them after Dark Elves for the foreseeable.
All right. Well, let's jump into Dark Elves then, shall we?
Sounds good.
Yep, put on your My Chemical Romance, your black eyeliner, get on your giant floating sea ship, and prepare for
human sacrifice.
Human sacrifice, yeah. And other morally dubious things.
I hope you like boiling blood laced with poison, because that's exactly what's in some of the stuff they pour on people.
Charming.
Yes.
The Art of War.
So, jumping into hopefully the longest Art of War we ever do. We've got starting off with the Dark Elf characters, we've got Dark Elf Nobles. These come in 2 different flavors, the Dreadlord and the Master, those being Lord and Hero level characters, respectively. And they're your fairly standard fighty elf character.
You know, it's funny that we do still refer to them as Lord and Hero level when that is not part of the game anymore.
I mean, it kind of is.
But at no point do they mention Lord or Hero in the rules at all. Like, that is definitely a holdover from previous editions and our mental projection on top of the current edition, but they aren't lords or heroes anymore. They're all just characters.
Yeah, but it helps to classify them.
It does a bit until you get into the weird things like the
Chaos.
bloody warriors of chaos.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, please continue.
These guys work directly as lords and heroes, though. The Dreadlord is basically 1 point better in every stat that really matters, except strength and toughness.
Shall we read their stat lines?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
So the Dreadlord is movement 5, weapon skill 7, ballistic skill 7, strength 4, toughness 3, 3 wounds, 6 initiative, 4 attacks, and 10 leadership for 130 point space. While the Master is only 6 weapon skill and ballistic skill, only 2 wounds, 5 initiative, and 3 attacks, and 9 leadership. So very slightly worse, and that comes in at 70 points.
Leadership 10, really nice. Does every elf have that? Every elf?
Every lord, yeah.
Oh, gosh.
So, yeah, this is compared to just the other elves. The Glade Lord, which is the Wood Elf equivalent, is 5 points more expensive. But I believe it's exactly the same stat line. Yep, exactly the same stat line. And the Captain is the same, 70 points. And just very quickly checking ye olde High Elves. A Prince is 130 points, and the Noble is 70 points. So only the Wood Elf gets stiffed for an extra 5 points.
You got an extra nickel there.
Yeah, who knows why. Anyway,
Probably because of special rules. Shall we talk about those?
let's go into it.
Right, so the Dark Elf Nobles have a unique special rule to Dark Elves, actually 2 of them. The first one is Eternal Hatred, which means that when fighting High Elves, Dark Elves get to have hatred in every round, not just the first, which is neat. They only have hatred for High Elves, which means that they're always rerolling hits against High Elves in combat. Then he also has Murderous, which this is a weird one. This is the one that only works with the certain hand weapons, right, Mark?
Yeah, so it only works with single hand weapons, and really the only units that are going to get to use them are, I believe, the Bloodrack Medusa on foot and the Sorceress.
Right.
Other units always have like a better option that you wouldn't really use that rule for.
Yeah,
So-
certainly not on your prince or,
Yeah.
or whatever. Sorry,
No.
Dreadlord. Dreadlord.
Yes. So
He used to
the
be a prince and then he got emo.
Murderous means that when engaged in combat, a model with a special rule that is fighting with a hand weapon specifically may reroll any rolls to wound of a natural 1.
Yeah, there's a bunch of rules like this spread across the game where it's like it only applies if it's a hand weapon or similar. Like choppas is one of
Grumble
them.
weapons.
Yeah, ensorcelled weapons and so forth. In most of the other cases, it's a pretty reasonable choice to just leave the default on the unit
Because most of the time it grants you AP -1, which is a big deal.
or something similar.
Yeah.
Magical attacks.
This one is
Reroll wounds of 1.
of one, but only on a hand weapon. I feel like it's good for. Well, there are a couple of units where we'll get to where I think it's good. It's certainly not going to ever really come into play for your Dark Elf character.
Yes, and speaking of this, it does have one last special rule, which is Strike First, which he shares with all the other elf combat characters. So he's going to be striking in initiative 10 before modifiers in combat.
Yep.
All the characters have this apart from the Sorceress.
Right. So all the elf combat characters then, basically.
Yeah.
Yep. And this is the same across all the other elves. I think that the big advantage of Strike First, like when you're initiative 6 already, like you're just going at initiative 10 instead of initiative 9 on the charge.
Well, you'll be initiative 10 before modifiers, so if you have any negative modifiers, you'll still stay at 10 if you charged,
Yeah,
because they
that's
cancel
true.
each other out.
Yeah. But the real benefit of it, I think, is being able to take a great weapon and still strike at initiative speed, right? So you can still be initiative 9 or 8 in the case of the master, while wielding that great weapon.
Or any other strike class weapon, yeah.
Yeah. All right. Do you want to go through their options?
Yeah, sure. So they have 4 different weapon options, those being an additional hand weapon for 3 points, great weapon for 4 points, halberd for 3 points, or lance, if appropriately mounted, for 4 points. I think that most often you're going to end up seeing these guys with great weapons or lances.
I think so.
Yep.
If they're on a mount, it's almost definitely going to be the lance or a magic weapon. And if they're on foot for some reason, then
Although one thing I would say about the Great Weapon is you do want to, if you're going to build a big, Mega Lord, I think it's a little bit meta to, build your characters who are riding dragons to be as defensive as possible, at least for the Dark Elf one. And if you are doing that, Shield of Gron is probably going to be one of the ones you want to take even. And if you take the Great Weapon, then you can't use it in combat, which is actually a bit of a big deal.
Right.
Like I have seen some people take lances before, I believe, for that reason.
I mean, that's always the trade-off of lance versus great weapon is
The shield.
requiring 2 hands and therefore losing the shield. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so like that is definitely a much bigger deal I found than the whole losing strikes first.
Yep.
it's a weird thing in this edition of the best magic weapon strength buff you can get is +2 strength. And the cheapest magic weapon that does that is about 30 or 40 points, right? While a great weapon, you can do the same for 4 to 6 points.
Yeah.
Which is just a bit weird feeling.
Yeah, I mean, there are a few items that give +3 strength. I know the High Elves have a sword that does that.
It's a strength 10 weapon in the Empire. But
Yeah. And there's a one-shot strength 10 weapon. And
Wallop is one-hit wonder.
Yeah. But like they're very few and far between getting beyond +2 strength. You're right. It is basically on your fighty characters, you're generally better off not giving them the magic weapon unless you're going for a specific
The one big exception is the Ogre Blade.
Ogre Blade. Yeah, right, exactly.
Because that has multiple wounds
Multiple
D3
wounds, yep.
And AP and plus strength.
Yep.
The only disadvantage of the Great Weapon to that is the multiple wounds, really,
Yep.
and the magical attacks. Because the Great Weapon for 4 points gives you +2 strength and +2 AP. While
And saving you 61 points.
yeah, like that's a big deal. You could take another character for that if you wanted, almost.
Yep.
Moving on to ranged weapons, they also have options of this. They can take a repeater crossbow, repeater handbow, or a brace of repeater handbows for 6, 5, or 10 points, respectively. I have never seen someone put a ranged weapon on a Dreadlord or Master.
It's not really that. It doesn't really need it, but also it feels kind of like a bit of a Wild West gunslinger type character. Elf cowboy
So
thing.
with
I guess.
with the brace of repeater handbows, that's
Yes.
certainly true.
Multiple shots for. I
Yep.
mean, I take the brace of pistols on my generals sometimes. It's
Yeah,
pretty
but
good if you
that's
can
because your
charge.
general's really cheap.
Your general's the same price as the Master here.
Yeah. Well, and about the same stat line, to be honest.
A significantly worse stat line.
Oh god, yeah.
The Empire General's only weapon skill and ballistic skill 5,
Oh, sure.
and only strength. What was he strength 4?
I think he's weapon skill 6.
He's tough
Is he?
4,
He might be.
and he's 3 wounds. So, but anyway,
Yeah.
we're doing Dark Elves right now, not Empire.
Yeah.
This ban with his subliminal messaging.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there are definitely a couple builds where you might want this if you're sticking him in a big unit of crossbows or something just for the leadership buff, but I don't know that you'd ever reasonably do this in a meta list.
Oh, I don't see it.
He can take a shield for 2 points, and he replaces light armor that he starts equipped with heavy armor for 3 points, or full plate for 6 points, which is really cheap.
Yeah.
And-
It's really easy to give them all the cheap stuff. I find the Sea Dragon cloak, it doesn't sound. Sorry, actually, you go ahead.
Yeah.
We're about to get there.
So he can have a Sea Dragon cloak for 4 points, which gives him a special rule. What does that special rule do?
It is +1 to your armor against non-magical shooting attacks.
It's pretty nice.
Yeah, so it seems like it's one of those things that the army gets for free. So High Elves have their Seed of Rebirth. All of Dark Elves have this Sea Dragon cloak that pretty much anything can take for very, very cheap. That will result in say, for example, you being able to get a 2+ save against non-magical shooting on a dragon, which is pretty good.
Yeah.
The only other way you can get to 2-up save would be if you were to put your general or your noble or whatever on a cold one, suit him up with full plate armor, give him a shield, and then deal with stupidity. But
Yeah.
it's an option.
That's interesting. Do Dark Elves have the tankiest dragons? Because they have that item that means they get a 4 ward against strength 6 and up stuff,
I
right?
think the High Elves have the most saves for any dragon.
Oh, right.
I don't think Dark Elves have a
they
regen
have-
save for their
They
dragons.
don't. They
Yeah.
don't.
And that really hurts.
Yeah.
But I mean, to give it a 2-up against shooting on a dragon.
Yeah.
That's the big counter
So
for dragons.
Well, the
Yeah.
important part is without having to take the bedazzling helm or some
Yeah.
other
Yeah.
magic item for 4 points.
which
you get
doesn't
that-
cut into your magic item allowance.
Right,
Yeah,
exactly.
and
Yep.
you can fit another dragon into the list pretty easily.
Yeah.
We'll get to that. They can also be mounted on various things, which we'll get to.
Yep.
And then the Dreadlord can take 100 points of magic items, and the Master can take 50.
Yep. The mounts are Dark Steed for 14, a Cold One for 18, a Cold One Chariot, which I don't think I've ever seen anybody mount one on, but who knows. And the Lord can go on either a Black Dragon or a Manticore.
Lots of fun options for mounting.
Yes.
Yeah.
The Manticore is kind of like a Griffin equivalent, right? Sorry, not a Griffin. Oh yeah, I guess a Griffin. They're a lighter version of a dragon, right? They have the.
Yeah.
Are they skirmishers or no?
No.
They're big monstrous creatures.
Yeah, they're the non-behemoth
yeah.
flying mount option that a lot of lists have.
Yep.
They're interesting.
So the Black Dragon, we might as well talk about the dragon and the Manticore now because they're only really available to this unit, right? Or maybe one other. So the Black Dragon's an extra 280 points. It is move 6, weapon skill 6, strength 7. You get +3 toughness, so that would bring him up to 6 toughness, +6 wounds, so up to 9 wounds. Initiative 4 and 6 attacks. So very similar to the other elf dragons, basically. Flight 10, it also has Hatred High Elves. And so therefore it gets the Eternal Hatred rule.
No, it doesn't. Only the rider gets eternal hatred.
I don't think that's true. If you look in the rider, it explicitly calls out that only the Lord gets Hatred High Elves, but Eternal Hatred is.
But not its mount.
Oh, it says that under Eternal Hatred.
Actually, no, it doesn't. I was reading the wrong rule.
Okay.
Yeah. So Yeah, okay.
Ooh.
So the dragon
Interesting.
also has eternal hatred then,
Yes.
which
So-
I think makes sense.
Right. So in that 1 in 15 chance where you're fighting against high elves, it's standard dragon stuff, right? Close order, fly 10, hatred high elves is the one thing that stands out. Large target, D6 stomp attack, swift stride and terror.
Useless breath weapon.
It
Is
has
it a strength 4? No
it's
armor
a strength
save?
4 with
No armor save.
And it lowers your weapon skill?
yes, it's actually a really good breath
Yeah.
weapon.
Well, unsurprising. Does it have to hit you to lower your weapon skill?
So every model in a unit that suffers one or more unsaved wounds from this weapon suffers a -1 modifier to its weapon skill characteristic. No armor save is permitted against wounds caused by this weapon. So it is
Strength 4 looks pretty nice.
strength 4 with no armor save.
Until the start of your next turn for
No.
the weapon skill. Yeah.
Did that get?
Until your next start of turn sub phase, every model in a unit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's not bad. It's more. Is that all that it does though? It doesn't do any damage.
No, it does damage. It's strength 4.
Okay.
It
Still
deals
strength
unsaved
4.
wounds.
Okay.
So I think that effect is a neat gimmick and is never going to be effective in any game.
Strength 4, no armor save is excellent.
Right. If it was not a breath weapon.
Well, I mean, as far as breath weapons go, this is pretty good.
It is, but it's still a breath weapon, so it uses the terrible flame template with
Yes.
awful range, and if you're in that range, you
Yes.
can just charge anyway. et cetera.
Well, not necessarily, right? So, yes and no. Anyway, we'll come back. We can argue that you're absolutely right. I think your dragon wants to be in combat more than it wants to be breathing. On
And if you're
things.
breathing on something, it's only going to last until your next start of turn set phase. So unless they charge you
no, you're just doing straight up damage. Like against,
against any infantry, it's just going to kill them. I think that minus weapon skill thing sounds better than it actually is my point.
It's definitely the ignoring armor saves entirely and the fact that it's strength
that's
4
the
is the
armor
big.
save
Yeah.
thing I'm
it's the
thinking about.
armor save. Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean,
exactly.
demigriffs are tough 4. If you hit the demigriff with this, you're probably going to hurt it, right?
Yep.
So,
Yeah, but it's tough.
Yeah, like comparing it to
I
other
think you're better
dragons.
off attacking.
100%.
oh yeah, if you
100%.
can, but
Yeah.
It's like the breath weapon is a nice consolation prize. Even when the game came out, everyone was saying, the black dragon does have the best breath weapon, but you do still want it to be in close combat, much like any other dragon usually. One thing I did notice between it and the 290 point high elf dragon is that it has slightly higher initiative than that one. So like all of this coming together, I always got the sense that it's kind of like not the most even, but like it gets the best of most worlds. I feel like it doesn't have say I think the biggest high elf dragon, it's only like initiative 3 or something like that.
Initiative 2 on the Star
2,
Dragon.
Yeah, it's like it doesn't
'Cause
have
it's
those
really
problems.
old.
Yeah. It also doesn't have. I think the middle high elf dragon. It's missing a few things that the strongest dragon has. So it's
only +2 toughness.
yeah.
Right.
So like it's kind of like there's an awful lot of trade-offs with the high elf ones. Where with the black dragon, it's like here is a really good dragon for slightly cheaper than the most expensive dragons. Really good breath weapon. You can't really go wrong with the black dragon, I find.
Yep, it's a solid. So in
One
terms
the
of
good.
in terms of attacks, it has to make one of its attacks with its mouth.
Yep.
Which is armor bane 2 and multiple wounds 2. But then the other 5 attacks are made with its 4 wicked claws. Anyway,
The tail has a claw too.
Oh, I guess so. Which are made at strength 7 and AP 2. So
Or maybe it's attacking with one hand with 5 different claws.
ting, 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 ting. Yeah, so it's a very solid dragon. I hate dragons.
I mean, it's not. It's just. It's. Come on. It's 9 wounds on
is.
your 3 up armor save thing with a ward and a really
No.
killy guy in the back of it, and you can get 2 of them.
Yeah,
It's like there's not that much you have to say about dragons other than their dragons are really good.
I do think like
It doesn't have a regen. That's the big downside of this one.
well,
Yeah.
sure, but you can put a ward save on it, and it's still a 2 up armor save, 5 up ward, or I think there's yeah.
I think in a 1v1 with this and a Star Dragon equipped with the same number of points, this is probably going to lose just based on durability. But that's just my guess.
I mean, in a game, I feel like they would never kill each other.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, and then the thing about this is it's cheap enough to where you can get another one in the list and get it.
And that's a
reasonably
big deal that
handed
we'll get
out.
to later. Yeah.
Yeah, so, I mean, 130 points for your Dreadlord and 280 points for your Dragon. That's 410. leaving you 90 points to play with to equip the dragon if you then want to have another 500 points to spend on a second dragon.
Yeah, and you can.
But then you
fit-
don't have a wizard.
You can. Yeah. So your second 1,000 points, use the sorceress.
Well, let's...
Why don't we run on to that? Because
Yeah.
that seems like a great segue. Although we haven't talked about the Manticore, but I think we should come back to the Manticore
with the High Beastmaster.
with the Beastmaster.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, I'm gonna read the sorceress stuff if that's all right. So there's two sorceresses.
Sorcerai.
There's way too many S's in those words.
Sorceresses.
Yeah, I know. The Supreme Sorceress is 150 points. She's move 5, weapon skill and ballistic skill 4, strength, toughness, and wounds 3, initiative 5, 2 attacks, and leadership 8. And the regular sorceress is the same profile except 1 less wounds, initiative, and attacks for half the points at 75. But you got to pay an extra 30 points to bump them up a level because, of course, they start at levels 3 and 1 respectively. So you're paying 180 points for your level 4. They have the slight advantage over the other elves in that they have access to 5 lores instead of 4. So rather than getting high magic, they get access to demonology and dark magic. And the other 3 lores that they share with the other elves are battle magic, elementalism, and illusion. In terms of special rules, they have elven reflexes, which is +1 initiative in the first round of combat. They have the same eternal hatred and hatred of high elves. They have Hakarte's blessing, which gives them the ability to reroll 1 casting roll per game.
Yep.
Which is very similar to the blessing that the high elf wizards have, except they get to do it once a turn, which is kind of neat. And they also have the murderous rule that we talked about earlier, which they might actually end up using.
Yep.
They can't have any other weapons unless you give them a magic weapon. So
Yep.
And they have the lore of Nagaroth, which is the dark elf specific lore. And I think it only has 2 spells.
Yep.
I will read them real quick, and then we can talk about the sorceresses.
the first one has actually been errated, I believe, or FAQ'd.
Yeah.
The cursing word.
Yes.
All right.
I've got the FAQ'd version here.
Okay, go ahead and read it then.
So it casts on a 9+ with a range of 12 inches. It's a hex. And remains in play. Whilst the spell is in play, the target enemy unit suffers a -1 modifier to either its weapon skill or ballistic skill characteristic, to a minimum of 1, chosen by the wizard's controlling player. If the spell is cast, the effects of any other hex previously cast on the target immediately expire.
It's exactly what I have in the PDF, so they must
Oh,
have
they changed the PDF?
They've updated
Yeah.
the PDF. So.
Excellent. Previously, it would reduce the characteristic to 1. Now it's by 1.
Oh, geez, that's
That's
yeah,
a bit of a nerf.
A
big
nerf.
difference. Yeah,
It's okay.
it's all right. It's only a range of 12 inches.
Compare this to like the summoning.
Yeah, and it's a 9+. I'm not excited about it. And then the other one they have is a vortex called the Black Horror, which goes off in a 9+ with the range of 18 inches. Obviously, this remains in play like any vortex. It is a 5-inch blast template, and while it's in play, it's dangerous terrain. It moves 2d6 in a random direction at the start of each turn, and any enemy unit that it touches or moves over must immediately take d6 strength tests, and for each test that's failed, they lose a wound.
Again, okay.
I've tried using it before, and it did what you would want it really not to do, and just move away from everything that you want it to go towards.
It's a problem with every non-pillar of fire vortex.
Yeah.
Yeah, the fact that there's only one vortex you can control the direction of is kind of...
Is there only one?
It's only pillar.
It feels like
Wow.
maybe the one that summons a sentient elemental spirit that you can control should be controllable. But no,
Yeah.
at least it doesn't hit yourself. This one.
Yeah, this one has the potential to do a lot of damage, but the scary part is it has the potential to do a lot of damage to your own army.
No, it doesn't. It's only enemy units.
Yeah, enemies.
Only enemy
It's,
units? Oh, that's good. Yeah, so that's not too bad.
And the damage potential is pretty good when you consider it bypasses saves.
It
I believe.
bypasses. It is. It's just D6 strength tests, right? And so that actually you could do D6 wounds to something.
And for each unit it passes through. So that means that if
Yeah.
you've got a single character on its own, like say
Yeah.
a goblin shaman,
Yeah.
he now has to take D6 strength tests, only succeeding on a 1 or a 2, or a 3, I guess, because he's a goblin. Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
It's not bad, but
It's got all the problems that vortexes have, especially remains in play things. Yeah,
It feels like if it did go off correctly, and let's say someone's dragon or something like that was touching it.
well, dragons
You know.
are strength 6.
I know, but you get 6s.
Well, so you're going to do
Be
an
nice.
average of less than 1 wound.
Yeah, I know, but still, you could get lucky. It could
you
be
can
fun.
you can dream, Mark. You can
I
dream.
can.
I think this is both of these are probably strictly worse than some of the signature spells you might end up wanting to take anyway. So
I mean, the curse is terrible. I think it's
Yeah.
awful. No one really cares about lowering weapon skill or ballistic skill.
no.
Compare that to the Zinch one, which is 12 inches too, and you can remove their toughness and strength by D3.
Each.
Each.
Yep.
And then, but the template's pretty interesting. I'd love to have play against Tomb Kings and have it just go into their little stupid wizard cabal
Yeah.
and make all their strength checks and
And zap the caskets and things.
Well,
I-
especially if you're playing dark magic, right? You can also debuff strength, which is I don't know that that's really a combo you're going to try and pull off.
Ally in goblins.
I did think because this uses the bigger template, I had an idea once before where, what if you took a bunch of level 2 wizards, gave them literally just this, and maybe one other spell, and then just, polluted the battlefield with pipe plates.
that would be quite fun.
It'd be funny, but I don't know that it'd be possible considering that your enemy is going to be dispelling you at +2 then.
Imagine all the sorceresses. Half your army in sorceresses. I don't want to have any more friends.
Okay, so the sorceress mount options can be on a dark steed for 14 points, a cold one for 18, a dark Pegasus for 35, or, as we were alluding to earlier, can also be on a black dragon. So at 180 points now, plus 280, that's 460. So if you put the sorceress on a black dragon and the lord on a black
I've
dragon,
worked it out. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's so base Dreadlord on a black dragon 410 points.
Yeah.
Base sorceress level 4 on a black dragon 460. It gives
Yeah.
you 130 points to play around with to get them out
yeah,
individually. You can get some focus familiars that are 10 points each. You can get the full plate and stuff.
yeah,
You can even get a few more magical items than that. You can take a lore familiar.
yeah.
There's a lot of room in 130 points for 2 characters.
Yeah,
Right. And to come back to your point about lances and great weapons being,
this is where they come in useful.
this is where they come
Yeah.
in.
It saves so much on that ogre blade.
Yeah.
Yep.
There's also a suit of heavy armor. I forget the name of it. Of magical armor that gives you a 4 board save. So between that,
Armor of Destiny.
Yeah, I think that's it. And I think the Dark Elves have their own. I know they have their own ward save item. Between that and then the Talisman of Protection, in a 2,000 point game, you can have 3 black dragons and they can all have wards. They're not going to all have like 2 up save against you.
You can't fit 3 black dragons in a 2,000 point game.
I have a list on Old World Builder.
The 2,000 point game?
Sorry, 3,000.
3,000.
3,000.
Oh,
No,
Jeez.
not 2,000. Jesus.
yeah, yeah.
I started sweating.
I like that. Like my math brain was just exploding right there. Yeah. So if you don't want to fully invest in the way of the dragon, the mount options for the sorceress, I think the one that I would probably put her on is the Dark Pegasus, right? Because you count as monstrous cavalry, which right away then gives you a 360-degree front arc, which is really good for spellcasting, right? So
Yep.
the Dark Pegasus is move 8. So even if it's move 8 and fly 10. So even if you've got the annoying falcon horn or whatever it is from the Bretonnians that stop you from flying, you still got plenty of mobility. It's only weapon skill 3, strength 4, and grants an extra wound. But for 35 points, I think it's excellent.
5 points more expensive than the ordinary Pegasus. Because it gets Armor Bane and
Armor Bane
an extra
1,
attack.
yeah, and does the regular Pegasus have countercharge?
Yeah,
I think
it's
it
got all
does,
that stuff, yeah.
Countercharge, first charge, and swift stride. So
You never want this in combat, though. Almost never.
Unless you're building an illusion doppelganger build. But I think no.
That's not cool anymore. No one I haven't
was
seen
like-
one of those in months.
So last year.
It's out of fashion now, out of season.
It's still effective, so don't knock it.
I found I used to run them on like cold ones or occasionally like in a unit, but yeah, the fly is absolutely huge. Fly and being able to go in whatever direction you want with the Dark Pegasus is
And,
exactly what you want.
and the
for
lack
your
of
sorcerers.
stupidity is probably
Yes.
a big deal as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so if you're not familiar with cold ones, I'm just going to go over the mount stuff for a second, if that's okay with everybody. The cold ones are, the kind of raptor-looking lizard that they ride. They're really good in that they have great stats. Like their move 7, which is kind of similar to most sort of barded horses. Weapon skill 3, strength 4 on the mount, which is nice. They give you +1 toughness, which is also nice in an army full of T3. They're only initiative 2, but they have 2 attacks apiece for 18 points, and they count as heavy cavalry. They're armor bane 1, armored hide 1, so your armor class goes up, and they cause fear. So in addition to having their first charge and swift stride, as you might expect from heavy cavalry, sadly they are stupid, and this is the big thing that lets them down.
Still a total bargain though for 18 points. Really
18
good.
points is good, but when stupidity, you can't get a reroll on it, right? Unless you've got a veteran, I don't think you can get any kind of reroll on a stupidity.
There's a banner that can help with it, but you want to use other things to buff off another cold related unit that we haven't gotten around to yet. And there's also like the wizarding hat that you can take.
With the troll spell. Yeah.
Yes, with the troll spell.
If you're, I guess you could
It's
take
a signature.
Yeah.
It's a signature. Yeah, that's quite an investment to make your stupidity test, I guess.
Yeah.
And it gives you stupidity already, so the downside of the wizarding hat is already counteracted by the fact that you're on a stupid lizard anyway.
It's just a leadership check, right?
It is a leadership
And
check.
then leadership 10 probably from your general.
If you're in range of a general, yes, but you're more likely to be leadership 9. Because the general, especially if you're a dragon general, right? You're going to be off munching something, not necessarily close to wherever your wizard is or whatever other cold one riders you have. I mean, it's one of those things you have to play around. It's not just an auto, let's roll ahead with this heavy cav. You have to think about it.
Yeah, like there is room for using like some of the other mounts instead of the cold one, purely because you don't want to mix. You generally don't want to mix the cold one with anything else, because I think if anything in the unit has stupidity, then the whole unit counts as having stupidity, which
That's
is great.
Yep, that's right. And then the other main mount is the Dark Steed, which is just the elven steed, but dark, because it's
It's
dark
move
elves.
9, right?
Yeah, it's move 9. It's fast cav. Counts as light cavalry. Obviously, it's just 1 strength 3 attack. So the fast cavalry is nice because you then get to do your free 90-degree pivot at the end of your move, even if you marched, which can be very helpful for setting up charges or line of sight or whatever else. So. Yeah, so those are the mount options.
Manticore.
Yeah, the Manticore we'll get to now because we'll go into
The High Beastmaster.
the High Beastmaster.
Yes. Okay, the High Beastmaster is... Where's he gone? There he is. High Beastmaster is 75 points, so it's a similar price range to the Master, but you do get 7 weapon skill, 7 ballistic skill, 4 strength, 3 toughness, 3 wounds instead of 2, 5 initiative, 3 attacks, and 9 leadership. So very similar stat block to the regular Master. One thing that we should mention is that you have to mount this.
Yes,
on
he
foot,
has no movement stat.
which is kind of annoying because there are models out there for him being on foot, but I suppose
He's regular infantry that can't be on foot.
yeah,
Wow.
Yeah,
yep,
Him being on foot is just so he can be mounted in a chariot
yeah,
yep.
and look nice.
or on a Manticore. Yeah,
We'd be standing on the Manticore, which would be a bit weird.
Kind of like doing a surfboard thing. So, it matches his Sea Dragon cloak, I guess.
I
It's just
suppose.
the theme. So something else worth noting about the High Beastmaster is that basically it's like a little bit of a master, but there are certain downgrades to him and certain bonuses to him. One being extra wound as a bonus, but the regular
No,
mundane-
hang on 1 second here.
Hmm?
He actually has the profile of a lord from a combat standpoint.
Does he have?
He's missing one initiative, but that's it.
Is that it?
Missing one
And
initiative,
leadership?
but
one
he's
attack and then one
weapon skill 7
Yeah.
and 3 wounds, right?
So-
Those are
He's
both-
missing an initiative, an attack, and leadership.
Hmm.
Right, he's attacks 3. Yeah, fair enough. So he's kind of a mishmash in between the two.
Yeah, the real issue with him is a lot of the mundane options he can't take. So he can't
Yeah.
take full plate armor. He can't take a great weapon. I believe he can only take a cavalry lance instead of a spear. I'll just go through the options.
Cavalry spear and a whip.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He can take a cavalry spear, a repeater crossbow. He can take a shield, which, these are cheap options. You should take them. He can take heavy armor instead of light armor. He must be mounted in a Scourge Runner chariot or a manticore. He may have a Sea Dragon cloak, and then his magic item total, his purse is 75 points, as opposed to 50 or 100. His special.
So he is in that weird sort of,
Yeah.
I am not a hero, I am not a lord, I am defying your definitions.
He's
He's
striking
not
out on his own.
a non-binary kind of character.
Yeah. His special rules, he gets some similar ones that we've already seen before. So, like most of the other characters for the Dark Elves, he gets Hatred, High Elves, Murderous, Strikes First. He does get Eternal Hatred, which I don't believe all of them get. And he gets his own special rule, unique to him, called Goad Beast.
Yeah, so it's weird. He's got a whip, which allows him to fight in extra rank, but he can't be ranked up.
What is a whip's stat line? Like,
It's just it's a strength. You fight as strength, but you get fight in extra rank and strike first. He already has strike first, and he can't fight in extra rank. So it's purely for decoration.
This is the mundane version of the whip, right?
Yeah, and yeah,
Because he has a magic item specific to him that also has some redundant special rules.
so
why the hell is a whip strike first when a spear isn't?
because it can be like 25 feet out in front of you.
Maybe
like,
it's a really stretchy, rubbery one. I don't know.
That's
don't
Games
know.
Workshop.
Yeah, I know.
They should let you stand and shoot with it. That would make it.
In 40k, all the whips that they have on like the demons and things, those are all shooting attacks.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that makes sense to
So
me.
there you go. That was a whip. I'd never seen it before. Presumably, he's not murderous with the whip because it's not a hand.
It's
weapon.
not a hand weapon. So it's just strictly worse.
You need to be very specific with which mundane weapon you're using.
You're right.
with your
You
high
can
beastmasters.
specify to choose right which one
You
you're
would
using, yeah.
never pick the whip.
Yeah, not ever.
You can't even dual wield them because they're not two hand weapons.
That's anyway.
This is a challenge to the community. If you can find a good whip, let us know
So,
and tell
there-
us which whip you whip with. Which whip do you
There's
whip?
the handler for the dogs in Chaos, which I never take, who's 15 points, and he has a whip. And he gets a lot of use out of
I've
that.
never seen anyone take that, though.
No,
So-
it
so
slows down the dogs.
He'd be able to stand behind the dogs and still fight with it and strike first.
Yes.
But yes, your dogs are there to run up and get killed, so you don't ever want to take that.
Well, if you take a big unit of 20 of them,
why would you ever do that?
because it's cheap, you get 20 wounds.
Yeah.
The Bloodthirster has one. Lash of Corn.
No,
very
it's
good.
not a whip. It's a lash of
strike
corn.
first.
It's a lash of corn. It's not a
Oh,
whip.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Okay, talk about his special rule, Mark. Sorry, we were digressing.
No worries. Goad Beast. The
This is
Beastmasters
awesome.
of Clarkrond excel at goading their charges to violence, none more so than the High Beastmasters. During the command sub-phase of your turn, this character may goad a single friendly model whose troop type is monster that's within their command range, including their own mount, and until the end of this turn, the model gains plus D3 modifier to its own attacks characteristics to a maximum of 10,
Yeah.
which is good.
So he could goad your
dragon.
your dragon if you
wow.
wanted it to.
Yep.
But even just goading his own mount is incredibly
His own
effective.
manticore. It's the only thing he can goad.
Yes, let's talk about the manticore now.
Another interesting thing, it doesn't say anywhere that you can't goad Beast to something that's already in close combat.
Correct.
And you can't.
That's kinda
You
cool.
can stack it too, right? Probably.
Do effects stack in this game? I always forget.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, there's no reason why
Yeah.
not. It just gains plus D3 to its attack characteristics.
So flank your dragon with 2 Beastmasters and give it 2 plus 2d3 attacks.
How many attacks does it start with? 6?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's kind of redundant, but
I mean, you're getting an average of 4.
so you're going to average to give it 10 attacks.
Yeah, only if you're very unlucky will you get 8 or 9.
I'm getting the mental image of like 3 high beast masters just whipping this one solitary. It's like, attack faster! It's like a single harpy left in this one unit. It's like, you have 10 attacks now, go!
It's
Do
only
your
works
job.
on monsters, but yeah.
It's only monsters, yeah.
Does it work
I
in a
know,
Bloodwrack
it's
Medusa
weird.
then?
It should do, yeah. Strangely enough, I think that's an oversight with the harpies not being monsters, because in every previous edition,
No, harpies have always been infantry.
in 6th edition, they were monsters. They had a rule called beasts, which meant, you can't use the inspiring presence of your general. Yeah, it's weird.
That is really weird. Harpies have always been like infantry size. They're like the size of Chaos Furies. Like they would never be monsters in any edition of the game that I've.
Oh no, I mean like there's not infantry basically. Like I know
Right.
it says monsters here, but like a thing that isn't regular infantry. Because something I should mention is they're regular infantry in this, which means they can do stuff that a regular soldier can do, which is
Right.
weird.
Yep.
But
so,
like, if they were, so this specifically only applies to big things like
Yeah.
manticores.
it has to be a
it does,
monster.
it does.
Yeah.
Has to be some kind of monster.
So in the list, it's the Black Dragon, the Manticore, a Hydra, a Medusa, on her Charybdis.
So not a Charybdis on a Bloodwrack shrine, because it's a heavy chariot.
Correct.
Presumably.
Not a Medusa on a Bloodwrack shrine, you mean?
Yeah, they put them on blood cauldrons and then call it a Bloodwrack shrine and give them a fancy mirror.
Yes.
And it turns into a heavy chariot. Yes.
It's a heavy chariot. But yeah, if it's troop type monster,
Let's talk about the manticore though.
Yes.
yeah. Okay, I have it here in front of me if you want me to read it, or do you have it?
I've got it.
All right.
Or you can read it either way. All right, I'll read then. So it is movement 6, weapon skill 5, strength 5, plus 1 toughness, so bring you to 4 only.
Yep.
Plus 4 wounds, initiative 5, 4 attacks for 130 points,
Yeah, so that brings him to 7 wounds
and
and
the
205 points.
That's a pretty cheap monster.
Very cheap.
Yeah, they are good.
It's like a gigantic spawn of chaos cheap.
Mm-hmm.
Not quite, but it's close.
Yeah.
They've got heavy armor and wicked claws, which are AP -2. And for an additional 15 points, you can give him a venomous tail, which gives him a poison attacks strike first weapon that he must divert one of his attacks to. I would never take this. You're losing out one of your AP attacks. It's not even an option or an additional attack. It's just you have to dedicate an attack to this, which just seems a bit silly to me.
Yeah.
It is close order, fly 9, a large target, D3 stomps, Swiss stride, terror, and it has the unique special rule Willful Beast. During the start of turn subphase of each of their turns, this model must make a leadership test using its own unmodified leadership, which is 9 or 10, depending on this is
It'll be 9 on the
Beastmaster. Yeah.
Beastmaster, yep.
If this test is passed, the rider is able to keep control of the mount. If, however, the test has failed, the rider has lost control of their mount, becoming subject to the frenzy special rule until their next start of turn subphase.
Yep.
So in some cases, you may want to lose control, and you can't choose.
You can't
Yep.
choose.
Absolutely.
I have mixed feelings on this. I think the thing that really stops me thinking it's good is T4. You
Yeah,
want it to be
it's a
in
big
combat, but it's now keep getting wounded on 4s by dwarf crossbows, by outriders, by anything with a gun, by a lot of shooting. I mean,
By anything with a crossbow. Like, it's not just dwarf crossbows that they're strength 4.
Yeah. Oh no, is it all crossbows?
All crossbows are strength 4.
Gosh,
That's
yeah.
the advantage over bows, is that they're higher strength but lower range.
Yeah, or like if I'm thinking about armies, like a Hellblaster Volleygun will kill this in 1 turn.
Yeah.
Because it's AP 2, strength 5, winning on 3s.
I mean, I think that's true for any 200-point monster, almost, right? You know,
Not the
Yeah.
gigantic spawn, but yeah.
No, God, not the tough 6 gigantic spawn of chaos.
yeah.
So
3 Gen 5 and all that stuff.
So, in response to that, you kind of have to position it really carefully. It doesn't get the 360-degree charge, right?
No.
No, so it's kind of like a...
It's a little tougher to use, yeah.
I think this fills a similar role to the Manticore, not the Manticore, the Chimera
Chimera.
for Chaos. A fast monster to get into the flanks of things, eat war machines, cause problems for your opponent by riding up the side of the board.
It's a bit of like a bullying unit, I guess. It can attack things, weaken it, but don't charge it into a group of dragon ogres by itself. It will die.
Yes.
No, it's definitely, it wants to be plugging in the flanks of something.
Yeah.
But it's gonna hit so hard, right? So
Absolutely.
So if you think about this being goaded, and I've had Mark actually attack me with it being goaded, it's gonna have 6 on average, 6 attacks, maybe sometimes 7, sometimes even 8 if it gets frenzied. Strength 5 attacks at AP2, and then it also has D3 stomps.
How? Oh, sorry. From the
goad beast.
no, from the guy on top is where the other 3 attacks are coming from.
From casting Goad Beast.
goading all. If he
Right, the goad. Right. Yeah.
he goads the Manticore.
I was confusing the willful beast with the goad.
Yeah.
It's 2 different
sorry.
rules that are both like leadership tests.
Goad that willful beast. So yeah, theoretically, as many as 11 attacks and D3 stomps coming out of this thing, which for 200 and like I said, 205 points. It's not bad.
It's also hero level, so you're not using up your Dreadlord. Like, the other option for this guy is put him Dreadlord on him, but you are giving up a Dreadlord that could be doing other things for your army.
Yes.
Could be better equipped to do some other role. It is also a good place to put your Shield of Grond, purely because of the point that's been made there about the low toughness and all that, because then it's effectively toughness 5, and then it actually can be usable. And in a game of say 2,000 points, it's very hard to fit 2 dragons in there if you really want to. It's more realistic to put say a Manticore and a dragon and a sorceress or something like that.
Yeah, I was going to ask, can you fit a dragon, a level 4 sorceress on Pegasus, and this in your... Yeah, that's probably where I'd have it sit.
Yeah, 410 base plus 215 base plus 205 base. So yeah, that's
about the same cost as the double dragon.
420, but cheaper than the double dragon.
Which means you have more room for magic items, which is good.
Yeah.
Did you say 420? And he's the high beastmaster?
Yes.
We've discovered your plans, Games Workshop.
He's not just goading them with whips.
He's dangling a leaf on the end of a stick.
You want some doobie Manticore?
All right. Ben, do you want to take us through the next one?
Sure. Who is next?
It's the Death Hags.
Nice.
The Death Hag. So Death's Hags are 70 points base. They are Move 5, Weapon Skill 6, Ballistic Skill 6, Strength 4, Tough 3, 2 wounds, Initiative 7, 3 attacks, and Leadership 8. They come with 2 hand weapons and may take one of the following Gifts of Cain: Cry of War, Rune of Cain, or Witch Brew. Cry of War is 15 points, Rune of Cain is 10 points, and Witch Brew is 20 points. You can put them on the Cauldron of Blood, and you can have 75 points of magic allowance. Their special rules are Eternal Hatred, Frenzy, Hatred all enemies, Loner, Murderous, Poisoned attacks, and Strike first. The Gifts of Cain are Cry of War, which is the one that costs 15 points. Enemy units suffer a -1 modifier to their leadership characteristic whilst within the command range of 1 or more Death Hags that have this special rule and that are not fleeing, so you can't stack it, so 1 or more. Rune of Cain is 10 points. Has extra attacks plus D3. It's pretty good for 10 points. And Witch Brew is 20 points, and that's this character, their mount, and any unit they have joined cannot lose the Frenzy special rule. So those are Death Hags.
Yeah, so these are leaders of the
Witch
Elves,
yeah.
which are one of the iconic units of the Dark Elf army.
Something I want to point out immediately.
Yeah.
Murderous does nothing for this unit. They don't have any hand weapons. They only have 2 hand weapons.
Yeah.
Which is just silly.
Yeah.
Oh, Murderous.
Really? Like, that seems dumb.
It is. It is dumb.
So Murderous can't work for a death. I think this is the same for Witch Elves.
Yeah.
Yep.
So Murderous doesn't work for Witch Elves?
No, doesn't work. It's the same thing with the Executioners. There's a lot of... Yeah.
That's dumb.
It is.
In fact, I would go so far as to correct that for like RGT, honestly, because that just seems like an oversight.
Yeah, there's that, and one other thing I would correct would be for the High Elves historically have not really cared about how much the Dark Elves hate them. They have a cool special rule. They're suave, and you know what, you go ahead, you just hate as much as you want, and we're just gonna be okay with that. So basically what it translated to was they'd ignore panic tests. caused by Dark Elves. I think that should actually be still in the game. It's kind of like, here's your anti-Dark Elf rule. You know, they have your anti.
They just
High
have
elf
that.
rule, so.
They just have that baked in now, pretty much. Like that's the character.
They just quibble.
Pure of heart, I
Yeah.
think, is the default special rule.
Oh,
I think you get to re-roll panic test or something like that.
yeah, but I mean, like, if they did it extra hard against Dark Elves, I feel better.
Well, Dark
They're
Elves,
really not going to care.
Dark elves don't exist.
yeah, Dark Elves
Yeah,
aren't real.
it's true.
I was going to say, just like Skaven.
Yeah.
It is.
Sad.
And another thing actually about the Death Hag is it does unlock Witch Elves as a 0-1 unit of core choice. Something else worth mentioning.
That's nice.
That's very nice.
I mean, it's cheap and you can make it really killy.
Yeah, just
Yep.
again looking at the number of attacks, right? 3 attacks base with 2 hand weapons, so that's 4. With frenzy, that's 5, and then with the rune of Cain, that's an extra D3. And this is the build that I see most frequently. So you're averaging 7 attacks at strength 4
With poison.
Yeah,
And strike first.
and strike first, exactly, and hatred. So at weapon skill 6, you're most likely hitting on 3s, and you're going to reroll.
And what should be murderous.
You're going to re-roll half of the misses from the hatred. So it's pretty decent just as a one-off,
Fun.
fighty frontline character.
You stick it in Witch Elves, and
Yeah.
I've got
Yeah.
a fun little strikey unit.
Yeah.
The strikes first and all the rerolls she gets. Put a magic weapon on her, something really lethal, and she'll either die to something that she can't kill or just obliterate something in front of her. Like I've heard the Ogre Blade with the Rune of Cain being a fairly common build with the Death Tags.
7 Ogre Blade attacks is deadly.
Yeah.
A lot of points for a very shootable Death Hag.
Yeah,
put her in the right
that's
position,
true.
though.
2 wounds at tough 3. Ooh, I love wizard
And
stats.
no saves unless you buy a magic one. So
Yep.
You can you put armor on this?
You can put her in a cauldron, which is the closest thing.
You can't put armor on this because she's not starting with armor. So
no, exactly.
I mean, into a non-shooting army, of which there are quite a lot. There are a lot of armies that just don't run shooting.
all the chaos stuff, for example.
She's pretty good.
She wants to be in a unit, really.
Definitely.
Like she wants to be bunkered in Witch Elves, which is what she's designed to do, or possibly on the cauldron. And we'll get to both of those units pretty soon.
Yeah,
And then we'll talk about how she might fit in when we get there.
Yep.
cool.
All right.
The last of the Dark Elf characters, then.
All right.
The Cainite Assassins. For 80 points, you get a single model. Move 5, weapon skill 8, which is enormous. Ballistic skill 7, strength 4, toughness 3, 2 wounds, initiative 7, 3 attacks, and leadership 8. Armed with a hand weapon and throwing weapons, which is not something you often see outside of dwarves.
And
Skaven.
he's got ballistic skill 7,
So he's going to be hitting on 2s, and then what?
and then re-rolling
And
2s and 5s.
2s and 5s, yeah. I hate that roll. Because if you get -1 to hit now, you're hitting on 3s and 5s.
Yep.
And then he's got Eternal Hatred, hatred all enemies, just like the Death Hag. Hidden, which is a unique special role I'll read in just a moment. He's immune to psychology, murderous, and strike first. Hidden means that he's not placed on the battlefield at the start of the game. Instead, they are hidden within a friendly Dark Elf unit whose troop type is infantry, and that has a unit strength of 10 or more, excluding harpies. You make a unit of which unit is hidden in, and it can be revealed at the start of any start of turn, sub-phase, or at the start of any combat phase, and he goes into the front rank, just like any other character. And if that unit's destroyed, then before he is revealed, then he is dead as well.
Yep.
That's such a fun. It's like the shell game, right? If you're playing a shooty army and you've got 3 blocks of Dark Elf infantry in front of you, you're like, which one has the assassin in? Which one do I shoot?
Yep. Yeah.
And then we have he can take an additional hand weapon for +3 points, or a repeater handbow for +5 points, either or. He can take one of the 3 following forbidden poisons. For 5 points, he gets Black Lotus, which means for each unsaved wound inflicted upon them by this character, enemy characters suffer a -1 modifier to their leadership for the remainder of the game. Dark Venom for +15 points, which gives him Killing Blow. And Manbane for 15 points, which means that he can only... so when he makes a wound roll, a roll of 4+ always succeeds regardless of toughness.
Yeah. So
And he has a 50-point magic item allowance.
I think
Slayer rule.
the 5-point one, the Black Lotus, is is 5 points for a reason because it's not really worth taking.
Yep.
The other two, take your pick there. Those are both good for different reasons.
Black Lotus in the lore is like a horrifying, deadly neurotoxin that, like, it's really rough in the lore, and then here it's just, oh no, you get a little more
It's like
scared.
you've got a hangover.
Yeah.
I think I think there was a little excerpt or something, one of the older codexes, and it actually describes an assassin. I think whoever was afflicted by the Black Lotus poison, like he slowly went crazy over several days, which is very fitting for a dark elf kind of thing. Also another thing worth mentioning, it's like they used to have this rule called loner, but basically it just means you can't have him as your general. It says it like at the end of Hidden, but for some reason they changed it up this time.
Oh, weird. Yeah, so I like...
It's because loner means a new thing now.
I like Dark Venom
Yes.
because you get Killing Blow, and you can use that Killing Blow with your throwing weapons. So
You can't kill those close combat only.
is it close? Oh,
Yeah,
dagnabbit.
I have.
That's why the Way Watchers don't have it as well. Then it's like they just made it close combat only.
Yeah, I have pained
Boo.
over this guy. For
Well,
so
then I would probably take Manbane.
100%.
Yeah,
It's really good. Yeah, because like Manbane is it's more applicable to like more situations, whereas he might not get to, your assassin might not actually get into close combat sometimes.
yeah, and it right. I don't know. It's tough.
Another
I think
thing-
he's most often going to get into close combat. If you put him in a unit of, like, say, 30 crossbowmen or something like that, some big ranged unit, and then that gets
Yes.
charged, then you can reveal him at the start of the combat phase, and like, haha, assassin, I challenge you now. And then he kills whatever he's fighting, ideally.
Yeah, it's a pretty good bamboozle because you get the combat res from stand and shoot as well, probably, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah. He's very fun to use. I think I used him once against. I think I used him against your Treeman before, didn't I? AJ?
Hang on. I
I
think,
think
I'm
you did. Yeah.
The throwing weapons actually with the Manbane did some work, and also another interesting thing about the poisons, they are special rules. It's not poisoned attacks. They're
Yeah.
a whole different thing to poison attacks, so they do actually stack with magic weapons, which is a nice bonus.
Yeah, that is different compared to poison. Yeah, I like these guys. I don't know that you're going to have space for them in a competitive list, right? That's really what it comes down to.
I mean, in a competitive list, you're probably not taking infantry to hide them in, so...
That is
Yeah.
also the other downside.
well, you can put him in shades, can't you?
Yes.
Shades, yeah.
But you need to have 10, and
Oh, yeah, no one ever takes 10 shades.
no.
Another thing, in the older editions, people generally didn't use assassins unless it was a very big game for obvious reasons. You just don't have that many units on the ground. But in this particular edition of the game, because you're not going to have that many infantry units anyway, it's kind of like a doubly again kind of thing of you're definitely not going to take them.
Well, interestingly, though, he can. Are witch elves loners?
Yes, I believe so. I believe witch elves are Sisters of Slaughter aren't.
Well, which elves? Oh, yeah, they are loners, yeah.
Yeah.
So it doesn't specifically say that you can't place him in witch elves, but
He can't join the unit.
he can't join the unit, which would be weird, right?
So you can't place him in the unit, so therefore he could not go in
Right.
the unit at all.
I wouldn't think
Yeah.
so.
I think like part of the reason why he has like certain restrictions, like he can't be in harpies because I mean, how the hell is he going to pretend to be a harpy? How's he going to pretend to be a witch elf?
Yeah,
Hey,
yeah.
what exactly is the wording on loner? I'm going to look that up.
Yeah.
Because it may mean that he can't join the unit, but he doesn't join the unit. He's revealed from within the unit.
He's hidden inside.
What
the
exactly
unit.
does it say specifically when he's just revealed as in the unit and then joins it?
No, he doesn't join it. He's positioned as if he had joined it, but he hasn't joined it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he cannot join a unit without the special rule. A unit with this special rule cannot be joined by a character without the special rule. But it doesn't say.
It doesn't say anything about what happens when you've got a unit in there.
So he can be revealed and then position him as you would a character that has joined the unit. So he hasn't joined the unit. He's just been revealed. So he could be in the unit, which means, yes, you could cheat a non-death hag into a unit of witch elves.
Yeah.
That's dumb.
I don't think you'd want to. But the main reason you might want to is because
They'll never expect it.
in terms of infantry, witch elves are actually not a terrible choice to put in the game. If you're going to pick infantry to put in your army,
Yeah,
witch elves are a decent one to choose.
for sure. Plus they can be core, so
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. You might get a bit of pushback from folks about
Yeah.
that one. Seems very, yes, technically you probably are able to.
Yeah. I also don't think that the assassin really, for 95 points with Manbane, I don't think he hits hard enough. Like, only 3 attacks with no AP at all.
Give him an additional hand weapon.
Yeah, and now he has no murderous.
I wouldn't. Well, I suppose with the
what's the
Manbane.
maths on that, actually?
Yeah, actually, yeah, maybe Manbane would be good actually with murderers.
Well, I mean, so it's the math is not good. So like this guy is fun shenanigans.
Yes, but I don't think he's ever going to be taken in a meta list.
No, I don't think so either.
Even with like you can't even take the Ogre Blade on him.
No.
So you can't have a surprise Ogre Blade come out of nowhere.
Yeah. Yeah. I think I would leave this guy for the friendly and the campaign style games.
I'd leave him for the courts.
So is that us at the end of the character section?
Yeah. So there's a couple of things that we haven't covered yet, which are units that are both potential character mounts.
The Cauldron and
The Cauldron and the Scourge Runner Chariot, but
Yeah.
we can cover those when we get to those units in the list.
I mean, I think looking at this, there's like you're kind of limited in the options that you want to take if you want to run a competitive Dark Elf army. There's like Double Dragon, there's Dragon, Pegasus Wizard, and BSB. And then that's probably all you're really going to want to take. I mean,
if you could fit it in, I would vote for the Manticore Lord.
really?
I'm sorry, Manticore Beastmaster.
How are you going
I
to fit
would.
that in, though? With your Dragon and your...
If I was taking double dragons, you wouldn't.
Yeah.
But if you're not, and you want to kind of like be like roughly fair to your opponent, because like
Dragon
double dragons are a
level
bit. Ooh.
But then you don't think there's that much value in having a BSB?
I have never actually run one, but everyone else does, so there must be.
Interesting. We'll have to see later on in the book and then make our judgments based on that, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think you're right about the Manticore is very, very easy to kill.
It's such a fast army, it's difficult to justify having a specialized fast unit.
I mean,
Like the
Fireball,
Manticore.
though, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's only strength
Yeah.
4.
Well, it can get a 3-up armor save pretty easily, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, not with the Beastmaster on it, though.
Yeah, because the heavy armor, no access to full plate. It's a bit
Yeah,
painful.
heavy armor and shield and possibly a magic thing to get him.
It's not great.
It's not.
There is a banner that only the BSB can take because of how the list is set up. I believe.
Well,
Yeah.
we'll get to kind of meta builds and stuff right at the end once we've gone through all the different
Yeah.
Yeah.
all the different options.
For now, shall we move on to the core units?
Yeah.
Sounds good.
The Art of War.
Alrighty. So going into core units now, we've got Dark Elf City Guard, as they're called, which consists of the Warriors and the Crossbowmen, who in previous editions were called a bunch of variety of things.
Sky Piercers, Dark Shards,
Bleak
Edgelords,
Swords.
Bleak swords. That's very
Angry Shoes, Surprise Cloak.
pointy hats. Oh no, wait, that's the high elves.
No, they've got spiky hats.
Spiky hats. They do.
Really silly crests. I have to talk about this. This stupid feckin' crest thing that they have on every feckin' warrior. Nowadays,
For those
is
of
the
you
only-
listening, Mark has got an book out and
angrily, furiously flipping through pages right now. Yeah, they used to have like I don't know. In older editions, they had massive crests on. Then they removed them, and now they're back again, and they look so silly.
Oh yeah, like it.
Oh yeah, the eyebrows. Yeah,
Yeah,
Yeah, no, they've got like a pointy thing at the front of their helmet
yep,
that's like a foot tall.
and it looks terrible.
literally a spiky hat.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Anyway, stop. I digress.
Okay, so we've got the 2 City Guard options.
Then we
And
have
core.
Blackheart Corsairs
Yeah.
and Dark Riders are
Alright.
the 4. And then we can also get Witch Elves if you take the Death Hag, as we talked about earlier.
Yep.
But we'll cover them in the special section.
Alrighty.
So let's start off with the Warriors, shall we?
Sounds good.
Yeah. So Warriors and Crossbowmen have the same stat line. It's a standard elf stat line. So move 5, weapon skill, ballistic skill 4, strength and toughness 3, 1 wound, 4 initiative, 1 attack, leadership 8. And they are 8 points for a warrior. Oh, 8 points. That's so cheap. Sorry.
Yep.
The cheapest thing in the Wood Elf army is 11. And
Just like the repeater crossbowmen.
yeah. The repeater crossbowmen are 11 points. So their minimum unit size is 10, though. So that's a little different from a lot. I mean, I guess for a core unit, that's fairly common. But still, a lot of core units are only minimum 5 in other armies. So
one recurring theme I have found with some of the legacy factions is that unless it's a skirmisher, it's going to have a minimum unit size of 10 if it's a rank and flank unit.
I have a feeling that is because the legacy army lists were probably written like before a lot of playtesting happened, and then they play tested the actual published armies, right? The Ravening Hordes, Forces of Fantasy armies, and they adjusted those to minimum unit sizes of 5, and started thinking about how they were going to publish the miniatures and blah blah blah.
Yep.
And so that's how we ended up with the ability to have this massive monsters plus MSU kind of meta that we have,
As well as a lot of the strength disparity between the legacy lists and the mainline lists.
Yep. Okay, so you can take full command in these. They're 5 points each for a champion standard or musician. You can turn your warriors into spearmen for an extra point. You can give your crossbowmen shields for an extra point. I probably should have mentioned the warriors come with the hand weapons, light armor, and shield. So 5-up armor save.
They can use murderous.
Yeah, except they don't get it.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, that's weird, isn't it? And the crossbowmen have light armor and repeater crossbows, so you can also give them shields for an extra point. And then 1 unit per 1,000 points can have veteran for an extra point.
That's nice.
Or purchase a magic standard for up to 50 points. Special rules. They're close order. They have elven reflexes, hatred high elves, martial prowess, and notably not murderous.
Martial prowess lets you fight in extra ranks even to the flanks, right? Is that right?
Yep.
That's correct.
It doesn't negate the bonuses they get for charging you in the rear
No.
flanks, though, unfortunately. I took these. I've taken them in minimum size units of 10. I've taken them in big blocks of 20 guys as a square. But I was someone mentioned to me beforehand, do the wide ranks thing that Ben does for his empire, and try them once, and then they actually started doing stuff. So I found them to be kind of there's only really one proper way or good way to run them, and that would be just 7 wide, 3 ranks, and just leave it at that. Keep it straightforward and simple.
So spearmen at that, right? So 21 spearmen at 9 points a model. So it's 189 plus 15 for 204 for full command.
Of a unit of how many?
21. So you're getting 14 attacks at anything that comes at you in your front or rear.
It's kind of expensive, I think, for what you're getting here, which is a T3 unit with a 4-up armor save.
Of course, it's
5 up.
expensive. It's
Yeah.
elf.
5
Oh,
up.
well, so the warriors get spear or shields by default with the light armor. So it's for the spearmen, it will be
it's
5
5
up
up.
by default.
But it's your core, right? So, I mean, if we're talking about competitive stuff, this is obviously it's going to get eaten by a dragon. Right?
Yep.
Or most things.
Like most things, exactly.
No, this will get eaten by most things, not just dragons.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Squigs.
Yeah.
Horses, even.
As someone who plays elves, T3 with a 5-up armor save is very vulnerable.
Yep.
I don't know if there's a standard or a character that you could add to this unit. Maybe we'll get to that when we start looking at
maybe the
magic
AP1
items and
one?
stuff.
That's 25 points, right, to give the whole unit AP1. That's quite nice. With spears.
That is a really, really good banner. But you probably want to save that for something better than the spearman.
It gives everything AP1, all their weapons, or just melee weapons?
I think it specifies just melee, because I was trying to figure out, okay, how many, how much.
Why don't we take a look at the banners right now?
Yeah.
Nice segue.
Okay.
Yeah, unit with the it's combat weapons. Yeah, specifies combat weapons for the Banner of Harganeth.
All right, well, let's just read out all the different banners.
All right. So
There's only 4 of them. So.
there's only 4. You go ahead and we'll go round the table.
So we have the Banner of Nagareth, which is 65 points, which means only the BSB can take it. A unit carrying the Banner of Nagareth gains the Stubborn special rule. In addition, sorry,
Wait, is this Nagarith? Nagarith?
Nagareth and Nagarith are the same thing.
Nagarith. Okay. Nagarith, is that the city and Nagaroth is the kingdom?
Yes,
Okay.
I think.
Because it talks about Nagaroth at the start of the book. So
Yeah, Nagaroth is definitely the city.
Nagaroth is
I
the.
think Nagaroth is definitely. It's either a city or Hold on.
It doesn't matter much.
Luckily,
Mark, you look it up. Consult the Book of Armaments.
A unit carrying the Banner of Nagarith gains the Stubborn special rule. In addition, when calculating its combat result, they may claim an additional bonus of +1 combat result point.
So the war banner is 25 points. This is 65 points. So you're paying the
40 points for
extra
Stubborn.
40 for stubborn.
Right. There's a stubborn banner for 50. And like in the main rulebook.
Oh,
I
the
think.
banner of Iron Resolve. Yeah.
Buy 2, get 20% off.
Yeah.
It
So-
just
quite
combines
cheap.
2. It just combines 2 banners really.
Oh my God! There's a Nagarond as well.
Oh, yes, there's a Nagaron, didn't you know?
A Nagarond, Nagarith,
Nagarath.
Nagaroo.
I actually don't see Nagaroth here. It might be somewhere in Ulthuan. I actually can't remember.
It's
right
not an Ulth one. It is definitely on the continent.
You never know,
I don't know
because
what's
it says the personal banner of the Dread King proclaims his reign over the Elven Kingdom. So
Could have brought it with him.
who knows? Who knows? Anyway, so
Yes.
that's what the banner of Nagarath does.
It's Stubborn War Banner.
Yeah.
The Standard of Slaughter is the next one for 40 points. And it's anointed with Ulthuan Elf Blood, which is nice. When calculating combat results, that was not a jibe.
No.
At your expense.
Honestly, all I can hear is God, the character from Thor 3. The Kiwi Rockman.
Oh, yeah.
We anointed that banner with the blood of a high elf. That's pretty nice.
That's very Australian. I know
Sorry,
you're
I
talking
know it
about-
was, but,
Oh, my name is Korg. I'm made of rocks.
Oh, that guy. Yeah.
that guy, yeah.
Anointed with the blood of high elves. It's pretty nice.
Anyway,
Aside from being very flavorful, if you charge, you get plus D3 combat results for 40 points. Pretty much it.
Yeah, I
when
mean,
you charge,
are
If
you
charge,
are you going to put this on your Cold Rider BSB? Cold
I
one?
would. Well, I suppose if you put the BSB in with a unit of Cold One Knights, maybe.
How many points is the Griffin banner for the high elves?
the Griffin banner,
That's
Or, like, the-
Empire one.
Not the Griffin banner. The
battle banner,
it's the plus D3 combat result one. Isn't it?
60.
Yeah. Okay. It's not bad.
Yep, it's not bad.
You can put it on a unit standard, which is really nice because it's only 40.
It's only 40. Yeah. Yep. So the next one's the banner of Harganeth, which is the one that brought us to this spot in the first place. It gives you it's combat weapons. It's only combat weapons, so AP1 in close combat. And then the last one, Ben, do you have it?
Yeah, Cold-Blooded Banner. It's 20 points. Single use. A unit that's carrying it may use it when making any test against its leadership characteristic, including a break test. When it does, it may roll an extra d6 and discard the highest result.
Are leadership tests, are break tests leadership tests?
No.
Yes or no, Games Workshop?
Yeah,
Pick one.
They usually, I think the answer is no. 'cause
Now,
they'll
this one
specify.
specifically says may use it when making any test against its leadership characteristic.
It's such a. Why would they write this in a different way than every other thing?
Anyway, so it's a break. It can be a break test, but it can be that stupidity test that you were talking about earlier. Okay, so yeah, to me honestly, that's auto include on your cold
It's
ones.
very good.
Yeah,
It's only single use, and you have to do it before you see the result.
Use?
It's single use, and you use it before you see the result.
No, it doesn't say that. It may roll an extra d6. So that's just like what Swift Stride is, right? You can roll an extra d6,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, you get to pick after.
I think that's fine. You roll otherwise it would be pointless. It's like, oh, I have to roll the 3d6. This turn is the turn I'm going to use it? No.
Yeah.
That seems dumb.
It
It's also-
feels like a weird item anyway.
It's also kind of funny that it's drenched in cold one blood. So it's kind of like how are you really that stupid?
It's not quite
Are
as
you?
nice as the elf one.
No.
I just think it's funny that the implication of a threat there to the cold one.
Yeah.
It's like your blood will be on this banner.
Anyway, that's the Dark Elf banners.
All right. Meanwhile, back in core. Yeah, I don't know that these guys are. They're not my first choice. Again, like when you think about legacy armies, if you think about how Games Workshop, if we, surmise they were thinking about it, it's just the people like Mark who already have a big collection of Dark Elves. They're not trying to make an army where people are buying the models and putting them together and building a new army from scratch. So I mean, I would leave these guys at home if or don't buy them if you've got them or if you don't have them.
I'm kind of tempted by the crossbowmen, the repeater bow crossbowmen. They do have multiple shots too. 24
Is
inch
it strength
range.
4?
No, it's strength 3. But they
Right.
get armor bane 1. But there's a lot of shots you can put out if you have a big line of them. Probably
Yeah.
like a line of 10, right? You
Hitting
can
on
shoot-
4s if you don't move, with multiple shots too.
You have a line of 10, you shoot 20, hitting on 4s.
So you're going to hit with 10.
Hit with 10. And then depending on what you're shooting, it's good for probably clearing out like Chaos Warhounds or Chaffee, Harpy, Fury type things.
Yeah. And at 110 points for the 10 of them, it's a bit more than you want to have on like a chaff unit, but it's
Cortex.
it's Cortex paid, yeah.
I think there's some better units for a same role.
Those are very cheap though, like you said. Kind of like,
And
like
their
the
core.
Glade card, yeah, and their core.
I did find the real issue with the crossbowmen is it's only 24 inches, and if you are doing line hammer, it's very hard to maneuver them in a different way to get them to shoot at something else other than just stand there pretty much for the whole game, and get charged at and then eaten up by some big monster. So
Yeah.
I didn't rate them highly, but people have used them and have said they love them. So yeah, at this stage I don't know what to think. Maybe taking loads of repeater crossbowmen is great. I don't know.
Shame you can't give them poison.
Yeah.
That's what I'll say.
Yeah, but you can give him a banner for the -2 AP, or sorry, no, the armor bane too, with the razor standard.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Should we move on to the next unit then?
Yeah.
Sounds good.
The next core unit.
The Black Ark Corsairs. Yarhar.
Yarr.
Ahoy.
be a dark elf pirate.
The most fashionable pirates that don't look like they've ever spent a day of their life on a boat.
It's like hipster pirates.
Yeah.
We paid good money to look like pirates, but we're not actually going to go out there and do piratey things.
I'm more into piracy for the aesthetic.
I saw this cool piracy thing online. I think we should all give it a try, guys.
Who's reading this one?
I don't mind doing it. Black Ark Corsairs. So we have the basic elf stat line of 5 movement, 4 weapon skill, 4 ballistic skill, 3 for strength and toughness, 1 wound, 4 initiative, 1 attack, and 8 leadership for 11 points.
Exactly the same as the other core units.
Yeah.
Yep.
The problem is it's regular infantry. That's fine. It's a 10 plus unit size. That's fine. You get hand weapons and light armor, and a sea dragon cloak for your armor. So essentially, what we're looking at the moment is you could take a spear and a shield. You effectively, if you're being charged, get your 2 attacks, from the guy in the back rank, and 5 from the light armor and the shield. Whereas for these guys, it's like, okay, you can take, like, your weapon options are a repeater hand bow or an additional hand weapon, which kind of feels like you're paying more points for something that you really shouldn't be paying more points for, because it does effectively the same thing as the warriors, which I
Well, I think the
no one seems to
role
like
for
guys.
these guys is different, though, right?
Yeah,
They
are open order.
Yeah, well,
Sorry.
yeah, go on with the rest of their special roles.
So you can, you get your standard full command options, 6 points for each of those. You can purchase a magic standard worth up to 50 points. They have elven reflexes, hatred for the high elves. They have move through cover and open order and a sea dragon cloak.
Right. So these guys are lighter infantry than the spearmen or the crossbowmen, right? And because they're all close order.
Yep.
Whereas these guys are open order and move through cover, so their job is to kind of be on a flank or in the cover itself. And to me, I think you're probably taking the repeater hand bows, right?
I've never taken them with dual hand weapons.
The unit
Never
seems
seen it
pointless
much.
without them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A 12-inch range.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
rough.
Yeah.
What are you going to get? You're going to die before you get that close to anything.
Yeah.
Especially since you don't have scout. If they had scout, I'd be all for these guys.
I honestly thought these guys had skirmishers, but I was confusing them with a different unit.
They don't have scout and a minimum unit size of 10. All right. So,
Do you want shorter ranged crossbowmen?
right. Well, that's really what it is at that point. Shorter range crossbowmen who can move through cover. They're a bit more maneuverable, but that's it.
That's the only difference between them and crossbowmen.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, these guys are rough.
They're kind of touted as the worst option, I would say, in the whole
I think so.
army.
But the
so,
coolest looking.
Yeah, they look
I
great.
mean, I suppose maybe they're tied with Sisters of Slaughter for worst unit option, but yeah, for core, I would say this is the dump.
That's
Very
a shame.
shootable.
Yeah.
Very, very shootable. Keep
Yeah.
dying on fours to like warbows. And
Yeah. Getting close combat, now you
Yeah.
have a 6-up save.
Yeah.
there's 11 points. There's 11 points. There's 11 points.
Ugh.
Yeah.
All right, shall we move on to the highlight of core then?
Yeah.
Yeah,
All right.
Dark Riders.
So we've got Dark Riders, yeah. The light cavalry option here. Who wants to read these ones?
You go ahead.
All right. The rider is standard off stat line, and they're mounted upon dark steeds for a total of 16 points per model. They have hand weapons, cavalry spears, light armor, minimum unit size of 5+. They can take either repeater crossbows. They can take repeater crossbows for 2 points on top of that 16, and shields for 1 point on top of that. They can take full command for 6 points a model, or for 6 points per command. And then 1 unit per 1,000 points may have fire and flee for +1 point per model, or scouts for +1 point per model. They have elven reflexes, fast cav, hatred high elves, open order, skirmishers, and swift stride. Skirmish cav with ranged weapons in core.
That's scout.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what really sells me on these guys is scout.
Yeah.
You're probably taking 3 blocks of 8, giving 2 of them scout, and just causing havoc for your enemies.
Yeah,
being really annoying.
One really interesting thing that I never copped onto before. What's his name again? Ed Fawcett. Yeah. One really interesting thing he brought up was the fact that, at least for his list, and I think this will make sense for an awful lot of Dark Elf lists, if they have Scout in core, that's a fairly sizable chunk of your army that is not a drop, which gives you the +1 to deployment that you might really get some use out of.
There's a different reading of the rule for deployment, that whoever places the last unit is the one who, whoever finishes placing all of their units first, which includes scouts in some readings of the rule.
Yeah. It's not clear, and we're still waiting for an FAQ from Games Workshop, but until such times, pretty much all the TOs and are kind of ruling it's just like it was in previous editions where scouts don't count.
Which makes sense, and I really hope they don't change that, because that would be very silly.
Yeah, I think so. Obviously all the elves have a light cav option in core, Dark Riders, Glade Riders, and Illyrian Reavers. 16 points is kind of the base point level, and then they get their missile weapon for an extra 2, which is why the Glade Riders in Wood Elves start at 18, because they come with the bow. So yeah, you're 18 points for 5 models. What's that? 90 points for the unit, or 95 if you're giving them scout.
Or 100 if you give them shields.
I don't know. Are you giving them shields? So they've got light armor. I guess you might give them shields to give them a 5-up armor save instead of a 6-up.
Yeah,
Make them not get shot off as easily. Protect them from that one fireball.
Get them not fireballed off as easily. And I think 8 is the the sort of size.
5 or 8. And I think people are taking them with shields and with fire and flee.
Yeah.
And the crossbow, obviously.
Yeah,
Yeah,
fire and flee is a rule that nobody thinks about, but it's my
so
favorite
strong.
rule.
It's fantastic.
It's you basically you get to shoot when it's not your turn.
Yeah.
Pretty consistently.
It's very good when you have Swift Stride, or you also have Feigned Flight, or ideally both. But yeah, so I think what is that then? So 16 plus 2 is 18 points a model, plus 1 for scouts is 19, plus 1 for shields is 20 points a model. So your unit of 8 is 160. So you could fill your core with 3 units of 8 and
2. You can't take the scouts on the third unit.
Sure, but you can
You
give
still
that one.
take it,
yeah.
Still take it. You just can't
It's true.
take scouts. So you have 3 units of 8 plus some command options, and that's all your core filled up.
And that's
That is
about what we've
people are
seen.
doing. Yeah, that is
Yeah.
pretty much what everyone is doing. Is 3. They have 2 that have scouts and fire and fleet, and then 1 that sort of sits at the back.
24-inch range skirmish cav is so strong. Like, it's kind of ridiculous how good skirmish cav is in this edition just because of the 360-degree facing and how skirmishers work in general in this edition.
Yep.
I've loved using even just the 12-inch range Marauder Horsemen in Wolves of the Sea. They're really fun. And having 24-inch range with multiple shots too is just like, that's a lot of firepower you can put down range.
Yep.
Yep. They're
I mean-
really ideal for just sneaking them to
Yeah.
someone's flank, sitting them behind something, and then just keep firing with the repeater crossbows.
They have a lot of use, especially for a core unit.
Yep.
I mean, my favorite unit in the game is a skirmish cav
With multiple shots.
With multiple shots 3 and strength 4. So
Ooh.
sorry, Dark Riders, but they don't have scouts and they're not core. So I think Dark
Yeah,
Riders.
yeah.
And they're only 18-inch range, right?
They're 24.
Are they 24?
Yeah.
We're talking about Outriders, by the way, in
Oh,
case
yeah.
somebody hadn't twigged onto this. But yeah, I think the Dark Riders are the clear winner in the core. Like, you've got 4 choices, and one of them's on a horse with a repeater crossbow.
And a free spear in case you want to charge something.
Yeah,
Like, they can poke some war machines pretty well.
Yeah, they're pretty
Yeah.
killy.
yeah. So we might as well start special with the one unit that is both special and core.
Sounds good to me. Let's take a look at the Witch Elves.
All right.
Witch elves?
Don't know which ones.
The ones with the pink hair.
Uh,
Okay, so they fall under Daughters of Cain.
that's why I couldn't find them.
Yeah. And they're on page 12 of the PDF.
Will I go for the stat line?
Yeah, go for it.
So movement 5, weapon skill 4, ballistic skill 4, strength 3, tough 3, wounds 1, initiative 5. That's 1 higher than the normal elf, right? And then attacks 1, leadership 8. The hag has an extra attack.
That is the only difference between them and the base elf stat line is they have 1 more point of initiative.
Yes.
Yep.
They are regular infantry. They come with 2 hand weapons base. They have close order, elven reflexes, frenzy, hatred high elves, horde, loner, murderous, and poisoned attacks.
Horde is interesting on them. Taking a big block of them in 4 ranks deep even. So that's how Horde works. Means you can get a lot of combat res off a unit that I would not think would be a Horde. Like, they don't feel like a static res unit to me. They're glass cannons that hit hard, traditionally. It's a bit of a weird choice.
So, go ahead, Mark.
I found that a good thing about them having frenzy is that it ignores the panic tests and that kind of circle. Like, I find that losing models from that unit doesn't matter until you're actually in combat, because they're not going to flee anywhere. It effectively almost acts like armor, which I really like about them. That and the fact that like sisters don't have that is like we'll talk about the sisters later, but yeah.
Yeah, I think you can't look at witch elves just on their own. I think you have to build. If you're taking witch elves, I think you want to build with a cauldron and a hag, and think about like, how do I take like a division or more than just a unit. And build around it, because the buffs that come off of the cauldron, as we'll find out a little bit later, are really help address some of the problems that the witch elves have as a unit.
Yep.
But yeah, so your 3 attacks per model in the front rank, right? Because it's attack 1, 2 hand weapons.
So they
and
can't use their
frenzy.
murderous special rule.
No, they can't use their murderous special.
Even though they have it. Like, what the fuck?
Like, nothing can use it. We haven't found anything that can use it yet. Right?
Sorceress.
The sorceress, yeah. And they've got poisoned attacks, right? So getting if you're only 5 wide,
15 poisoned attacks.
15 poison attacks. I think you should be running more like 7 wide, and so you're going to get 6 of those. Would be so you would be your regular witch elves, and 1 would be your death hag.
Yeah.
So that's going to be 6 times 3, which is 18 plus 1 for your champion, 19 attacks, plus then a death hag with up to 7, like so 26 attacks or whatever, all poison. It's very nasty.
It's going to put 6 automatic wounds on whatever you hit.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. And so to me, they're a great candidate for the AP banner.
Absolutely.
Because they're not coming with anything base. Yeah,
It's quite scary to sink your points into something that vulnerable without ranged.
welcome to playing elves, Ben. This is the whole thing with elves is you are vulnerable, right? There's
Even high elves, don't they get heavy armor shields at least?
only some units do.
They're a little less squishy than other
A
elves.
little less.
But yeah, they're not going to be sitting in the corner the whole game and running away, Mr. Dwarf player.
yeah.
Dwarfs don't run away, they slowly walk.
Well, you say that,
They just attack in a different direction.
and then you give them alcohol and they run away.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
I think there's a different style of army that could probably be built that use witch elves and get a big chunk of the core attacks out with a horde of witch elves. Like if you're taking, let's say you were taking 30. I'm thinking maybe 30 is 28, something around there. You're looking at 300 points, chunked out of that, which I think it's a very different style of army. It's not so to be clear, the meta army is probably 2 dragons like we were talking about, the 3 dark rider units like we've discussed, and then whatever 500 points of flavor you want.
Cold one. Knights, yeah.
Cold ones because they're hard to kill, right? They're tough 4 with a 2-up armor save.
We'll get to them.
Right. So I'm talking about like what are alternatives that you can play that are not the pure what's the best killy list, or perhaps you're playing in a meta where they have moved on from just using the scenarios in the book and now you need to have infantry to actually claim objectives or whatever else. I think witch elves are probably the unit that I fear on the table the most, right? Because if I think about my infantry, if I think about attacking infantry, what am I going to throw at it? Monsters, right? You want to throw a monster into an infantry unit.
Yeah.
But now here is this unit that has a nasty character with strike first in it with
7 poisoned attacks.
7 poison attacks, and then all of these are initiative 5. Well, they'll be initiative 6 in the first round of combat, assuming they didn't charge.
They're going to strike before your monster.
A lot of the time they're going to strike before your monster and you're going to take some damage from them, right? And they're going to have 3 ranks for static combat res. So if they've got a banner and the war banner or whatever else, right? To me, this is a unit that can actually
They'd be sticking the AP banner, wouldn't they?
Yeah, so
And you can't put a BSB in them.
can a hag be a BSB?
No,
No, it's
I don't
just
think
the
so.
captain
Just
guy.
the master.
just the master.
Boo.
But the hag has. So, you can put several hags in a unit of witch elves, which I do like.
Yep.
You could have a hag to answer a monster. You could have a hag to answer, I don't know, something else. And you could have a hag to give her the cry of war so they don't lose frenzy once they lose combat. And then just if someone comes along and challenges you, pick the right hag for the job.
Yeah.
That's one thing you could do. Thinking of building into
A hag
just
star.
I'm thinking okay, just because there's 0-1 for core doesn't mean that you can't just take more of them in special. If you
Right.
maxed out on hags, maxed out on all the cauldron-y stuff, but covering what we've said so far, do something like say take more witches in special, and then just try to take as many as possible to fill out your core attacks. And I'm sure there's some weird stuff you can do there. Put the death hags in your massive
It's
core
very fun, yeah.
star thing of witch elves, and then I don't know, maybe there's something you could do that way.
Look, why don't we talk about the Cauldron of Blood? Seeing we're talking about the witch elves, we've talked about the hags. Seems like an appropriate time to discuss it.
Yeah.
Just one quick note before that. I think that the biggest weakness of the big block of witch elves would probably be something like a stone thrower or any big template running over the unit and just hitting 20 of them for strength 4 hits.
Or flank charges.
Or flank charges, or literally getting hit in any way except in the front by a single monster. I think that they're very, very vulnerable. And I don't know that they're worth investing 1,000 points into this very vulnerable unit.
There's also, because they have loner, that means that if there are any spells that could help you with movement regarding, say, a sorcerer that could be in the unit, you can't do that with them. You're going to have to target them. They're going to have to not be in combat already, etc. So there's some stuff there that you have to think about. There's also the fact that lore-wise, the Temple of Cain hates the Sorceress's Coven, as far as I know. So consider their feelings too, please.
Okay. The Cauldron of Blood. Let just read it out. Yeah. So it's a heavy chariot. It has 2 witch elves as its crew. It's 150 points. It is movement 2 on its own, strength 5, tough 5, and 5 wounds. And it's got a lot of special rule soup. So it's close order. It's dragged along.
Which I think only legacy units are dragged along. I don't think there's a single mainline unit that's dragged along.
There's a Screaming Bell has it in
That's
Legacy.
Legacy, yeah.
There's...
I think you're right.
I think it's just those 2.
Yeah, and the Plague Furnace is dragged along as well. But yeah, I think you're right. Elven Reflexes, Frenzy, Hatred, High Elves. Impact hits D6 plus 1.
It's pretty strong.
It's a large target. Magic resistance 1. Murderous, which
doesn't work.
Nothing works. Poisoned attacks. So that's interesting.
You'll get a whole 2 poisoned attacks out of this thing.
Yeah, or 4 because they've got 2 hand weapons.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
And they're frenzied.
And frenzy, yeah,
right?
so 6.
6, yeah.
It's a surprising number.
And it causes terror. Right. So, and then the big thing that it does is it gives blessings, right? So even if it's engaged in combat, it can cast a bound spell with a power level of 2, which is a self-enchantment. And until your next start of turn subphase, this model and every friendly Death Hag, unit of Witch Elves, or Sisters of Slaughter that's within its command range gains one of the following: Furious Charge, Cleaving Blow, or a 5-up ward.
Now, the interesting thing about that wording, it doesn't say they all have to get the same one.
Oh.
That's true.
You can give the hag who's going to go into a challenge the ward save.
I did not notice that at all until you mentioned it.
This model and again,
I'd like this more if it was a prayer, I think. If it wasn't a bound spell, because
it's going to get dispelled every time.
At level, because it's casting at level 2. But if it was a prayer, like testing against a leadership to cast it, that would be way better.
Yep. I'm going to guess that they hadn't invented that when they...
There's only one... I mean, that has prayers, right?
Well, there's a couple... There's fucking Tomb Kings.
There's a lot of things that are very similar. Yeah.
The entirety of Tomb King's bullshit is just done...
Well, the goading the beast is also a leadership test, right? So they clearly just chose
it's a blessing of Cain, you'd think.
Yeah, you'd think it would be like that, but it's not.
Is Cain magic? Is Cain...
I think this would be very, very strong if it was on leadership rather than on a...
Yeah, it's true.
I mean, like, look at Tomb Kings. If all their stuff was dispellable, they would not be top 3 armies right now.
I mean, I think you're right. I think, like, from a purely competitive standpoint, it is not, like, from a let me kill all of your stuff, see who's got the most kill points at the end of the game kind of way of winning. I agree. I like that you can get the 5-up ward, and it lasts 2 turns. It can't be. It's not a remains in play thing. That's a decent way to protect a lot of troops. I think it's interesting that you can chop and change like you were talking about, Finton. I never stopped to think about that.
It's a really interesting note. I think it's unintentional, and I think it will probably get FAQ'd if they ever look at this again. But until then, go ahead and use all the different little bits on the things you want.
Right, and you absolutely could have 2 cauldrons, right?
You can have as many as you can fit into your character's
points allowance.
Yep.
Yeah,
And now pick which one you don't want.
right, exactly. So cleaving blow is you ignore armor save against infantry and cavalry.
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah, and furious charge gets you an extra attack if you've moved more than 3 inches on your charge.
Which means that witch elves will go up to 4 attacks.
4 attacks,
Which is very strong.
yeah. So I'm thinking about obviously we're the Rank and Flank podcast. I like to think about we'll get to a meta where it's not monsters and MSU. This if you were using a unit like this to assault a building, right, or you had to come and try and take a defensive point that's being held by other infantry, it's going to make mincemeat of other infantry very quickly. If it's a slow moving monster like another a Hydra or a Tree Man or anything like that, the possibility of so many poisoned attacks coming at you is highly scary.
Great against a great and clean one.
Yeah, yeah,
She's tough 7 and no armor, so
And bizarrely
yeah.
not immune to poison.
yeah.
I swear, demons and undead not being immune to poison is the weirdest thing.
Or the steam tank not being immune
Oh my
to it.
god, yeah.
Would the steam tank fear this? Probably not with its 2-up armor save.
Well, it is
3-up
unbreakable, so
armor
it has no fear.
yeah, it's a 3-up armor
It's a
save.
3-up armor save. So if we get it to a 4-up armor save
With the AP banner.
with the AP banner,
Yeah, I'd definitely be scared of this with a steam tank.
yeah.
Yep.
Now, there is cleaving blow on this, which means... Oh, no, it only works against infantry. Ugh, I
Infantry-
hate it. I hate
infantry
cleaving
and
blow.
cavalry.
I hate cleaving blow so much.
So look, I think there's a place for it. I don't, I also really like how it looks on the battlefield, right? A big block of witch elves or 2 big blocks of witch elves flanking the cauldron of blood. I hate facing it. Like I will shoot it and run away from it and shoot it and run away from it. I do not want to fight it.
And some armies can't do that.
Right. Some armies can't.
Like my warriors list with the flying block of chosen, I would be scared to come up against a witch elf list using this because
Right.
they're going to be hitting before me. Like,
Yeah.
well, no, never mind. I forgot about bewildering, or no, enchanting aura. So we're going to be hitting. I'm going to be hitting before them, but then
There's a lot of damage coming back.
assuming I didn't have enchanting aura, right?
Yeah.
They would hit before me and probably wipe out my entire front rank easily,
yeah.
which would be terrifying.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah, I do think they want the AP banner because otherwise,
it's just a bunch of AP 0 attacks, which is not scary.
It's less scary for sure. And even with the volume of them, it definitely deflates them a bit.
AP 1 makes a huge difference.
Yeah.
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 Every point of AP makes a huge difference. Really.
Yeah, I agree. All right.
Shall we go over the Sisters of Slaughter? Because we kind of skipped over them. Or are they rare?
They're rare.
Okay. We'll come back to them then.
Do you want to put a bow on core?
I think we did do. Yeah,
I think that's
that is
core
the-
done, yeah.
That's core done.
The Art of War.
All right. So then we're on to special properly now.
Yeah.
So what's the first in special? We've got...
So let me just read the composition rules for special because they've got a bunch of weird ass rules. Whereas most special is just these are your special units. You've got 50% to spend. So the units are the Harganeth Executioners, the Witch Elves as we just discussed, Shades, and Harpies, and then you can take 0 to 1 unit of Blackguard of Nagarond.
Which is different than Nagaroth and Nagarath.
Nagarath, yeah. Per Dark Elf Noble taken. And then you can have 0 to 1 unit of Cold One Knights per 1,000 points. 0 to 2 Scourge Runner Chariots or Cold One Chariots per 1,000 points. And if your general is a High Beastmaster, you can take 0 to 1 Hydra or Charybdis as a special choice.
So this kind of matches up with a lot of the other observations that have been made about legacy lists of really restricted list building.
Yeah.
Lots of weird and kind of pointless restrictions that make your lists fall into very specific categories compared to the newer lists.
Yeah, I tend to agree.
I did also just notice that the cauldron is actually 0-1 per 1,000, even if you get the death hag. So the death hag is as many as you want. Cauldron is 1 per 1,000.
So you could have a maximum 2 in a 2K.
The cauldron isn't its own unit.
No, it's a mount for the hag.
It can only be taken if you take a hag to get into it.
Right, hang on, look. Wait.
There is also another unit.
So that means you can take as many of them as you want.
No, there's
Bloodwrack Medusa does a whole different
specifically
thing.
in the composition, it says you can only have 0 to 1 per 1,000.
That is a really weird way to write that.
Yep.
A really, really weird way to write that.
Yep.
Because that seems like...
Those OP cauldrons, you don't... Yeah. Here the nice thing about the cauldron, sorry, just to go back to this, if you have the cauldron beside a unit of witch elves and somebody charges the witch elves with their whatever it is that they want to try and take out the witch elves with, the cauldron is able to flank charge whatever.
With an extra 2 witch elves, like it's not a huge...
It's D6 plus 1 strength 5 impact.
I forgot about that, yeah.
It's still a heavy chariot.
So they're going to definitely then... Well, hang on, you won't be dragged along anymore, so you're going to drop down to movement.
You're still dragged along.
Are you still?
That's
Okay.
how the rule works.
Specifically, it
Yeah.
says you just need to be within
Within-
X inches
Yeah.
at the start of the movement,
Yeah.
which is weird because...
It is weird.
Yeah.
It's a really, really, really weird rule.
Yeah. I don't know why they didn't just put them in the middle of the unit again.
Because they
That
don't
looked
want
so
any mixed
cool.
units, except now they've introduced Motley Crue, so they can specifically have mixed units.
The freaking Tomb King's
Yeah.
Royal Host.
Royal Host as mixed units. I mean, no.
But they
this is
don't want
just-
Croxagore Skink. They don't want...
Well, they've just taken it all out. It's all the legacy stuff. It doesn't
Yeah,
have it
like,
right,
there's no mixed units in Legacy.
Anyway, sorry. That was a bit of an aside. Let's go back to the special.
So we got the Blackguard of Nagaron then first, yeah? Who wants to read these?
I have it open there now. The Blackguard of Nagarond. So we have almost a standard, well, not really a standard elf stat line. They have 5 movement, 5 weapon skill, 4 ballistic skill, 3 strength and toughness, 1 wound, 5 initiative, 1 attack, and 9 leadership for 15 points. They are 10 plus unit size. They come with full plate armor. They have hand weapons in addition to dread halberds, not just regular halberds. The dread halberd, combat weapon, strength plus 1, AP minus 1, armor vein 1, fighting extra ranks, and requires 2 hands. And
It's exactly the same as the Phoenix Guards halberds. Ooh, who could have seen this coming?
and the model wielding the dread halberd cannot make a supporting attack during a turn in which it charged, similar to a spear.
Is that the same as the...
It is not. So
It's strictly worse then.
it is strictly worse.
Just like the rest of Dark Elves.
However, the only difference between the ceremonial halberd and this halberd is the ceremonial halberd also has magical attacks. Everything else is the same.
What about the... including the...
Supporting attack thing, yes.
Okay, cool.
So you get your standard upgrades for full command and all that. They can purchase drilled for 1 point per model, which is actually pretty good. And I probably would take that on them. The magic standard can actually be up to 100 points, so they can actually take the 65 point banner, which I thought was just a BSB thing.
It's pretty nice.
And yeah, the Terror Master can take 50 points of items as well.
So you can give them Stubborn and the War Banner in one banner, which is pretty nice. And then you can stack that with the War Banner. So this unit can get a lot of static res off of banners.
It is a very good anvil. It can take charge. I know they're only toughness 3 models, but the 4-up armor save and the very high leadership with stubborn is really good.
They already do have Stubborn.
Yeah.
Let's go over the special rules.
Yeah, so they're close order, elven reflexes, they get +1 in the first round of combat, eternal hatred high elves, so hatred all the time for high elves, immune to psychology, martial prowess, so they can strike in every direction with supporting attacks, and stubborn.
Yep, it's an anvil.
100%.
Yeah.
They don't have shields, which I've always found weird for the elf anvil units.
But it's a full plate armor, so it's still a 4-up armor save.
Yeah. It's quite expensive, I think. 15 points a model.
I mean, this is the same with all elves, right?
Yeah.
So just if you compare it with Phoenix Guard are the same. They've got the full plate. They're 16 points a model.
They have a ward, though.
A 6-up ward
They're heavy infantry as well.
against non-magical.
Not that it's going to make much of a difference, I think,
Yep.
but they are heavy infantry, so these guys need 5 guys per rank. Phoenix Guard only need 4. I don't think you're ever going to take them in that small an amount.
It makes a difference in if you're taking them 10 wide. If you're taking them 10 and you have 2, if you're 5 wide and you lose 1 guy, you still have a rank.
I suppose that is another way to look at it. Yeah.
Phoenix Guard are not stubborn.
Right.
They cause fear and are veteran.
That's so much better.
Veteran is pretty good.
Yeah,
Fear is
they're
also
also
nice.
not immune to psychology, but they do have the blessings of Assyrian, which is it's a 5 upward against flaming.
Yeah. Which is, there's a few things.
Yeah, fireball and pillar.
Yeah.
right, looking at you.
Uh,
So but I think they fill kind of a similar role.
I don't like either of the units terribly much. I think that there are, I don't know, they just feel like a weird middle ground between fighty and anvil to me. Elves are weird to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, the thing I'm running into is if we were in a game where there was a lot more value in having an anvil unit, then these would be good, because even though they're not as good as like your Ironbreakers or your Phoenix Guard, they still can fill that role within this army. But
Yeah.
right now there isn't that much point in having an anvil unit because of the way scenarios are set up, because of the meta, because of the slight overtuning of other elements in the game. There's not that much reason to take these guys, especially at the price that they're at. If they were like 13, 12 points a model, yeah, I'd probably look into that, but 15 base, and then you're taking drilled for an extra point, and then you're probably going to put banners on it because you want to get some static combat res and you want to buff it up with some kind of ward. I don't see that having that much use in this army as it looks today.
I tend to agree because it's only strength 4, right? That's part of the problem. Like this is me taking Phoenix Guard and High Elves and looking at it and going, "Yep, there's a ton of risk in this, and not a lot of reward." Right?
Well, you get the reward of having a really cool ranked up unit.
You do.
Oh yeah, they look cool. I've played against them quite a few times. I've shot them off the table pretty much every time I've played against them because they're T3.
If these guys had shields or a ward, I think they'd be way better. The fact that they don't have a ward or shields means that they're very squishy despite that full plate armor.
The big thing for me was I was at the time using Spearmen as a kind of anvil, and they always ran away. And then the Black Arrow were like, "Oh, we don't die as much, and also we almost never run away." So that's why I was kind of happy with them, to be honest. But yeah, compared
They're
to other
less shit than the shittest unit in the army. Yeah.
I think if I'm playing like an infantry list, if I'm playing in a scenario where it's important to have infantry to hold objectives, I'm probably just going to, out of all the ones we've seen thus far at least, I'm probably just going to take normal warriors because they're cheap and they're reasonably survivable. And if the whole unit dies, it's not the end of the world because they don't cost 15 points a model. They're 7 points base, right? So
No,
8, I think.
8
8.
and 9 if you want to give them spears.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Should we move on to the next elite high elf infantry then?
Yes.
Elite dark elf infantry, sorry.
Yeah.
So we have the Hargoneth Executioners, who have the exact same stat line. I'm just going to read this one out if that's fine.
Go for it.
All right. Exact same stat line and same points cost as the Blackguard.
Nope.
Oh,
They have strength 4.
Yep.
oh, do they? Right. Do the Blackguard not have strength 4?
No.
Oh, I
They have
missed
strength 3 and a +1 strength weapon.
Weird. All right. So the Hargoneth Executioners are stronger base for some reason. They are equipped with hand weapons, Hargoneth great swords, and heavy armor,
that's why they're stronger. They've been lugging them hugging the great swords around.
which is funny considering that they don't have strike last. The Hargoneth greatsword is strength +2, AP -1, cleaving blow, and requires 2 hands. So this is a very weird weapon. It has AP -1, which means it's worse than a great weapon at most things, unless you're attacking cavalry or infantry and get lucky, in which case you will ignore their armor.
I mean, you just don't have the strike last. That's the big difference.
The big difference is the AP -1 instead of AP -2 and armor bane 1.
No, that's the right. Sure, that's the downside. The upside is you don't strike last.
Compare
Right.
that to what Swordmasters, who just have great weapons and don't strike last?
I think the Swordmasters do get an extra AP on that for sure. There was something else weird about
Swordmaster's only strength 5.
Yeah, there's that. There's also something weird. I don't think there's ever going to come up, but for Swordsmasters,
it's not a great weapon. It is AP 2, but it doesn't have the AB 1.
Yeah, but I hate Overbane.
Yeah.
I don't think it'll ever come up, but for some reason, the Hargonet Greatsword is the cleaving blow is on the weapon for executioners, whereas Swordmasters have the special rule themselves. I'm not sure that
They don't have cleaving blow.
they don't have cleaving blow at
No,
all.
cleaving blow is only a legacy thing.
No, they'd have cleaving blow.
Do they?
Yeah. And
So that's-
so does the stuff in Tomb Kings and a whole bunch of stuff. Yeah.
Tomb Kings don't have cleaving blow, do they?
The Tomb Guard have cleaving blow.
Oh my god, they do. Sorry.
Yeah. It's all right.
Why isn't it in the base rulebook? Games Workshop. Ugh.
Is it not?
It's not. It's only,
Oh, yeah.
like, it's written out in every single army list that has it.
Yeah, it's true.
And it's in, like, 4 army lists then.
Yeah.
Or more. I thought it was not written out because it was only in legacy lists.
No. And it only works against regular infantry, heavy infantry, regular cavalry, heavy cavalry, or war beasts. It doesn't work against anything monstrous.
Anything you'd actually want to penetrate the armor of aside from heavy cav.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. They can take,
So they're strength 6.
yeah, they can take their command for 6 points command. They have drilled for +2 points for model, 50-point magic standard, and a 25-point magic item for the champion.
Well, that's how you get them the AP2. You give them the banner of Hargoneth. It's right in their name. They have to have their banner in order to pierce the armor.
These are my least favorite unit in the list, I think.
But so cool looking.
They are really
They are.
cool.
It's I hate the stats more because they're such a cool unit flavor-wise and historically and model-wise. Like, the fact that they're AP 1, it hurts so bad. Like, there was a game that we had where where I charged into the executioners with Machosen. The executioners hit first. They killed, what, like 1 or 2 models?
I think they whiffed their attack. No, what was it again? Whatever happened?
I think they killed 1 model,
They might have, yeah.
and then they all died.
Yeah, like there was literally
Because they
just the
bounced-
champion left.
They bounced off my armor and my word save, and it felt so bad.
Yeah, whole unit charging into the side of another unit, and then there's nothing happens. I had another experience with Ben when he used a fireball on them and wiped out almost the entire unit, like that.
Yeah,
I
just
was
a
like,
5
oh.
armor save.
5 up armor save is
Yeah.
all they've got. Yeah.
And their drilled is more expensive than the Blackguard drilled, right?
Yeah.
Like,
Yep.
they're so bad.
Yeah, this is probably why I think Blackguard are actually good, because
Comparing them to
guys-
shit?
Yeah, same points cost. There are varying levels of shit here.
Yeah,
at play.
this is my least favorite unit in the list.
It's a rough time to be an elite infantry fan at the moment, with a few
No way,
exceptions.
man. I'm doing it.
I mean, War Dancers are pretty good.
Yeah, well, Phoenix Guard and Sea Guard are going to be my.
So you got our elite core infantry,
They are elite core infantry,
which is a weird thing to say.
They're highly pointed for core.
I mean,
Yeah.
hammers are pretty good, I guess.
Yeah, hammers are very
Dwarves
good.
don't count because they only have
They only
infantry.
have infantry, yeah. And everything's tough.
Hammers are well, they may as well be monstrous infantry for what they act like.
All right.
And then the third among the trifecta of Dark Elf elite infantry that costs 15 points and has pretty much the same stat line.
Yes.
We have Shades.
I think you just threw some.
Well, these are pretty good, though.
Yes, these are definitely.
You can read these ones then, Ben.
Yeah.
Sure. Move 5, weapon skill 5, BS 5, strength 3, tough 3, 1 wound, initiative 5, 1 attack, leadership 8. If you take the
15
blood shade,
points.
Yeah, 15 points. If you take the blood shade, you don't get an extra attack, you get an extra ballistic skill. So this is a shooter unit. They come with hand weapons and repeater crossbow space. You can give them additional hand weapons for a additional 1 point, and then you can give them great weapons for an additional 2 points. You can give them light armor for 1 point, ambushers for 1 point, chariot runners for 1 point, and veteran for 1 point.
0 to 1 for each of those 3 special
Yeah.
rules.
And they have elven reflexes, evasive, hatred high elves, move through cover, scouts, and skirmishers.
evasive and scouts with repeater crossbows and skirmishers. Ooh, this is a good unit. Like, that's a
As far as infantry goes,
as far as infantry goes, this is a great combination of special rules, and they got a good weapon and a high ballistic skill.
I like being able to give scouts great weapons like that.
Yeah.
To me is always fun.
It is. I think that's a bit of a throwback to the Mengel Manhide Manflares, because I'm pretty sure they came with great weapons.
That's
So
such a funny name.
The hoopity hoopity what now?
What?
Sorry, have none of you heard of Mengel Manhide before?
No.
Yes.
He's really cool. He tore up like his brother or something like that and turned him into a banner.
Well, that is
He
very
flays people.
cool.
Yes. Think of the Ironborn in Game of Thrones.
I tore up my brother and turned him into a band.
So-
that was nice.
We've got to get an image of that guy with the spiky hat now.
These are like your wood elf ringers, right? They're kind of wood elfy. The only downside is you have repeated crossbows and they're strength 3, which I don't like, and you don't have poison, but they're still shooty scout skirmishers, which are always good. They have move through cover.
Yep.
So it's
These
quite
are
nice.
seen in a lot of the meta lists for Dark Elves. In decently, like they're MSU, right?
Yeah.
They're
Yeah,
5
you can
take
per
5.
model. Or per
Yeah,
unit,
they take a bunch of MSU units of shades and just shoot at things with them because they're very versatile.
Well, they're war machine hunters, right?
Yeah,
So if you're taking a double dragon list,
and they can shoot off chaff. Is the other thing.
then there are nobody wants to take a stone thrower to the face. So the shades are pretty good at hunting that sort of thing, and as you said, taking out other enemy chaff.
Are you putting light armor on them? I'm probably not, right?
I wouldn't.
I never have.
I would take these guys units of 5 and no additional. Honestly, I wouldn't give them any additional
Yeah,
weapons at all. 75 points for the 5 of them, and I'd probably take a couple of units and use them much like I use scouts in other armies, right? You just kind of deploy them somewhere and let them cause havoc.
yeah. You take these guys alongside your unit of Cold One Knights, and now you have a nice little support element for it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You might take more than 5. Like you might take as many as 8 or something like that, as long as you can get the shots off
Yeah.
with them. Depends on how many points you have in the rest of your army.
There was a list I saw. I can't remember where I saw it from, but it was something like Dragon. Then everything else basically has skirmish and shooting, and 2 enormous blobs of shades were a part of that.
Yeah.
I mean, they have evasive.
Do you
Run
want
away.
to make your opponent hate you for having an hour-long movement phase?
Yeah. This is one of the things that is a bit annoying about Dark Elves in general. If they, you can do an awful lot of fire and flee / evasive stuff, and it is an awful lot of just moving things on the board, sometimes in your opponent's turn, and it's very finicky.
Sorry, let me move my 60 models one at a time
Yeah.
with measuring tape each time. It's like,
Shout out to those people who make the skirmish movement trace. Yeah, those are the real heroes of Warhammer.
Yes.
Yep.
we should just revert back to old style skirmishers. They were so much better. Should just play 8th edition.
All right. So there is one more infantry unit in special
Mm-hmm.
that we haven't covered yet because they are not elves.
Harpies.
They are indeed harpies. Yeah. Ben, do you want to take us through harpies?
Sure. Move 5, weapon skill 3, ballistic skill 0, strength 3, tough 3, 1 wound, initiative 5, 2 attacks each, and leadership 6. They are regular infantry.
11 points.
11 points, yeah, sorry. I'm using Old World Builder, I don't have the book open.
Yeah, no worries.
Fly 10, move through cover, scouts, skirmishers, and swift stride. And they don't have any options.
Nope.
Yep, so
Because they're already perfect.
They are the
They are
ultimate
really good.
chaff.
Yep.
Fly 10, skirmishers, 2 attacks. They're going to
And scouts.
Yeah, and scouts, they're going to eat so many war machines.
Yep.
Uh,
Yeah.
I take them every single game, to be honest. They're that good.
yeah, they cause so many problems for so cheap. Like a unit of 5 for 55 points. Like you basically have flying dogs. Like it's excellent.
And then 2 attacks on top, so that even if they are reduced in strength, by someone shooting them, which they should be doing, because they have no armor.
Even 3 of them is a decent threat to a war machine.
Yeah, absolutely.
like it's just an excellent unit. You see them a lot, I think, in meta lists. Do you?
I haven't seen that many of them, but
I think I've
don't
seen
see
one or
why
two.
you wouldn't take them.
At least one unit just to get in someone's way.
Because oftentimes it's the choice between these and Shades, because they fill kind of a similar role. Shades are just a little bit more expensive and do it from a little bit further away than the Harpies do.
I think they're slightly different roles, right? The Shades are more about shooting things off. Like they're I would see them being much more like the Deepwood Scouts, like in the Wood Elf army, whereas the Harpies are. They used to be something you would use for redirecting, but you can't do that anymore because they're only skirmishers, right? They don't have an open order option. So I think that's probably why you're not seeing them, because the only role that they really have is to hunt war machines. And if your Shades can do that, or more realistically, your scouting Dark Riders are doing that,
Yeah.
then you don't need to fulfill that role.
Yeah, it might
quite
be
so
like a
much.
space thing. If you've got however many units that are scouting already, you just don't have room for Harpies
Yeah,
within that 12-inch bubble for them to be effective.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think, like, what are the targets for Harpies in against other lists?
It's chaff and war machines, just the same. And you can also use them as a supporting element for a combo charge.
Yeah, sort of. You're not getting certainly not getting anything static out of them, and you can't disrupt with them. So it's only the fact that you're in the flank.
And they're only leadership 6, so they're not going to be. They're going to be nice and easy to shoot off just with regular shooting.
Yep.
Especially with just toughness 3 and no option for armor at all. So
I think when I think about these, I just think about Furies, which are demons, so they're immune to psychology.
Furies are just this, but better.
Yeah, they're core. They are strength 4 base, and you can give them a mark of Khorne to be strength 5 and have 3 attacks on the charge.
I love
Whatever it is,
Furies so much. They are such a fun
2
unit.
attacks, one of them, yeah.
Yeah,
Furies let you do the Oops All Flyers list, the only possible Oops All Flyers list in Old World.
okay, but that is the army we said we aren't talking about this week.
I know, but I'm just saying, like, there's.
If you want to hear about Furies, you should have voted for Demons.
But look, it's they both have the same role, right? Which is go on the flanks, go forward, annoy stuff, act as chaff, probably kill some shooty units if you can, stop them from completely controlling the flanks and getting the flanks on your army. But Harpies aren't going to kill anything.
Well, Harpies are also going to screen other units, right? So you're talking about how earlier, you can just shoot off Elf Unit A or Elf Unit B because they're just T3 and no armor. Well, okay, fine. But if I put a unit of Harpies in front of them, now you have to shoot the Harpies and not the Elves. And I don't care about losing the Harpies, but that's a round of shooting where you haven't got to shoot at my...
Yeah. The fact that they have fly is something they definitely have over Shades. Shades have stuff, cool stuff. Like, I've never actually used chariot runners before, but that's another thing that could be leaned into. I'd say, Harpies probably do what they do better than Shades do, but Shades are far more versatile, like by a mile between all the options they get. Between like the great weapons, they can take, what was it again? Ambushers. I know we mentioned ambushers
Don't
before,
ever take ambushers.
No.
Yeah.
Like, even in Wolves of the Sea, I don't think Ambushers is worth it, even with the character who buffs Ambushers. Yeah. I think that the Chariot Runners on Shades is too... Shades themselves are too expensive to be used for what Chariot Runners are mostly good for, which is screening chariots. 15 points a model, it's going to really suck if you get that unit shut off because someone really wants to get to that chariot. Or 16 even with Chariot Runners. You're going to be losing, like 80 points just on that one unit of Shades, which could have been doing anything else other than sitting in front of your chariot and running forward.
I just realised something. Bloodshade, I know we're talking about Harpies, but a Bloodshade, it's able to take 25 points of items, and there is a specific item that buffs shooting just for one turn.
We'll get to that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got a lot of units to get through, so let's go on to whatever's next, I think.
How about Cold One Knights? We've mentioned them so many times.
Yes. Cold One Knights, or COK for short.
Get your giggles out now.
Yeah, yes. So, Mark, I think you should talk us through these because you have used these guys in virtually every game I've played against you.
Don't mind if I do, AJ. Cold One Knights. So they are movement 7 because they're on a cold one. The knights themselves are weapon skill 5, ballistic skill 4, strength and toughness 4 because of the cold one, 1 wound, 5 initiative, 1 attack, and leadership 9 for 31 points. They can up. Their full command is just +1 or +7 points per commandy optiony person. They're heavy cavalry. Their unit size is 5 up. They come with hand weapons, lances, heavy armor, and shields. The cold ones we've already covered, so I won't talk about them again. So their other options are they can purchase a magic standard up to 50 points. They can replace their heavy armor with full plate armor, and between the armored hide you get from the cold one, the 4 up from the full plate, and the shield, you can for 4 points bring them up to a 2+ armor save. And then the Dread Knight.
Do that.
Yeah, every single time. Every time I've taken them, it's always been the 2 up armor save. There's no point in not doing it. The Dread Knight is also one of 2 unit champions that can take the 50 points worth of magic items. And in this case, that means, okay, so either your Blackguard champion or this guy can take a Reavering Rune, and you can just have a Reavering somewhere else in the army. For special rules, the cold one obviously has Armored Bane and Armored Hide. The unit itself has Close Order, Elven Reflexes, Fear, First Charge, Hatred for High Elves, Stupidity, and Swift Stride. They are, they're good. Stupidity, I think, is not that much of a disadvantage to the unit. It's annoying for sure, but this is the main heavy cav of the Dark Elves, and nothing else really does their job aside from these guys, really. That job, I should say.
If you compare these to Dragon Princes, who are the closest equivalent in High Elves, I think.
They are better, I would say.
Yeah, really?
So Dragon Princes, let's do a direct comparison. Dragon Princes are 37 points, so that's
6 points more.
2 points more after you include the plate armor.
Yeah.
Right. So Dragon Princes come with the 2 up armor save included.
1 point more. The 30. These are the
35
36?
versus 30.
37.
37, yeah.
35
Oh,
versus
37.
37.
Okay.
Yep. The champion, everything's 7 points. That's all the same. The magic banner and the magic items of the champions, 50 points is the same. So the downside of Dragon Princes, obviously, they're impetuous. The upside is they get 2 attacks base from the rider, but they're only strength 3. So the Cold One Knights are strength 4. So that's 5 versus 6 when you're charging.
Big deal.
That is a big deal. Dragon Princes have counter charge.
Also a big deal.
Yeah. They have dragon armor, which gives them 5 up ward against
Flaming attacks.
flaming. Yep. I think it's a 5 up. They're drilled.
That's really good.
Yep. And then they have a bunch of high elf special rules that I really should learn by this stage. Ithamar barding and weapons, Sons of Calidor, and Valor of Ages. So the dragon armor is a 6 up ward against any wound suffered.
Oh, wow.
So it's a 6 up ward against any wound suffered. You can re-roll any rolls of 1 when making a dangerous terrain test. You can re-roll... Ithamar weapons is like murderous. It's useless.
Well, it's not useless on subsequent rounds of combat. They've got hand weapons for that.
That's true. That is true. It is on subsequent rounds of combat. And then Valor of Ages is they can re-roll any failed panic test because of heavy casualties or being fled through. So, I think they're different type of unit.
I think the ward save really helps the Dragon Princes.
Yeah, but only being strength 5 is definitely
It does hurt.
hurts.
The Dragon Princes don't want to be charging monsters. They want to be charging other cavalry.
Other cav, for sure.
That's their specialization.
Other cav or infantry, obviously, if anybody takes it.
While the Cold One Knights really like charging into big things. Like, they'll fight most things pretty well if they get the charge off, and they aren't stupid that turn.
Mm-hmm. Another thing, actually, so the Dragon Princes, they're movement 9, right?
I think only 8.
Only 8, okay.
Well, they got Ithamar barding, so wouldn't they be 9?
Once you're barded, I think you go down to 8.
Not with Ithamar.
I believe so. Yep.
That's weird.
Oh, okay.
Movement 8.
That feels wrong.
Well, that's always been the case.
Even with Ithalmar Barding, which doesn't weigh anything.
Yeah, but it kind of gets in the way of your knees. I don't know.
It hangs down. It's like a...
Don't ask me, man. I'm used to everything being move 9 in the Wood Elves, and moving into these things that have armor saves is very confusing. So.
Games Workshop's understanding of medieval combat bewilders me.
So
And
what's their toughness actually? For
3.
The 3.
Yeah,
Okay.
so
and their
you're-
max armor save is it 2?
It's a 2+, yeah.
Yeah.
So you definitely, I think you're more survivable,
Definitely.
but you're slower.
Only
And
marginally.
well, you are, but you also don't have the counter charge, which is
Or
another-
drilled.
or drilled.
Yeah.
So you're less mobile.
Yeah. There's also-
However, you've got stupidity versus impetuous, right? Those are
Yeah.
they're mental blocks.
So
True.
impetuous isn't the worst thing in the world. With a unit like Dragon Princes, you want to just throw them in the enemy's face immediately.
Yeah, but you want to choose which enemy.
Yeah, so that comes down a lot to your clever positioning versus your opponent's clever positioning.
Yes.
I suppose at toughness 3 though, you are somewhat at danger of being shot. Whereas
Not really.
No.
2-up armor save.
And a 6-up ward too.
Yeah, 2-up armor save is very, very...
You might lose 1.
like, you shot at my Dragon Princes with a whole bunch of crossbows, and I didn't lose anybody.
Did I?
Pretty sure you did.
Oh, you
If it
only
wasn't...
charged with the. We only played once, and you
Oh.
charged with Sister of Slaughter, right?
I tell a lie. 2-up armor save in general, though, is very hard to beat with shooting. Ben, you're the kind of the heaviest shooting among us
And heaviest cavalry among us.
in terms of like strength 4 and armor piercing shooting.
Yeah.
You're not. How have you had much success against anything that's 2-up armor save?
Have I played against anything that's 2-up armor save? Maybe Chaos Knights? Do they have 2-up?
No, 3-up.
3-up.
Chaos Knights suck.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever played against anything that has a 2-up armor save.
I mean, the best AP you're getting is what, AP 2 off of.
Yeah, guns are base AP 1.
Ba-
Cannons are great cannons are AP 3 to 5.
Sure,
If you roll a 6.
but like
Armor Bane 2 on crossbows.
right,
yeah.
armor bane 2.
I hate Armor Bane.
Yeah, I mean, I've played with a lot of armor 2-up armor save units, demigriffs, and it's amazing.
Yeah.
And in the case of dwarfs, you can make your Ironbreakers 2-up rerolling ones.
I mean,
It's unbelievably good. A 2-up armor save is incredible.
yeah.
Yeah.
There's no doubt to me that the Cold One Knights are
Oh, like just basic Empire Knights. They're toughness 3, 2-up armor save, aren't they?
3-up, basically.
Why?
Because they're so cheap.
Oh my goodness.
They're really cheap.
Their whole thing was that they were just basic humans, but they had ridiculously good armor.
Well, that's what Inner Circle Knights are for, but it's fine. It's fine. We won't talk about Empire. I'll stop myself. But yeah, the value of having a 2-up armor save is unbelievable. It's what makes Demigriff so good. It's what makes Cav like this so good.
yeah. And so this is why you're restricted to 1 unit per 1,000 points of Cold One Knights.
Those people would just bring 1,000,000 units of 5 of them.
Well, I think you take.
Or 10 of them.
I mean, if you're taking 2 units of 8, or you take 1 unit of 8, even just to kind of work out the points of it, it is 250-ish points before you put any.
I suppose, like, what do you prefer then? An extra point of toughness or the ward save?
I mean, I don't like stupidity.
My issue is that stupidity will stop you from getting in combat entirely.
Yeah.
Impetuous, bad for sure, but you're still getting into combat and doing something with the unit, as opposed to having it be maneuvered around.
Or eating a charge, which is the worst.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially with lack of counter charge.
Yeah, like I will say, I suppose at least one thing that Cold One Knights do better is I would say they take a charge better, because your Dragon Prince lances, they're not going to be used if you're not charging, right?
But you get to counter
Oh, you
charge.
get counter charge, yeah. Of course, that
Yeah,
gets
yeah.
around that then, yeah.
But I mean, you can't counter charge infantry, for example.
Yeah.
As, you know,
But like another thing would be, even if Cold One Knights are the ones getting charged, the extra attack that on their profile comes from the Cold One, not the Rider. So they're at least not losing. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, the lance bonus doesn't matter if they're being charged that much. They're still holding on to the cold one's extra attack
and your
if
strength,
they get it.
and your strength 4 base.
4,
right?
yeah,
You know,
with
so,
Armor Bane.
Yeah.
1.
So I think, you know, they're very comparable units, obviously.
I would say maybe I just don't like the fact that it's harder to charge with them, and I really like the idea of a dinosaur riding Fecker with a full plate and all that sort of stuff, and then like you roll the stupidity, and it's like, no.
Yeah.
It's like I would prefer to have Impetuous on them than Stupidity.
Yeah.
If given the option.
Yeah, I think so. Stupidity, I find anything, you know, this is as I like to say, this is a game about movement, and anything that prevents me from moving the way I want to be able to move is a liability.
If Pistoliers had Stupidity instead of Impetuous, they'd be way better.
They would. Yeah, I think these units are cool. They're great, really expensive, but they fulfill that role in that army. So you're probably going to want to take them.
Yeah.
And it's a good time to be a cavalry fan right now because they're all over the place.
Yep.
For all the cavalry rules are really good. Swiss Stride's really good. First
Everything
Stride's
that
really
wins is a guy writing something else.
good. Yeah. So
Alrighty.
it's a good time to be a saddle maker.
And if you really like whole ones,
I think there's a specific name for a saddle maker, isn't there?
Saddler.
Sadler.
Saddler, yeah.
Yeah.
What about someone who makes like the bit and bridle and things like that? Just the
Bridle is a surname.
that's fun.
Yeah.
I do not know the name of that person. Actually, a lot of that is probably smithing work. So it's
We're
probably,
getting sidetracked.
probably
but-
Farrier.
Yeah.
Okay, so the last things we have in special are
Cold One chariots and Scourge Runner chariots.
all right.
So the different chariots, which are the only thing Mark has not played with, right? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Those and the Doomfire Warlocks.
And those are in rare, so we'll get to
Yeah.
that. So let's start with the Scourge Runner chariot, shall we?
Sure.
Sounds good.
Alrighty. So the chariot is pulled by 2 dark steeds, crewed by 2 beastmasters, not high beastmasters. The chariot itself is strength, toughness, and wounds 4. The beastmasters are weapon skill 4, ballistic skill 4, 3 strength, 4 initiative, and 1 attack, with 8 leadership. And the steeds are movement 9 with weapon skill and strength 3, initiative 4, and 1 attack. They are light chariots, so you can take them in units of up to 3, minimum 1. Armor value of 5+. They're equipped with a Ravager harpoon. The Beastmaster crew has hand weapons, cavalry spears, and repeater crossbows. And the special rules are Elven Reflexes, Hatred High Elves, Impact Hits D6, Open Order, Sea Dragon Cloaks, and Swift Stride. The Ravager Harpoon is a 24-inch range, Strength 6, AP -3 ranged weapon
Hell yeah.
with Cumbersome, Ponderous, and Multiple Wounds D3. And one of the Beastmaster crew can fire this instead of their repeater crossbow.
So I've never seen one of these. I didn't know this unit existed, but this is so cool. It's a flipping chariot with a harpoon on it.
Bit
Yeah.
of a
that's
wacky
awesome.
unit, all right.
And you can put your Beastmaster on it if you want to.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think this is terrible.
Oh, I mean, it sucks. I mean, you get D6 impact.
It's light chariots.
quite
Light chariots suck.
Yeah, but it's cheap. It's 85 points.
Armor value 5, toughness 4. It's going to die to any
It's
It is
gun.
with
armor,
the Sea
it's
Dragon
armor
cloak.
value 4 against
Non-magical
Ooh.
shooting, yeah.
non-magical shooting.
Is it? Hang on.
How do you cover an entire chariot with a cloak like that? Like, it's just
It's just the guys. You
Silly.
just have to cover the guys and the horses.
It's a blanket. It's like a sea dragon blanket.
Oh, you know what it
Sea
is?
Dragon duvet.
They attach a really big cloak at both of the back points of the chariot, and then they run forward, and it flies out back like a kite.
Blinds the horses.
I mean, just to me, I feel like this might not be that bad. It's so cheap. I'd love to have a little fast thing that can get some impact hits in. The same as the Snotling Pumpwagon. And then add to the fact this has a D6 range weapon on it. That's multiple wins. That's pretty good.
I will
with
say
AP2.
something
It's
about
strength
it.
6, not D6.
Oh, strength 6. Sorry.
I will say one thing about it. It's only 24 inches, but that is on a chariot that can actually move, and there's not many other things. I don't really think there's anything aside from Dark Rider crossbowmen that can move and shoot things.
You're just ignoring the fact, though, that it's ponderous.
Do they not
Yeah,
have the
move,
special rule that
then
means they can?
Stop.
Ponderous means it's -2 to move and
Minus
shoot.
2 for moving and shooting.
And it's only ballistic skill 4, so it goes to 5s for moving and shooting.
5s for moving and shooting.
Before long range.
Do chariots
Yeah.
not have like a special rule where you can
No.
howdah or whatever it's called?
Nope.
No.
They let you aim it in any direction, I believe, is the only thing that...
Correct.
Yeah.
So you
Yes.
can shoot backwards terribly.
Yeah.
Yeah. But you're only hitting on 5s. If you move. Yeah.
If it had something to make it easier to shoot, then I'd be all for it. But
Yeah.
no.
There is one other thing about both of the chariots. They're 0-2 per 1,000. And it specifically says, even though this is a light chariot and it's 1 to 3 per unit, it says 0-2 Scourge Runner chariots, not chariot unit.
0-2 Scourge Runner chariots means 0-2 units of Scourge Runner chariots.
You sure?
Yes, it's 1 unit selection, and then each unit selection has 1 to 3. Otherwise, you'd have 0-1 singular black guard
Yeah.
per 1,000 points.
Yeah,
I suppose actually that does make sense. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
good. I thought it worked the other way. I just
Yeah.
assumed.
So the
That's the way
Scourge,
of
the
reading.
Scourge Runner chariot is garbage, though. So it'll be 0 to 0.
I've never seen one of these even in a casual list.
Okay, so
Like-
to be fair, it's 85 points as a redirector.
Harpies or less.
They can't redirect. They're only skirmishers.
And
Okay.
it's tough, and it's 4 wounds.
4 wounds,
Yep.
tough 4 up armor save against shooting. Like, it's actually okay as a redirector.
Yeah.
What could you, I suppose, use the Beastmaster character?
You would not.
No?
Put him on a
No.
Manticore if you're taking
could-
him, or don't put him on this. No,
You could
no.
give him
No.
magic armor? No?
This is a terrible use for him.
Yeah. I mean, it's strictly worse than the Manticore. Obviously, points wise, it's cheaper.
I
But,
mean, they're both toughness 4 with... how many wounds does the Manticore have?
plus
3.
4.
Plus 4.
Yeah.
Brings it to 7.
So it's the same.
No, the Manticore is plus 4, right?
Right. And so when a character goes on a
Oh, right.
chariot,
yeah, yeah,
he
yeah.
gets
Okay.
the plus 4.
So they're going to be the same durability
Yeah.
outside of armor, and you can't put magic armor on him because it uses the chariot's armor value immediately. It ignores his armor value.
Yeah, and he has no armor anyway.
Even if you put the armor of destiny on him, though.
Yeah, yeah.
You can't.
Wait, you can't use it at all?
No.
Oh, okay.
Well,
didn't know
I mean, you can either use the chariot armor
I'm
or
fairly
his
certain the
armor.
chariot just takes over because it's a chariot.
No, that's not how it works.
Is it?
No.
Okay.
Just like any other, just like the monster mount.
Chariots are
it
written
works
so
the
weird, this edition.
Same way, split profile.
So much of this edition is written so weirdly.
So look, I think that is one particular use, and yeah, you might do a bit of damage once
And
in the
flank
game.
charges? Cheap flank charges?
You get your flank
Yeah.
charges. I mean, your open order, so you don't get a +1 static combat res or anything like
you get a
that.
turn, though.
Yeah.
You do get a turn, a 90-degree turn, so you can point your 360-degree thing.
Oh, you can set up
the
your line
direction.
of sight.
Your
Only shooting.
flank
charge.
yeah.
Yeah.
Only shooting is 360 degrees, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So look, but I think as a redirector, like I'm trying to think, 85 points. Could you get anything in? Yes, you could take a unit of Dark Riders, because they can be open order, and they are 16 points a model. So you could have an 80-point redirector,
Yeah,
Which is
Core,
in
you would
core,
out of
and
core.
shoots better.
Right, but it's only T3 and it has no armor save. Right, it has only one left.
But you're taking Dark Riders anyway. This is coming in your special allowance.
Well, I understand. I'm trying to find a use for it.
Mm.
That's the one use I can think of.
I don't think that's a terribly great use.
It's not great.
I'd like if it had Vanguard. You could move up.
Let's take a look at the other chariot, I think. The Cold One chariot.
Hmm.
Ben, do you want to read this one?
I don't have it up.
I've got it here, so
All right, then.
I'll read it. Yeah, so it's a heavy chariot. It's 125 points. It's weapon skill 5 for the charioteers, and it's got 2 charioteers. Their weapon skill 5, initiative 5, strength 4, and leadership 9. So they're basically Cold One knights, but on the chariot.
Also, ballistic skill 4. They do have ranged weapons.
They do?
Yeah.
Okay. They do.
They have
Wow,
repeater
they've got
crossbows.
repeater crossbows. Okay. And then the Cold One's dragging it of the same profile, movement 7, 2 attacks at strength 4, weapon skill 3, initiative 2. And so its armor value is 4+. The charioteers, as mentioned, have repeater crossbows, but only cavalry spears because they left their lances at home.
You can't couch a lance while standing.
I guess not. So you're going to be strength 5 from them on the charge. The chariot itself is strength 5, obviously. It does d6 plus 1 impact hits. It's still got stupidity because it's drawn by cold ones. And then the cold ones have their armor bane 1, obviously. This is a close order chariot, being a heavy chariot. And it has only got 4 wounds, so you don't get the +1 static combat res, which is a real shame. Elven reflexes, fear, and first charge, and of course the ubiquitous hatred of high elves. So, it's fine. D6 impact hits at strength 5 are not bad. Again, it suffers from stupidity. Again, it suffers from being a chariot.
It's only 125 points.
It's only 125 points.
It's a lot cheaper than some other mount options.
Yeah.
Like, I think that this is cheaper than the Manticore, right?
By about 5 points.
And you can put the Master on this.
No.
Yeah.
No.
What?
Can he go on a cold one?
It's just the
chariot?
Manticore and the Dragon that he can't go on.
I thought he could only go on a Scourge Runner, so let me just double check.
Beastmaster is the only one who can go on a Scourge Runner.
Oh, you can go on it, yeah.
He can only go on a Scourge Runner or a Manticore.
The Beastmaster.
Yeah, but a regular master.
But the Master.
Yeah.
Yes,
so
regular Master can
yeah.
go on a cold one chariot.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's a decent option for a regular Master to go on if you want to have a BSB as a chariot.
So
It's a silly idea.
that'd be 195 points plus 25 for the BSB, so 220.
For a 6 wound model or 7?
6.
6.
Well, he would now be. He would now have his close order bonus.
Yeah.
And even just as a single thing, D6 plus 1 strength 5 impact hits is a lot more attractive than D6 strength 4.
For sure.
Especially since it's a heavy chariot, so it gets AP. No, it doesn't.
It does.
Does it get AP minus 2 for the
Yeah,
impact
AP
hits?
minus 2, yeah.
That's pretty nice.
Yeah.
So iron shod wheels is the rule or something like that. Something like that. Yeah.
Scythed wheels or something. I
Yeah.
don't know. So, yeah, I think with a character on it, it's maybe an option.
I still think it's not great, but it's definitely a possibility. There's just, like, your character's allowance is so tight in 2,000 points with Dark Elves if you want to take 2 dragons.
If you want to take a dragon at all, like
Yeah.
that immediately eats into a lot of your points.
I suppose if you're going dragonless, I think AJ, did you not mention beforehand that a lot of high elf players are going the chariot route? And this, I mean, you can push
Right.
regular
It's immune
combat
to
guys
killing
on it.
blow.
Yeah.
That's a very neat part about it. Immune to monster slayer, right? With all of that.
Specifically, if you fight Bretonians a lot, then chariots are useful.
Right. And Bretonians are very popular at events. So.
And very good.
And very good. So the likelihood of you facing one is pretty high. But yeah, it's an interesting choice. What would you put a combat lord on there, or
I'd just take it on its own. It's cheap. It's a lot of impact hits. There's like I'm seeing a lot of these Death Star units kind of crop up. And when you are fighting those, I think you probably want something that can hit on the flanks to get some impact hits and combat res. And maybe you don't want to invest too heavily in having a big unit come in on the flanks. So you want something fast that does a lot of damage on turn 1, and that's a chariot. And it's cheap. So I think they're pretty good.
So you can take 4 in 2,000 points. So 4 of those,
you
4,
can't?
2
Oh yeah, I
covenants.
guess 0 to 2 per thousand. Yeah.
Yep.
How many points would that be, actually? That's 250,
It's
500 for all the chariots. And how many is that in Cold One Night units? I suppose it depends on how big they are. 35 points a pop. Yeah.
Yeah.
300 to
So
400.
you get 8 or thereabouts in a unit of Cold One Nights.
Yeah.
The Art of War.
Alrighty, so we've covered characters, we've covered core units, we've covered special units. All that's left now is on the order of units is the rare units. And starting us off, I think we should go over the Sisters of Slaughter.
This is like Sisters of Slaughter. Just sounds like a '90s hair metal band.
I think I've heard some of their songs even.
Yeah,
yeah.
Props to anyone who converts their Sisters of Slaughter to actually look like a band. That would be pretty awesome.
The Wicked Sisters of Slaughter, if you will.
Yeah.
That'd be nice.
Okay, so Sisters of Slaughter. This is the I think they're the only rare infantry unit, if I'm not mistaken.
I think so, yeah.
Yep.
And they are part of the whole
Daughters of Cain.
Daughters of Cain sort of sub-faction. And so we kind of had to gloss over them as we were talking about Witch Elves earlier. So Sisters of Slaughter, they're move 5, obviously, weapon skill 5, ballistic skill 4, strength 3, tough 3, 1 wound, initiative 6, which is really good, and 2 attacks base, leadership 9 for a whopping 17 points.
That's more than some cavalry.
Yeah,
Quite rough.
that's very high for a T3 1 wound model that comes with a hand weapon and a lash and buckler. Okay, so what is lash and buckler? Lash and buckler it requires 2 hands. It is looks like it's a hand weapon because it attacks at strength, right? AP 1, armor bane 1, fight in extra rank, and improves its armor value by 1. So it's kind of a spear and shield.
It's very similar to the whip, but doesn't provide strike first, because the models basically already have strike first with initiative 6 plus 1 for elven reflexes.
Yeah, so you've got AP1 built in, which
That's nice.
is nice, and
needed.
fight an extra rank. But they don't have martial prowess. So unlike the spearmen, they're not going to get to use that extra rank to the rear or the flank.
And also, they can't use murderous with these.
They can't use murderous with these, which they do actually have. Okay, let's go through their special rules. They have Dance of Death, which I'll get to in just a moment. Elven reflexes and hatred high elves. They're impetuous. Oh,
That's better than frenzy.
no. But they're impetuous with 2 attacks rather than frenzy with 1. Okay. They're loner, just like the other witch elves. Murderous, as we just mentioned, and open order rather than close order.
They also lack the poisoned attacks special rule that witch elves have.
Yeah.
So like the frenzy, I think, is actually a very big advantage for witch elves, mainly because of how much psychology it ignores, because they're going to take a lot of wounds as they're being,
Yeah, that's true. There's no immune to psychology on this unit at all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel that like the amount of
Hang on one second. Let me just finish with the Dance of Death to explain what this amazing special rule does.
So good.
Sisters of Slaughter weave through the enemy's defenses, plunging deep into their ranks. If this unit makes a successful charge move, the charge target suffers a -1 modifier to its maximum rank bonus until the end of the combat phase of that turn.
Oh my god. First charge, but worse.
Yes, it's like second charge. Yeah, so
1/2 charge.
just like the witch elves, they can purchase full command 7 points apiece, and a magic standard up to 50 points.
To me, these just feel like strictly worse witch elves.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like these were built thinking, with the game designers thinking that infantry was going to be much bigger and take a greater impact in the game than it actually is. Because like if you just put this up against, say, humans, it's always going to strike first, unless they're getting charged in the rear or flank, because that's like what humans like 3 initiative at most in the first round. The elves are going to get +1, so it'll be 7 versus 3, but like always hit first. It'll be like 8th edition.
It'll be
elves,
even in
yeah.
the flank, and then the humans only go first if they get hit if they hit them in the rear.
Oh, is it +2 for the rear and then only?
I think it's only
+1 on the flank?
+1 in flank or rear.
Is it only +1 in flank or rear?
Yeah,
something
you
extra
max
for-
up at 4.
Okay, so it's always going to be even with humans then.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Do they get
burst.
+2 combat res for a rear charge or just +1?
Yeah,
+2 combat res, yeah.
+2 combat res. that's
Okay,
right.
so it's just +1 for the flank. Gotcha. That's the distinction there. Okay.
The initiative is nice, but I don't think that just +1 more weapon skill is worth it compared to... You actually have fewer attacks with this than you do with the witch elves.
Yeah.
Because witch elves have 2 hand weapons
Right,
and frenzy.
and you've no way to change that, right? They come with what they come with, and that's what you get.
Yeah, I mean, you can't even put a wizard in there because they're loner.
Yeah.
Right, you
So
can
you
only
can't
put
demonic vessel them.
the hag, the witch hag in there. Is that-
Yeah. The death hag.
Death hag, sorry, the death hag. Yep. Yeah. Overall, so coming from wood elves, obviously, I'm well used to high-priced, low toughness, low armor infantry. But, you know, these ladies kind of take the cake. Like even a war dancer. So a war dancer is 16 points base.
A war dancer is a 6-up ward, at least.
Well, so let's just compare it to a war dancer. So it's the same initiative, 1 less point of leadership on a war dancer, but weapon skill 6. War dancer's weapon skill 6. Can take an additional hand weapon for an extra point. So that's 17 points, would make them the same amount of points. Or they can take throwing spears, which you never would. But if you wanted to take like a ranked up unit of war dancers, that means you get supporting attacks from your...
In the first round when you charge, yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah. I mean, you
can put grey weapons on them, can't you?
No. God, I wish you could.
Couldn't you do that in the past?
Yes, you could. And they even have Motley Crew. Like, so... yeah, I really wish you could. Anyway, we're not talking about them. I'm just, as a point of comparison, you know, a war dancer is basically the same points, has the 6-up ward, an extra point of weapon skill, and a whole bunch of more special rules that are going to be actually useful in a game, as opposed to these sisters who are just kind of, you know, it's a misspelling. It's Sisters of Laughter. That's what they're supposed to be.
They're clowns. I get it.
Yes, here we go. These are Harlequins.
Honk, honk.
I did notice one thing actually, because when Finn mentioned or one of you actually mentioned the Death Hag being the only person who can join the unit. How does Frenzy work when a character has it and it's joining a unit?
You still have to charge if it's a charge. It's one or more models that have that special rule have to charge, but only the one that has the rule gets the extra attack.
Feck. Okay.
Yeah, it's all the downside and none of the upside.
Well, except for the model who has it, but yeah.
Yes.
Okay, right. So we're talking about if you add the Death Hag to the unit can only take a Death Hag, it's both impetuous and has frenzy.
Yes.
So
well,
it just
has to charge.
Yeah.
It doesn't. The impetuous doesn't means nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I suppose, yeah.
Yeah. Sisters of Slaughter.
If they had frenzy, they'd be a bit better, but even still, for 17 points a model with a 6-up armor save, no ward, underwhelming damage output, like it's...
I mean, this is where I wish I had a soundboard that made that noise, because these ladies, sorry, should not go on the battlefield.
Yeah.
As I recall, are they part of a two-way kit with the Witch Elves? You can
Yeah, they are. They represent something entirely else, though. Like Witch Elves, they're the whole Cain thing. They're involved with the Cauldrons of Blood and the Executioners and Parganet and all that. Sisters of Slaughter are just these really cool, fluffy gladiator sisterhood. They follow Eldrazer, who was practically unheard of for ages, and then they decided to worship him, and then they were cast out, but now they're back, and there's thousands of them. And they're all 17 points and not really worth it.
Yeah.
So,
so if you've got a box of these sitting somewhere, build them as Witch Elves is kind of the...
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, Sisters of Slaughter, they're gladiators, which means they're fighting for entertainment more than they're fighting for effectiveness.
Actually winning, yeah.
Like a clown.
Combat clowns.
Just paint the formerly gold masks up as white and little red dot on the nose.
It's perfect.
I was hoping when I saw Death Hags have a thing that let your unit not lose frenzy, that maybe frenzy gave them or was given to the unit, but and then they'd have like 4 attacks or something crazy like that.
3.
Well, they have frenzy and then this and because they don't have 2 hand weapons. Yeah, they don't have 3 still.
Yeah.
Even if it was busted, they still be shit. Okay, never mind.
I mean, so if they also had the poisoned attacks or something similar, maybe. But honestly, the Witch Elves damage output is
higher,
so much higher for so much fewer points, and you can potentially take them in core. They're just like, it's a no-brainer. Absolute no-brainer.
And this is coming out of your rare allowance as well.
Yeah, which is kind of full. Like there's 7 units in rare for the Dark Elves,
and some of them aren't terrible.
Yep.
Well, what one are we going to do next?
How about Doomfire Warlocks? They're next in the PDF.
All right.
So Doomfire Warlocks are cavalry models. They're mounted upon dark steeds. And they are weapon skill 4, ballistic skill 4, strength 4, toughness 3, 1 wound, initiative 5, 1 attack, 8 leadership, standard elite elf stat line. And the dark steeds have movement 9, weapon skill 3, strength 3, initiative 4, 1 attack. They're 22 points a model, which is not that too expensive for cavalry.
Yeah.
They are light cavalry, and they're equipped with hand weapons, nothing else. They can take a champion. That's the only command option they can take for 6 points. And the champion can have 25 points of magic items. Their special rules are Cursed Coven and Dark Runes, which we'll get to in a moment. Elven Reflexes, Fast Cavalry, Hatred High Elves, Open Order, Poisoned Attacks for the riders only, and Swift Stride. So another unit with hand weapons only that does not have murderous.
Not have murderous, yeah.
It's like every unit that has murderous is either a wizard or has another weapon that's better.
Yeah.
And then every unit that just has hand weapons, no murderous for you.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate.
It's silly.
It's bad. Yeah, anyway, keep going.
Cursed Coven, devoted servants of the ruinous powers, the warlock covens of Haggrafe practice powerful sorcery. A unit of Doomfire Warlocks knows a single spell chosen by the controlling player, so chosen, importantly, from either the Dark Magic or Demonology lore of magic.
No, it's very important. Before armies are deployed, it's not in your army list, so you get to see your opponent's army before you choose which spell you're using.
Yeah.
This is just like the Sisters of the Thorn. Keep going.
Yep. The unit may cast the spell as a bound spell. If the unit has unit strength of 10 or more and includes a master, it may cast this bound spell with a power level of 2. If the unit includes a master but has a unit strength of 9 or less, it may cast this spell with a power level of 1. Otherwise, the unit may cast this bound spell with a power level of 0.
I think this is strictly worse than
The Sisters?
The Sisters. So with the Sisters...
One more thing.
Yeah, sorry.
They have a 5-up ward against non-magical enemy attacks. That's what Dark Runes is.
Yeah, they're definitely strictly worse than the Sisters. I mean, and that's probably okay. They are cheaper. So for those of you not familiar with Sisters of the Thorn, you've probably never played against Wood Elves because they're kind of stapled to the Wood Elf army list at this point. They have a similar stat line. They're 24 points a model. They actually have weapon skill, a ballistic skill 5, and a ranged attack that's poisonous. Both their ranged attack and their close combat attacks are poisonous. In fact, even their ponies' attacks are poisonous.
Poison pony.
Poison pony, yeah. And the difference is that the rider is strength 4 and the pony is strength 3 for the Doomfire Warlocks, whereas it's the other way around for the Sisters.
But you're poisoned, so it doesn't matter as much.
You're right, exactly. Your ranged weapon has AP1, which is also nice. So the big difference is they've got a 4-up ward against everything.
Compared to a 5-up ward against non-magical attacks.
Right.
That's a bit rough, all right.
Yeah. And then they're controlling their spell that they can choose is either battle magic or elementalism.
Pillar of Fire. Or Plague of Rust.
Well, it's Pillar of Fire. Fireball is pretty much all the time. Occasionally Plague of Rust, but...
If you're fighting against something like dwarves, then...
Yeah. Dwarves is about the only army I would take it against. But they get to cast it as a bound spell if they've got a champion. Bound spell level 1 if they've got a champion. And it's bound spell level 2 if they've got a champion and a standard bearer. So it doesn't matter about the unit strength. As long as your champion and standard bearer are still alive, it's a bound spell level 2. So, just in comparison, again, this kind of comes back to our theory that, the legacy army lists were kind of written and not really play tested or re-edited after rules changed and
They
stuff
had
like
Jerry
that.
the intern write them once and then didn't look at them. It's like, yep, there you go. You got all the units. Good to go.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of sad, and I'm sure there's a lot of Dark Elf players especially if they're coming from 8th edition, which I think was the edition when Doomfire Warlocks were released.
Yeah.
They were the hotness. Oh my gosh. I was joking about how Sisters of the Thorn are kind of stapled to every Wood Elf list. Every Dark Elf list was running 2 units of Doomfire Warlocks back in the day. So there's a lot of them out there.
And they're all bad now.
Well, they're I think they're not awful.
They make really good Dark Rider proxies.
Well, so how much is a Dark Rider in comparison?
16 points.
16.
So these are 6 points more.
6 points more.
No ranged attack. No cavalry spear. No skirmishers or open order. no armor.
But you
at
are
all.
you are
they're
open
open.
in order.
Oh, they're up in order? Okay.
Yeah, and you've still got fast cav,
Are Sisters of the Thorn open or closed order?
open order. There's nothing. There's only 2 units that are closed order in Wood Elf.
The lack of ranged attack really hurts, I think. Like,
Lack of ranged attack hurts, and
if one of them dies in a unit of 5, then you lose 1 level off your spell.
yeah, that being said, they do get access to arguably the best magic missile.
It's true.
Right, the demonology, the summoning is extremely strong.
Yeah, and I suppose summoning is a close, this element, isn't it?
Summoning, no, the summoning
Or is
is
it
a
ranged?
magic missile. It's
Oh, it's a
ranged.
magic missile.
I think it's 18-inch range.
How much does a sorceress on a dark steed at level 2 cost?
Oh, for Dark Elves?
Yeah.
that's an
They're
interesting
75 base, plus 30, 105, plus whatever.
Plus
It's
14, I think,
Roughly
120.
120, yeah.
So it's 10 points more expensive than a unit of Dark Riders?
But the same point,
No, not
same
Dark Riders.
points because you're going to take the champion, right?
Yeah.
Which will make it 117.
Yeah.
So it's basically 2 points more expensive to buy a single. Well, so a single model that doesn't have a 5-up ward against non-magical attacks and only has 1 wound or 2 wounds versus 5.
Yes, but you're level 2, which means you get both the summoning and another spell.
Yes, it's true.
And you can dispel, which Doomfire Warlocks cannot do.
Yeah, because they're not actually a wizard.
And you can put it next to a unit of cavalry and it becomes immune to shooting, assuming it's not the closest unit.
Yeah, what's interesting is with these bound spell units, they can still cast even if your wizard does that. It gets that nasty result on the miscast table. It says your friendly wizards can't cast spells for the rest of the turn.
I've never rolled that one.
Oh, I've
Interesting.
rolled that one more than once. Of course, I only ever have 1 wizard, so it doesn't make a difference. But
I think like 7 out of my 8 miscasts I've gotten have been dimensional cascades.
For that time, you got 3 in a row against me or something
Yeah,
like that.
we had, Mark and I had 3 in one game, and they each killed about 2 or 3 models in
Your,
that
your
scene.
own sorcerer did more damage that Block of Chosen than my units did.
That's the same game where we had the executioners die to that unit of chosen that had been demolished by 3-dimensional cascades and constant magic and shooting, and it still wiped out the executioners
Yeah.
when
That
they
was-
got to strike first and full line formation.
That was a good, memorable game.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, so Doomfire Warlocks, I think, they're not amazing. I think that, and especially because they're coming out of rare points, I think there are better things in rare. Frankly, though, we'll talk about army composition as the last sort of section, but they are kind of cool models. And yeah, they will make good Dark Rider proxies, except I don't think, I don't like to take the same, like something that's actually part of the army list as a proxy for the same army. So
Yeah,
they
that's
make
true.
good Sisters of the Thorn proxies. Brothers of the Thorn? Yeah.
Brothers of the Edge.
Yeah, they are edgelords.
I love it.
All right, what's next on the list?
I believe next on the list is the Bloodrack Shrine, but how about we go over the Bloodrack Medusa first, because that is the thing that pulls that.
Or rides on it, or whatever.
Or
it is.
however,
Yeah.
I've not actually looked at the model in a while.
Yeah,
Alright.
sure. We can do the Bloodrack Medusa first, if you guys want.
Let's do it.
Okay, Bloodrack Medusa. So the Bloodrack Medusa is the it's the Medusa for the Dark Elves. It's 7 movement, 5 weapon skill and ballistic skill, 4 strength and toughness and wounds, 5 initiative, 3 attacks, 7 leadership, and it's 85 points. It's equipped with regular hand weapon and
Hang on, it's a monstrous creature.
oh, it is.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah,
monstrous creature and on a 40 mil by 40 mil base, so it's not too big. But that will actually come into play with some of its rules, so that's why I'm mentioning it.
Yep.
It comes with a hand weapon and murderous, so it's one of 2 units that will actually use that.
Oh my goodness, we found another one.
It has petrifying gaze, which is its own special magical shooting attack. It has light armor as well for a 6-up. Its special rules are close order, elven reflexes, causes fear. It has frenzy, so it's up to 4 attacks. Hatred, high elves, magic resistance -1, murderous, which it can use, poison attacks, which it will use, and stony stare. So its 2 special unique rules are stony stare. At the start of each combat phase, enemy models in base contact with this model must make an initiative test. If it fails it, They suffer D3, Strength 2 hits with no armor saves permitted, though you get wars and regens. And Petrifying Gaze, which is a 18-inch range Strength 2 attack with no AP, has magical attacks and multiple wounds D3. However, when making a to-wound roll with an attack made using Petrifying Gaze, you substitute the target's toughness with its initiative, and there's no armor save allowed, but ward and regens are allowed as normal. I love this unit. It's weird.
It is so very fluffy, right? So Medusa turns things to stone. You've got to use your initiative to dodge out of the way while it stares at you.
Yep.
A rule that is reused in some Tomb Kings units.
Yeah, but I think it's great.
This definitely does it better.
My first point is it's named after seaweed. So bladderwrack is a type of seaweed. Absolutely, bladderwrack is a very common type of seaweed.
I did not know that.
And so this is bloodwrack. Somebody just made a seaweed pun because dark elves being the
ocean
going,
evil pirates.
Yeah,
yes.
the evil pirate elves, exactly. So this is named after seaweed. And the other thing that I really like about it is I like units that have built-in magic resistance. I like magic resistance a lot more since we discovered recently.
Yeah, so magic resistance, since the start of Old World, I thought that it had it affected the casting number of the spell that you're trying to cast, which would make it harder to cast, but not any harder to dispel. I recently found out that it just directly affects the casting number of, casting roll.
Yes.
Which means that whenever you cast, you subtract the magic resistance from the casting roll, which makes it both harder to cast and easier to dispel, which is really big.
Yep.
Because dispelling is really powerful.
Yep. And there's a lot of times where you're rolling exactly the same number as the other person. And so having that -1 actually will come into it quite a bit. So
it's like you're dispelling against a lower level wizard, which, as anyone who's dispelled against a lower level wizard will know, it's way easier.
Yeah, exactly.
You can feel the difference between level 3 and level 4 for sure.
Absolutely.
Yep. So yeah, that's the other thing that I really like about it. Mark, you've used these in battles.
Yeah, I accidentally spammed them against Finton once.
Accidentally spammed.
I thought they'd be shit, to be fair. And yeah, it turns out you don't even need to get them into close combat, although they will do work there as well. Just keep using Petrifying Gaze, and low initiative monsters will just drop like flies. One turn, half a dead giant.
Assuming it wounds.
Assuming it wounds, yeah. But I mean, what's the initiative on a giant? Like two?
So it's wounding on 4s.
Yeah.
But yeah, with no armor saves, it is rough.
Yeah.
It won't work on dragons, because of course not.
Yeah.
But it will work on most monsters, because most monsters are pretty low initiative.
I mean, it'll work on some of the Star Dragon is initiative 2.
Oh, is it?
So it's wounding it on 4s as well.
I don't think it is, because it uses the rider's initiative there.
Oh, sure. Yeah, it doesn't work on ridden stuff. You're right. It's great against tree men, right? Any of the
petrified wood.
But honestly, I like the stony, for 85 points, this is actually a chaff piece, right? It fits that point profile for chaff. It's close order, which means it can redirect. So it's got a very narrow base, it's only 40 mil wide. And it moves 7. Now the downside is it doesn't have swift stride, but it moves 7. It can certainly march, and then redirect a charge if you want it to. Anything that's charging into it, right? It's initiative 5, and it's got elven reflexes. So
why does it have elven reflexes? I think it's not an elf.
Oh, it is.
Is it an elf?
Yeah. So there was a whole bunch of sorceresses who thought that they were prettier than the god in the elven pantheon, and the elven goddess was like, "No, you're not. You're a Medusa now. Off you go." And now you're crazy. So
there are no naturally occurring Medusa in the
as far as I know, no. But that does not stop the Dark Elves from putting them on massive mobile escalators and making them work for them.
Which we'll get to in just a sec.
Yeah.
I think, as something to add a little extra combat res in the side of things, the Stony Stare is literally every enemy model in base contact. So you're going to get 3 or 4.
4 most of the time.
Yeah.
Oh, no, 3.
3 most of the time, yeah.
3 all the time.
And I know
it's very big things.
Yeah.
And I know the frenzy is a bit of an issue, but if you, let's say, had one of these next to a unit and there was some combat going on, despite having frenzy, you can choose where the Medusa will be charging into if it had that opportunity, right?
Yeah.
So you could, because it specifically says for Stony Stare, enemy models in base contact suffer D3 strength 2 hits with no armor saves. You could, in theory, go up against the sorcerer or something like that. And
Yes and no. So you have to follow certain rules. Like you must take the shortest route possible.
okay,
Yeah.
Right, that
yeah.
sort of thing. However, if you're canny about it, the shortest route possible can still put you into base contact with the wizard or whatever it happens to be.
Yeah.
Or you can multi-charge. Right, a lot of the time people have their wizard on the corner if it's in the unit. And so you could charge with the unit of Witch Elves, say, or whatever, to overlap the whole unit and then just put the Medusa in on the end so that you're able to hit that wizard. So it can be done. It's not too difficult, but it does take a bit of forethought. And yeah, it will. It'll also potentially take out champions, right, without having to challenge them, because it's at the start of the combat phase. So before you get to the point of figuring out who's challenging whom, the champion could already be dead.
Yeah.
Turned to stone. So I like this piece.
Some things to note. It is a ranged unit with frenzy, which, as we've harped on with pistoliers, which are pretty close, like impetuous.
Yeah.
That can be very rough. I think the lack of Swiss Guard is actually a really nice thing for this unit because it reduces its charge range, so its effective range with the shooting attack is much longer.
That's true. Yeah, because it's only got a maximum charge declaration of 13,
which is nice and short.
and it's got an 18-inch range, so that gives you a 5-inch kind of gap there that you can use.
Which means against non-elves infantry, you can, against non-elf infantry specifically, you can sit just at the edge of that bubble, and they will have to march in order to get you to charge on your turn rather than just walking forward.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, this piece is not it's not so devastating that it's not like a big unit of Dragon Princes where you're trying to pull them off to one side or something like that. This is not something. It's a chaff piece that happens to have frenzy.
It hits decently hard when it does hit, though.
Yeah, four attacks plus the Stony Stare is not nothing.
And it's not something you could ignore. Is the big thing.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Unlike something like a saber tusk or something, some little 60-point monster that's there to redirect a single charge or get an extra point of combat res in. This you can't ignore like you can with those. You have to dedicate something to shooting this off or blocking it from seeing your monsters or drawing it away from your monsters. Otherwise, you're going to lose your giant. You're going to lose your tree man. It's going to hurt real bad when this thing's shooting does go through. And you can take multiple of them.
Yeah.
There's no actual limit. It's just whatever is in rare.
Usually it's rule of 3, but yeah.
Sure. Yeah. Let's talk about... did anybody have anything else to say on the Medusa itself, or can we go
It's
into...
ballistic skill 5, which means it's going to be hitting on 3s most of the time, which is really good.
Yeah, that's very true. With an 18-inch range. Yeah, maybe 4s.
If it moves, yeah.
Yeah.
It's weird that you have to aim where you're going to look. Well,
you got to look them in the eyes.
Yeah.
All right, shall we go over the escalator, as you so elegantly put it?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, the Bloodrack Shrine. Okay, so the shrine itself is only move 2. Strength 5, tough 5, 5 wounds. It's a heavy chariot, and 175 points. It comes with 2 shrine keepers, who I think are just elves, looks like. Yep, 4, weapon skill 4, ballistic skill 4, strength 3, initiative 5, 1 attack. So you get a couple attacks from them. And it also has a Medusa on top. So it's a heavy chariot, like I said, on a 60 by 100 mil base. It's a 4-up armor value. The shrine keepers have cavalry spears. The Bloodrack Medusa gets a cavalry spear.
Really?
Yeah.
That's
Nobody has
interesting.
hand weapons, but they all have murderous.
Of course.
That's actually a weird thing because the model always has a spear on it.
Right.
Yeah.
It only counts as a hand weapon when it's a regular Medusa.
Yeah.
It's because it's not mounted. So it's just a spear and it's a
I
single
suppose,
model.
yeah.
So
So now your close order, and this actually means you get your +1 because your starting unit strength is 5. It's dragged along, and I think we talked about dragged along earlier when we were talking about the
Yep.
the Cauldron of Blood, how that works. Everything has elven reflexes, so your initiative is going to be 6 in the first round of combat. The whole thing is frenzied also. Hatred High Elves, impact hits D6 plus 1, which is not to be sniffed at. It's a large target, magic resistance 1, obviously coming from the Bloodwrack Medusa. The totally useless and spurious Murderous. It's poisoned attacks. Interesting. It has the same stony stare and petrifying gaze, and it causes terror.
One question.
Yeah.
Can you use cavalry spears in the second round of combat onwards? Yes. And they give you an extra attack rank, right?
Yes, I
Right.
think so. That's right.
I've not seen a unit other than this one that doesn't have hand weapons.
Hand weapons, yeah.
That's like a really odd distinction. I think this is specifically so it can't use Murderous at this point.
Well, I think doesn't the rulebook say that everyone is assumed to have a hand weapon?
Everyone is written to have a hand weapon as well, but except these guys. But yeah,
I'm gonna look that up while we talk about the unit, though.
if everyone was assumed to have a hand weapon, then GW wouldn't go through the trials and tribulations of writing in has a hand weapon and claws and fangs counts as hand weapon, hooves counts as hand weapon for every single model, and then leave it out for this one and then put Murderous on it, which just feels really weird.
It does.
Yeah, it does. And yet, let me see if I can find it. But let's. What do you think of this unit?
It's weird.
I like the regular Medusa better.
Yeah. So dragged along is optional, right? So like you can choose the range of your frenzy. I'm assuming then. So like you'll have a unit next to it or something like that, and I'm assuming you don't have to have them dragged along and somehow enhance its angriness by being next to it.
I don't remember how dragged along works. With charging.
Yes, it's may replace. So
so you're stopping it from having to charge, but at more than double the cost, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, it's 175 versus 85, so it's basically
90 points more.
Yeah.
Which is kind of rough.
Yeah. Strangely enough, you're not limited with the Bloodwrack shrines in any way, aside from, the rule tree and the actual points you have in rare.
I don't think I'd ever take more than one of these if I was going to take them.
Yeah.
I think dragged along is like it's so slow for something that definitely feels like it wants to be in melee.
It does.
The only real benefits of this over the regular Bloodwrack Medusa is the frenzy control, which is sometimes useful. The extra wounds, or wound singular even, and a couple extra attacks, which is only really useful in melee.
Yeah, that's actually weird, the fact that it only has one extra wound.
And of course the impact hits.
And the impact hits and all that, but you would kind of
considering there's 2 extra crew members, you'd think it would have 2 more wounds.
Yeah, it feels like it should. Weird.
So it's going to have a total of...
Okay, so, sorry, I consulted the Book of Armaments, and it says in it that unless specified otherwise, all models are assumed to be equipped with a hand weapon.
It does specify otherwise, though.
Well, it doesn't... Well, yeah, does it? I mean, that's a really bad rule, the way that's written.
Yes. Every single other model in the game, as far as I remember, has hand weapon written on its profile. Except
so
this
weird.
one. So is that specifying otherwise?
Pass.
Games Workshop rules. Anyway, so the blood, with frenzy, this is going to have a total of 6 attacks plus d6 plus 1 impact hits, which are all going to be hitting at. It's going to strength 5 for 4 of them, and then strength 4 for 2 of them.
It's 8 attacks because each of the Shrine Keepers has 1 attack, so they'll double to 2. And then the Medusa has 3, and that'll go to 4. So that'll be 8 attacks from them.
Right, yeah, I did my
and
math
the
wrong.
D6 plus 1 impact hits.
That's a lot of attacks.
And it's going to have base. I guess it's got 1 combat res base because it's close order.
Yeah, but question: when's the last time you charged something with infantry?
I mean, I'm the wrong person to ask, but
Mark.
I think it could absolutely be dragged along by witch elves, right, or something similar.
It's going to be move 5, but that's not great, especially when it has to stay next to the thing.
So one thing to get around that, I'm not sure if I mentioned it last time, but you can use a unit of harpies, which are also really good. I think we mentioned them already, but
Oh yeah, that's
yeah.
really weird. I forgot.
It's so stupid how they're not like war beasts or something like that. Like it definitely like
It
a lot
has
of
to have
things.
10 or more models, though.
Yeah, you can get them
You
10
can
or
take
more.
a unit
It's
10
just 5 up.
Yeah, yeah.
You probably should, to be honest, because
What's Harpy's base movement?
It's something like 10. Oh wait, hold on.
Because you can't use the fly move of it.
Yes, that's right. You can't use the fly, but you can position them, because that's actually another thing I mentioned, or I was thinking. They're only moving 5, but in order to have it so that you don't need to park a unit next to it, you can just move the harpies up or something like that, and then as long as they're within a certain range, then it can still use at least the 5 movement from the harpies. Because otherwise you're going to have to park like something next to it for a decent portion of the game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which
I
find is
hate
a
the
big
dragged
problem.
along thing. It's annoying now. Like,
It was cool previously when you'd have it in the unit.
well, back when infantry were something that people were taking.
Yeah,
right?
that too.
Yeah.
The average Dark Elf list isn't going to have many infantry at all, let alone enough infantry to drag this along with it.
Well, I think if you're bringing infantry, it's most likely going to be witch elves, and at which point, if you're bringing something you're going to drag along, it's more likely going to be
The Cauldron of
the
Blood.
cauldron.
No,
So that
there's nothing stopping you from
you can
taking
get the
both.
buffs, right? Except for points,
Yeah.
and whatever else. And I think if I remember rightly, the Cauldron of Blood and the Blood Rack Shrine are the same kit.
Yes, it's a dual kit again.
So you're better
then
off building the Cauldron of Blood and taking your Blood Rack Medusa on foot.
Yeah. Or on Snake, whatever.
On Snake. Yeah.
Yes.
They don't go upside down in the snakes in the hair.
Yeah. I think the
Well,
only
they've got snake tails, don't they?
Do they?
Yeah.
they do. They have like snakes just coming out of every part of them. It's weird.
Instead of legs, they got a snake tail. Yeah.
You should just convert it to look like seaweed. It's like seaweed everywhere.
I was gonna
Bladder Rack Medusa.
I will
I'm going to
say-
go to the beach and pick up a handful of seaweed and plop it on the table and say, "That's my Medusa right there."
One thing, actually, I know we're not really talking about him, but after talking about him for an extended period, Bloodback Medusa, they are really good for conversions, because you have a 40 by 40 mil base, and the model itself, if you want to convert your own one, it can take up very little space. And now AJ is showing us pictures of
This is
seaweed.
Bladder Rack. Sorry.
Nice. So yeah, like there's plenty of opportunities for conversions and all that, which I like. One that I had a really good idea for was take a high elf, just paint the whole thing grey, and then like cut it somewhere in half from like shoulder to waist or
Nice.
something like that, and pretend it was turned to stone, but the Medusa was still angry and frenzied, so it cut the high elf in half or something.
It's a very
Or
classic
whatever you
Medusa
want.
thing to do.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
Oh, yeah.
I thought that'd be kind of cool.
That is cool.
it's very cool.
And yeah, dead high elves should definitely feature highly in your base decorations when you're making a dark elf army.
You should have
there was-
pointy helmets on every single stick you can find.
Yeah.
There was I think Tyrion's base has a dead shade on it, which I thought was kind of cool.
Nice.
Oh,
Yeah, it
nice.
was just like trampling on it with the what's Tyrion's horse? Yeah, we'll get to that some other time.
Tyrion's horse doesn't matter. No one cares about Tyrion's horse.
Doesn't it become like a special character in Age of Sigmar or something?
Everything becomes a special character in Age of Sigmar. The seat Carl Franz sat on becomes a special character in Age of Sigmar.
Carl Francis ass warmer.
Okay.
Destroyer of worlds.
Shall we move on to the next rare unit?
Sounds good.
Yep.
I think we're into. How about we do the Reaper Bolt Thrower?
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
The one war machine of the whole army.
Yeah.
And it sure exists.
Yep.
Yeah, so these used to be a staple again, much like the Doomfire Warlocks. It was how many? What's your rare points being taken up by in terms of Warlocks versus Reapers?
Reapers were also a staple in editions before 8th as well.
That's true.
Like, Reapers have been a staple pretty much throughout Dark Elf's existence.
Yep.
Yep.
So
Not so much anymore.
yeah, it's a bolt thrower.
Actually, it's a repeater bolt thrower.
Oh, fine. Who's going to read this one?
I think it's my turn.
All right, go ahead.
It's toughness 6 with 2 wounds, and then it has standard elf crew. It is equipped with a repeater bolt thrower, hand weapons, and light armor. Special rules are elven reflexes, hatred high elves, and skirmishers.
Right.
80 points.
And it's only 2 wounds compared to most war machines are 3 wounds.
Yep, exact same as the eagle claw bolt thrower from the high elves. I don't know if the points are the same.
I'll check.
I think Matt in the Discord mentioned that either he did or someone else, it could have been a YouTuber, I'm not sure, that the Goblin Bolt Thrower was
Same
one.
points.
Yeah. Oh, was it same points? I thought it was
Oh no,
cheaper.
the high elf is the same point. Sorry.
Yeah, the Goblin Bolt Thrower is just cheaper and better.
Yeah. I think the only limitation is there only 2 Goblin Bolt Throwers you can take in?
Goblin Bolt Throwers have lower ballistic skill. And
Lower
ballistic skill
ballistic
3
skill. Yeah.
Yeah.
compared to 4 of this. So repeater bolt throwers are an interesting case. They are able to fire as a regular bolt thrower, which means that they have all the normal rank penetrating abilities of that, which are kind of nice. Not anything to write home about. I don't think I've seen many people take bolt throwers outside of orcs and goblins, where they don't have many options for war machines in general. Strength 6, AP -3. You can't stand and shoot, and you are move or shoot like most war machines. Multiple wounds 2, which is really nice. Rapid fire for the repeater bolt thrower. And then through and through for the regular bolt shots.
Mm-hmm.
So they can hit up to 1 model per rank, or if you're in the flank, 1 model per file. But the repeater bolts, same range, only strength 4 compared to strength 6. You have AP -1 compared to -3. Armor Bane 1. You can... sorry. No, never mind. I'm reading that wrong. They have multiple shots D3 plus 3. So you're getting an average of 5 shots, which are each individually rolled to hit. So they're going to be hitting on 4s for these guys, because they're hitting on 3s and then long range. Well, 3s or 4s, I guess, because it's 48-inch range. So it's going to be hitting on, let's say, 3s with 5 shots at strength 4, hitting into something with toughness 4.
It's going to be 4s because you're -1 for the multiple shots.
You're right. Thank you. So you're going to hit 2.5, and then you're going to wound 1.25 before saves.
Yep.
Compare that to just shooting the big shot.
Yep.
If you hit, which is going to be easier because it's going to be on 3s because no multiple shots, you're going to be wounding on 2s.
And it won't get an armor save unless,
Yeah.
or it'll be greatly reduced, obviously, that AP3.
And then for each rank that you're hitting into, you get an additional hit at -1 strength each time, but still very strong.
Yeah.
So usually the rules have been very similar for the through and through and the multiple shots rules. And someone did the math on Facebook on one of the 6th edition Warm Fantasy groups, and I think they found almost in almost every single situation you can think of, the big bolt was a better option. It was only against something like say goblins or something like that did you go for the multiple shots option.
Goblins, like anything with 1 rank,
Yeah.
is generally multiple shots are better, assuming that they're toughness 3 or 4.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. At 80 points, this is not great.
One thing to note is that this is historically accurate. No bolt thrower has ever been designed to shoot a whole bunch of tiny bolts for that reason. I tell a lie. There are a couple of them, but they're dedicated arrow shooting machines, not alternating
Between a big bolt and little bolts.
because that's just silly.
What's the canon rule that lets you fire out just a load of random shit?
Grape
Grape shot.
Yeah, grape shot. This is
No,
elves being jealous of grape shot.
That's what it is.
This is wine shot.
It's more refined than your silly grape shot.
Yeah. I'm kind of, part of me is kind of glad that these aren't the dominant force that they were. The point behind the Reaper Bolt Thrower was really to put a lot of pressure on things to move forward. I think the big bolt used to be more damaging in terms of how many wounds it did. Multiple wounds too is fine though. Like it's average multiple wounds D3. So
About as good as a regular cannon?
yeah,
Or are they D6 just flat?
they're D3.
Are they just D3 now? Oh.
Yeah, regular cannons D3, multiple wounds D3. It's
And
the
then
great
great
cannons
cannons
D3
D3
plus 1. Yeah.
Yeah, they really hit war machines repeatedly in this edition.
Yeah. I think if you are going to take these, I think the way to take them is in a battery, right? You're going to want to take at least 2, and I think 3.
Is there a limit on how many of these you can take?
2
on the
for
list?
every 1,000.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you run into the rule of 3 before you run into anything there.
Yeah. In a 2K game, that's for sure. And I think in that case, what you're going to end up with is you're by taking those 3, you're going to get some redundancy and they kind of even out the odds in your favor of actually making sure you wound that thing that you want to shoot at.
Yeah.
But frankly, if you're spending 240, that's 240 points to buy 3 of them. There's probably better things that you could be spending those points on if you're looking to optimize.
100%. I mean, like, if you have them, you can use them. They're nice looking models. I love the look of them, even though they've only ever been in metal.
Don't put them on top of a building,
Yeah.
as Mark and I almost learned the hard way
Yeah.
a couple times.
Yeah.
Don't put metal models on top of a building is just a general good rule of
Not
thumb.
cardboard buildings,
yeah.
especially.
Yeah.
They can topple over.
So in 8th edition, the bolt thrower was multiple wounds D3, which is
Yeah,
almost worse, but they ignored armor saves entirely.
that's the big difference. I remember that.
They
Yeah.
pretty much do with AP -3, but
Yeah, well,
it's not quite as good.
Not quite. Like
Because ignoring armor saves entirely will rip through knights,
yes,
whereas AP -3 will get through half of the knights,
yes,
which is a big difference.
yeah, for sure. All right,
It's okay.
it's okay.
I would probably take a Medusa.
Yep.
Yeah,
So many uses.
I mean, it's only 5 points more.
And you get a decent combat unit and a redirector and blah,
Yeah.
blah, blah.
Yep. Alrighty,
Okay, so
I think we're on to monsters now, are we?
Yes.
I think we are.
There are 2 more entries, War Hydra and Charybdis. So,
Which shall we do first?
I mean, I made a War Hydra, so maybe we'll do that one first and then save the Charybdis for afterwards, because I can't decide which one is better or worse.
All right, well, take us through the War Hydra, Mark.
All right, so War Hydra. A War Hydra is a 6-move, weapon skill 4, no ballistic skill, strength and toughness and wounds 5, initiative 3, attacks 2 with a caveat, leadership 6, 200-point model. It comes with 2 beast handlers, which have same movement, same weapon skill, strength 3, 4 initiative, 1 attack each, and 8 leadership. It's a behemoth as well, which comes with a whole bunch of its own rules.
Most importantly, AP -2 on its stomps.
Yes, which it does have. It has an armor value of 5 up for equipment. It just has, Wicked Claws, which are your standard -2 AP and nothing else. Close combat weapon. Serrated Maws, which is something for any snapping mouth monsters anyone has ever fielded. It's one of those special attacks where you have to use your mouth to bite the enemy and all that. But this has
This has 5 mouths.
Yeah, this has 5 mouths. So instead of the extra attack being 1 bite, this time these are your attacks, and the Wicked Claws are your attacks too. So the way serrated balls work, and I'll kind of go through these.
We'll get to that in just a moment, I think.
Yeah, we can do it either way. But yeah, so also Fury Breath. The beast handlers have hand weapons and whips. For special rules,
Oh boy, whips.
Yeah.
So useful.
For special rules, the unit has close order, which it can actually use because it has 5 wounds, extra attacks, which are whatever remaining wounds it has. So as you chop off its heads, it gets weaker, which sounds great, but can actually be a problem. It's immune psychology, which is good. It's a large target, which is kind of not good. It has a monster handler special rule. Regen 5 up.
Remind me what Monster Handlers does?
Yeah, so when you wound this thing in close combat, or when you wound it in general, roll a dice, and a 5 or 6, you remove one of the monster handlers instead. However, the monster handlers are leadership 8, and the leadership of the War Hydra itself is 6. So that actually becomes a big problem, because if you just wipe out the monster handlers first, or sorry, the Beastmaster handlers, it'll just probably flee combat, and then you just run it over, and then there's 200 points gone, which is a pain.
Yeah, so it's a blessing and a curse, right? On the one hand, it's 2 wounds that are not reducing the effectiveness of the Hydra that much, but you don't have any control over it.
It's a very convoluted kind of thing. It's very fluffy, which I do like.
It's been in the game for ages.
It needs the Beastmasters to be led, which they do, and each has another attack and all that. But it can be a case of if you shoot this thing enough, by the time it gets into close combat, it's kind of useless. Anyway, look, I'll get through the rest of the rules, and then we can talk about how much we do like or dislike it. It also has regen 5 up, which is good, I will say. It does actually help it. Stomp attacks D3 and causes terror, which I find to be quite nice, but it is only movement 6. Its actual attacks, right? So I've already gone over Wicked Claws. Serrated Maw it's a bitey attack that it's going to do lots of. It's Arabane 1 and multiple attacks 2, or multiple wounds 2, I should say. And in combat, the extra attacks that it gets from its remaining wounds need to all be made with this weapon. Aside from all of that, it also has Fiery Breath, which is the strength is equal to the model's remaining wounds. It's a breath weapon, -1 AP, and it's flaming attacks. It's if it's using Fiery Breath like a dragon, it's not being used very effectively, unfortunately.
Just like a dragon.
Yeah.
Well, in this case, it's only move 6 and doesn't have fly. So if you're using the fiery breath, it's because you haven't been able to get close enough to get into combat.
Yep.
I think, yeah, so it's got 2 claws and as many heads attacks as it's got left, which is super thematic. I love that. And
Funny thing about the claws, you can use the claws attacks as heads attacks instead.
I don't think you can.
Yes, you can. Look, so it says in the Serrated Maws, in combat, this model must make each attack granted by the extra attack's remaining wounds a special rule with this weapon. It does not say it can't make its normal attacks with the claw with this weapon.
I don't think you want to, honestly. I would rather
the claws
make
are better.
all of the attacks with the wicked claws because of the AP too.
The lack of AP, but having armor bane on so many things that monsters have is just such a pain.
Yeah.
Multiple wounds, great, but it's not armor piercing. I'd rather have armor piercing.
All right. So, Mark, you've used the Hydra a bunch.
Yeah, it's never really performed for me, unfortunately. Have I only taken one? I think I tried to. No, I think
You've taken 2.
I've taken 2.
You've played against me with 2 at Farmhammer for sure.
Yeah, what did I use as the second model? I must have used something else weird. I can't remember. But I might have tried to use the Charybdis, or maybe I
You
tried
did.
to use. Yeah. Neither of them really performed well. Losing attacks as you lose wounds is fluffy, but a big problem for this unit. And it really loses oomph very quickly.
Especially because it's only strength 5.
Yes, that's actually a huge deal as well. Strength and toughness 5.
Yeah.
With a 5-up armor save.
Yeah.
Look, I think this unit is great. I think it is overpointed by about 50 points.
I was about to say that
If not
it's strange.
more.
That's exactly
If
what I
not
was thinking
more,
as we were
yeah.
talking through it.
Like, honestly, I think this unit is really well written.
Compare this
very
to
fluffy
the
and
giant spawn of Chaos, which is like 50 points cheaper than this,
Yeah.
and is tough 6 wounds, doesn't lose any effectiveness. It has all the stomps and everything.
Yeah, exactly.
And you can buff it to this points cost, which then gives it a ridiculous amount of durability.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I like the Hydra. It's overpointed, and so then you end up having to try and protect a large target, which is really difficult to do.
Yeah, I mean, you can park harpies in front of it. It's a large target. They can just shoot over it. You can really just block charges for it, but you don't really want to. You want it to be in combat, so it's not going to get shot at.
Stick it behind a hill.
Yeah. And this is, I mean, it's not flying, so it doesn't have the advantage of being able to fly over the hill and do something later. It is a tough model to use properly, and at 200 points, again, it's one of those things where I think I want it to be better than it is.
I did use it kind of effectively once before on the last GT. It got charged by a bunch of Knights of the Realm. I think it took the charge pretty well and then ate quite a few of them up. But then the second charge, I think it got beaten back, and it was only saved by another unit that was kind of getting right in the way of... I think the Knights of the Realm that were charging it were too wide, so they were hitting another unit, and they couldn't actually pursue fully into the Hydra, and that's the only thing that actually saved it, unfortunately. And then it kind of just did feck all with its movement 6 for the rest of the game.
Yeah, it's rough. I'm just like you can't easily. I mean, I guess with I'm just looking through the Lords of Magic, trying to figure out if there's any way that you could protect this unit a bit better.
That is one thing that I never really try to do. I never really try to buff it that much with magic. Another thing actually I should mention before we go any further is that Beastmasters allow you to take one of these, or a Charybdis. If you take a High Beastmaster as your general, you can take one of those as a special choice, as opposed to rare, which does help a little bit, I suppose, with some of its problems.
So that's nice. But one spell you can use to protect this a bit better is Demonic Vigor, which is from Demonology. It's an enchantment spell with a short range, but you can cast it on any unit nearby you, which gives you +1 movement, initiative, and, most important, toughness.
Yeah.
So toughness 6 is a lot harder to shoot off than toughness 5.
Yeah. And then it's move 7.
Yeah, which extends its charge range.
Yeah.
Initiative 4 is okay.
I mean, it's definitely better. But yeah, so that's not a terrible plan. The other thing that you may need to do, you definitely need to use magic to make this actually work, and that is a limitation of the piece and like of the unit, in my opinion. Like arcane urgency would really help this get into combat.
I think what would help it a bit more would be Steed of Shadows, giving it fly 12.
You can't though; that only works on infantry.
Oh, I hate that. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's so fun to have anything.
Yeah, Steed of Shadows would be great. Infernal Gateway in Dark Magic also doesn't work. It could travel a mystical pathway, so that's not terrible.
Do Dark Elves get elementalism?
They do,
Yeah.
but like honestly, traveling a mystical pathway and just marching, there's not a huge difference between those two.
Yeah.
I think Arcane Urgency is the best conveyance to help it.
For this, yeah. You can give it Earthen Ramparts if it's not going to get into combat this turn, to give it a 5-up ward save.
Yeah.
But then again, it can't march if you do that,
Yeah.
which is not
Suppose
great.
If
But
it's getting charged as an anvil, that's like a 5-up armor, 5-up ward, 5-up regen.
it's hard to get through. But
Yeah.
for 200
Yeah.
points, I don't think it's really that worth it.
You do have to make this or try to make this work.
Yeah,
an awful
you
lot.
do really have to work at it to make it work.
There's
Yeah.
so much investment needed for it, and it's not really that worth it.
Like compared to you could just take a dragon and that doesn't have to have anything done to make it work, right? That's really the dragon problem that we have in general. It's
Yeah.
like
I mean, even a Manticore mounted Beastmaster would do better than this in most things.
and does
Much more useful.
it's so much
big
more
time.
maneuverable. Okay, well, shall we do the very last one then, the Charybdis?
For 5 whole points cheaper, yes.
5 whole points cheaper. Okay, it's also move 6, sorry. And has the whole Beastmaster Handlers thing, they're just the same stat line. However, the Charybdis is weapon skill 5 and strength 7.
Whoa.
Tough 5, 5 wounds, initiative 3, 5 attacks, just a flat number of attacks, and the same sort of leadership 6 versus 8 for the handlers. It's on the same size base, the 60 by 100 mil, and it is a behemoth, and it also has armor value of 5. So same sort of problem, tough 5 with an armor, with the 5-up armor, and no regen in this case, sadly. Okay, so special rules. It has its own special rule, Abyssal Howl, which we'll get to in a sec. It's close order, immune to psych, large target monster handlers, stomp attacks D3 plus 1. I do love stomp attacks that have a plus in them.
It feels so bad to roll that one.
It does, and causes terror. Okay, so the Abyssal Howl, anything within 6 inches is -1 leadership. It's not cumulative, so you can't have 2 Charybdises.
Charybdi?
No, Charybdises.
Is that correct?
Yeah, that is correct. Charybdises. You can't have 2 of them. It's a Greek word, not a Latin word. So you can't have 2 of them and get a -2.
Would it not then be Charybdipides?
In combat, it has a cavernous maw, which it makes 1 attack with. That's AP2, Armor Bane 1, and Killing Blow. And then the rest of its attacks are made with its writhing tentacles, which are also AP2 and poisoned attacks.
Wow.
Much more attacky.
This is so much better.
I like this one a lot better.
Strength 7 is a big deal. It's hard to get on any army. Having this as something with strength 7 and also poisoned, and it's AP2 on all of its attacks and has Killing Blow. Like
It has 1 with Killing Blow.
One with Killing Blow.
Yeah.
And D3 plus 1 stomps. Like,
Yeah, I think this is much better. Now, this is again, you're really going to have to protect this because it's only T5 5 plus. So especially if you're fighting into something with poison shooting,
Yep.
which there's a lot of these days.
or a cannon.
Right. Well, I mean, a cannon. Yeah, sure. Cannon, at least it'll survive a cannon shot.
One.
Cannon shot. Yeah, exactly.
Maybe 2 if it's a normal cannon.
Yeah. So, but yes, you're going to have to protect it. But it's maybe a bit more worth protecting because when it
Definitely.
finally gets into combat, it's going to do a whole bunch more. Everything being AP2 is great. Like the poison attacks is kind of honestly
Superfluous, but nice to have.
Yeah, exactly. Because you're going to be wounding most things on a 2+.
Well, against monsters, it's kind of nice because you're only reading them on a 3.
Right.
Steam Tank is a 4.
That's true.
And Steam Tanks aren't immune to poison for whatever reason.
Yeah. Yeah, this thing could actually take on a steam tank. And the nice thing is also then your stomp attacks are also strength 7.
Yeah.
And AP2. So
You get an extra one as well over the Hydra.
Yeah, yeah. So
You're getting between 7 and 9 strength 7 AP2 attacks. Like that's a lot of damage you can do.
yeah, this one I would so to go back to what we were talking about, how do you get the War Hydra in? We didn't really go into too much detail because it wasn't worth doing. But I think with this at 195 points, again, it suffers from the problem of why not just take a dragon? But let's assume that you want to take it. I think it can do real work. And I think the way to get it to do that is to use Arcane Urgency, and then it's moving 24 inches in its first turn. And it's so that something's only going to get 1 round of shooting at it, or 2 rounds if you're going second. But ideally, you're able to use Arcane Urgency to hide it behind a terrain piece, or you position it in such a way that the shooting becomes difficult at it, and then you can get it into combat where it will actually earn its points back and then some.
Yep.
I think, yeah,
Why is this cheaper?
it doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever.
No regen,
Yeah.
no breath weapon. Like that's the only
Very
downsides.
expensive template weapon going on there.
I mean,
Yeah.
breath weapons are just bad.
Maybe we just massively misinterpreted it, and you get to make a fiery breath attack with every wound remaining.
Now
Five
that
flavor
would be
templates.
cool. I mean, at that point, you would actually maybe do some damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe 1 wound. Yeah. The breath weapon, like template weapons, are just so weak this edition, especially the breath template because it doesn't have a central hole, so it's not guaranteed to hit a model, and it's so narrow, it's not likely to cover any models completely. So you're always going to be hitting on a 4 essentially.
I think we've already bitched enough about the breath weapon.
We sure have.
We're talking about the dragon. Okay,
But
so
like a breath weapon that's not even good. So
all right, so in the rare section, I think we're saying that we quite like the Medusa.
yes,
Yep.
And,
probably the best thing in rare.
Yeah. We of everything else, the Charybdis is the least worst,
And then the rest isn't really worth
and
taking.
the rest probably isn't worth taking if you're going for the ultimate competitive sort of list.
Maybe a Reaper in
If they
like some edge
Yeah.
case.
If they figure out how,
I can't see it.
if the meta figures out how to make Reapers work, I mean, they're the longest range shooting attack that the elves have.
48-inch range,
Maybe.
strength 6 shooting is not bad.
It's just the points cost of it, right? It's 80 points out of your rare. I mean, I guess that doesn't really matter whether it's coming out of rare.
It'll take down a giant in 2.5 turns.
If someone rings them,
But I mean, so will the poison shooting that you can take in the other sections, right? You know, that we've already gone over.
Is
Yeah.
there any poison shooting?
Isn't there poison
No,
shooting?
there's no
I don't
poison
think
shooting
there's-
in the army.
Oh, no, it's
just
just-
witch elves.
Yeah, it's the witch elves. It's true.
And the Medusa.
But that's not
plus
shooting.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just close combat.
Yeah.
But yeah, the Medusa probably does the better job of doing
Medusa
that.
does probably do a better job against a giant. I mean, there is that. I don't think Dark Elves are an army that wants to be static,
No.
and War Machines are very static.
Yeah.
And I think the way that this army is going to win is by, not being able to be shot at because they're only tough 3, or by being mounted on a dragon so that they're tough 6 and they don't care about being shot at.
Yep.
The Art of War.
That's all the units. Great. Now we can move on to magic items. And finally getting kind of close to the end of this now. The end is in sight.
The end
So-
is near.
Start off with the magic weapons. We've got the Executioner's Axe. A single blow from this huge black-bladed weapon can cut any opponent in half. Is it wielded by Minotaurs?
I mean, if it was, they might be able to take down a dragon.
Well, maybe. So it is 70 points, and the profile is Strength User, AP -2, Killing Blow, Magical Attacks, Strike Last. And when making a roll to wound for a hit caused with the execution of axe, a roll of 2+ is always a success, regardless of the target's toughness. This is interesting. For 70 points, it's more expensive than the Ogre Blade.
Yep. And you're only able to take it on your
On your
Dreadlord.
Dreadlord, yeah.
Yep.
Or the Sorcerer's Lord.
Technically, yeah.
For whatchamacallit, Doppelganger.
Yeah, and you can afford a lore familiar with that too.
Yeah.
So you can do the build, and then you won't have any ward save.
Yeah, that's the dangerous part.
You won't have any ward save, and you can't use it against monsters particularly.
Yeah, well, you can. And this weapon feels a bit like it doesn't have a niche it wants to fill.
Right.
It's got both Killing Blow and a 2-up wound against everything, which just kind of makes it feel like it wants to do two separate things, and it's not really specialized in either of them.
Yeah.
For 70 points, and it lacks the multiple wounds of the Ogre Blade, which also gives you Strength +2, so you're pretty much wounding everything on 2s or maybe 3s from some things, and 4s against monsters.
Yeah.
You're striking last, which gets rid of your strike first.
It's a Timmy thing.
Yeah.
That's why I love it.
Yeah.
That's why we love you, Mark.
Take this, take the Talisman of Protection. Your dragon will live forever. And also he has a really cool axe.
All right, well, do you want to read the next one?
Cool.
Then, Mark?
Yeah, Sword of Ruin. The wickedly sharp edge of the Sword of Ruin can cleave through armor as if it were air for 65 points. It's a combat weapon, strength user, no AP, magical attacks because, there's no AP because you can't take any saves whatsoever against it. No armor, ward, or regen. That's it for 65 points.
Huh. Well, there is one that does that in the game. I did not know.
Yeah.
Yep.
We were discussing that earlier, yeah.
That's better on a doppelganger.
That's
Yep.
really good. Like, so that's actually a decent competitor to the Ogre Blade if you're building something specifically to fight dragons.
Yes.
Since your Dreadlord's already striking first, and he's got how many attacks again?
Dreadlord only has 4, I believe.
4's still pretty good.
Hang on a second. Yeah, 4. Yeah, 4. But how many? What's the magic item point limit on the Death Hag?
75, I believe.
75. Yeah.
Hang on a minute.
Oh.
You can get 7 attacks on the Death Hag, can't you?
With the Rune of Cain. I hadn't thought about that before, yeah.
Well, she 3 attacks base, and the Rune of Cain gives her plus D3.
Plus Frenzy.
And plus Frenzy.
Frenzy,
So,
yeah.
up to 7.
Yeah, 5 to 7 attacks, all ignoring all saves with
At-
poison on them.
At
Yeah?
strength 4 as well. As opposed to strength 3, which you'd have to do with Doppelganger because sorcerers are strength 3. Nice.
And they're poison, yeah?
Yeah,
Yeah,
poison.
poison attack.
So the strength doesn't matter too
I
much.
think
against-
poison attacks doesn't apply when you're fighting with a magic weapon.
Yeah, sorry. I think assassins ignore that, but regular poison attacks does
yeah.
not ignore that special rule.
Really?
Yeah. Pretty
Yeah.
sure it's in poison. It's underneath the poisoned attacks. I shall consult the Book of Armaments.
You're too slow. I've already consulted it.
Yeah.
It doesn't say anything about magic weapons.
Any spells
poison
cast by the
attacks.
model are unaffected, as are any attacks made with magic weapons.
Okay.
It's the
Well,
last bit.
yeah.
Yep.
Well, that's unfortunate. But
Yeah.
still, like 7 attacks with no saves is pretty good.
It's interesting. It's certainly unexpected.
You still have to be wounding on 6s against anything tough.
And she has strikes first.
Yeah, actually she does. And hatred all enemies, so she's going to be rerolling hits. As
You know
well.
what that's great against is the Bretonian
The
Dukes.
Bretonians is
Yeah.
what I was thinking about. Yeah.
On the Pegasus. Like, they're only toughness 4.
Yeah.
And they rely entirely on saves. So, fuck your saves. I have 7 attacks, and I hit before you.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
I suppose one thing you could do this is going to be hilarious because they're Peg Knights, right? What you're talking about.
Yeah.
So Dark Elves also have Dark Pegasus, which is basically the same thing. Doppelganger, High Sorceress, Sword of Ruin. I mean, it's only strength 3.
I don't think
you can't do
doppelgangers-
it. You can't do it. Look, as soon as you've got a Pegasus, which can't join a unit, with no armor save or ward save, it's just going to die before it gets a chance to do anything.
Yeah, I suppose she also doesn't have strikes first.
And he's only strength 3
yeah.
against the toughness 4 of the Duke.
Yeah. But okay, this is interesting enough that I would like to try it.
Yeah.
If this was in like any other army, I would probably use it at least once as well.
Yeah, give it a whirl.
This is fun, if nothing else.
I agree. It's a fun option.
This used to be a Lizardman magic item called like the Blade of Eternity or something like that.
Yeah.
Which was 100 points.
It also did multiple wounds D6
Did it?
or something.
No, I'm pretty sure it was just it ignores all armor and ward saves. Which is why no one ever took it.
or like it had some other thing as well. It was 100 points.
Don't think so. I think it was literally just.
Well, anyway.
It was the only thing in the game though that ignored ward saves. The only one,
Okay.
which was why it was special.
Well, while you're looking that up, I'm going to read the next magic weapon,
Alrighty then.
which is Life Taker.
Oh yeah, did we say how many points it was?
65.
Sort of around 65.
So it's expensive enough.
Same as the Ogre Blade,
Blade, yeah.
which is my benchmark for these things.
Yeah, Life Taker is 35 points. It's finely fashioned from blackest steel. It's nice emo. Life Taker fires bolts dipped in the venom of a black dragon. Okay, so Life Taker, it doesn't say what it is.
It's
so
a crossbow.
I'm assuming it's a crossbow. I thought it was
I also thought it was a sword.
I thought it was a sword to start with. Its range 24 inches,
It's my gun sword.
20 strength 3, AP 1, armor bane 1, magical attacks, multiple shots D3 plus 1, and poisoned attacks. Meh.
Meh.
This has been argued over online quite a bit because poison attacks don't work with magic weapons, and this has poison attacks.
No, that's a dumb reading.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. The poisoned attack special rule on a character doesn't work on their...
Weapons.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, this is no.
It's just, if you're constantly fighting against vampire counts and they're bringing the banshees, this is good for taking out banshees.
That's true.
But that's about it.
Like if you need a reason to bring this specifically,
Yeah, exactly. I don't even think it's that good against taking out banshees, but
compared to like a fireball.
yeah, exactly.
I've heard this was good in previous editions. I was thinking about giving it a shot, but
I don't think this is worth
pun
it.
unintended. But multiple shots D3 plus 1. It's not that many, and it's 35 points.
It's basically a AP. It's the equivalent of 1.5 AP plus 1 crossbows that
Yeah.
you're paying 35 points for instead of another magic weapon.
Compared to the previous two magic items, it's probably not going to do much, if anything, at all.
I would probably take two of these over one Executioner's Axe.
You really don't like it
But
that
sadly
much?
you can't because you're only allowed one.
Maybe I'm more impressed with the Executioner's Axe because, again, the whole Timmy factor. I love that shit, seriously.
I just think 70 points for it is not worth it.
Executioner's Axe. It executes people.
It does the same thing as a great weapon, except that it wounds on a 2+ again. But
that's really, I'm looking at it exactly the same way. It's
if it's strength 6, then you're only going to be wounding on a 3 against toughness
T5
5
or higher, yeah.
or higher.
Anyway.
So, 6 points versus 70.
great weapon and a potion of strength, and you'll be better off.
Yeah. Life Taker. Yeah. All right. So how about the Whip of Agony? An heirloom of the feared beast lords of Clan Rakarth, the Whip of Agony inflicts enduring torment upon its victims. Rakarth is a named character, isn't he?
Beast Lord Rakarth. He used to have his own model. He had online only rules in 6th edition, whereas in, I believe, the either 4th or 5th Dark Elf Army book as an actual character. But this was the era when they were just throwing out magical or special characters all over the place. So,
4th edition was just they had
yeah,
I think more pages devoted to special characters than they had to rank and file troops.
This is where Malekith was on a chariot and there was questionable things said about his relationship with his mother. So the less said about that Army book, the better.
Rakarth is, he's about as prominent in Total War in that he doesn't matter at all. That's where I know him from. So the Whip of Agony is 30 points. It is a close combat weapon with strength +1, AP -1. Magical attacks, strikes first. High Beastmasters only.
So the strikes first is irrelevant because
Yep.
they have strike first?
Yep.
Wow, it's just like whips on High Beastmasters.
Hang on. If you have strike first twice and you get strike last, do you still get strike first?
How would you get strike last?
If, for example, you're in the blizzard aura of a Frostheart Phoenix.
That removes strike first. It doesn't give you strike last first. It says if you have strike first, you lose strike first, and then if you...
But I have it twice.
but you lose it both times.
What doesn't say that? It doesn't say you lose all strikes first.
Do we not?
That's such...
I'm being a troll.
No. Anyway,
Sorry, Mark. What were you trying to say?
I was just going to say we came across something like this before.
We did, yeah.
And I think people were just saying online, if you have something that gives you strikes last and something else that gives you strike first, they just cancel each other out no matter what.
Yeah.
So yeah, I was thinking, wishful thinking, but that's probably just an oversight. Sorry.
Yep.
no matter how many instances, yeah.
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 All right, so Any enemy model that suffers one or more unsaved wounds from the Whip of Agony suffers a -1 to modifier to its toughness characteristic for the remainder of the game. I'm never taking this.
It's basically a magical sword, but also
whip. Excuse you.
magical whip. What do they call the magic sword again? The +1, -1 magical attacks. What's it called again? Sword of battle or sword of
I don't
anyone
remember.
can take it.
Sword of might is
Yeah.
the
Yes.
strength +1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it has AP 0.
Yeah. So this
Does
is.
it?
Oh, is it AP just -1?
I thought it was +1, -1 magical attacks, and that was it for
Consult the Book
20.
of Armaments.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like
It's
it's almost like the strikes first is there to remind you that when you take this on your Beastmaster, he's going to be striking before the Manticore. And so don't forget your -1 to the toughness if it actually does anything.
Oh,
which
yeah,
it
that is
might
right.
not.
Sword
actually
of
a
Might
good
is
note.
20 points, strength +1, AP -1.
yeah.
Like if he's coming against, say, a generic monster, let's say a giant or something like that, and he gets lucky.
So he's
with
winning
his-
on a 6.
Yeah. No, he's strength
Strength 4
5,
base.
5 in total. So 5.
Oh yeah,
success.
because +1. Yeah. So winning on
out
a
of his-
5.
out of his 3 attacks, so he might get one off.
Right, but he reduces the initiative by 1,
Or-
and then the Manticore.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Toughness by 1.
So it'll,
The
it's
toughness by 1, yeah. The
advantage to him that
Manticore.
way.
He has
Yeah.
to wound first.
Yeah.
And it has
He
to be
wound.
unsaved.
Yeah. It's not great.
Mm-hmm.
It's not awful.
Yeah, I mean, like if you have 10 points to spare,
If you're spending 30 points on this and not like any protective item for someone, like or like, a great weapon, like
yeah. I mean, the Manticore, or sorry, the Beastmaster can't take a great weapon.
he can't.
Yeah, he's
Interesting.
weird. He can't take full plate armor. He can't take a great weapon. He can take a calf spear, and I think something else.
We were talking about that before.
Yeah, so like
yeah.
it's I suppose, but I mean, like he can also, if you don't have those 10 points to spare, just give him a sword of might if you really want to give him something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, like pretty much every other magic weapon in the army lists,
It's meh.
it's meh. There's not very many
I think
armies that have great
I think the
magic
Sword of Ruin is
weapons.
the most interesting
It-
one here.
I do like it. I'm so tempted by it because specifically because of the 2-up, 5-up, 5-up
Dragons, yeah.
Yeah, tough 6 ridden monsters.
And the Bretonnian Duke as well.
Right.
I did look up the Blade of Realities in Lizardman. It was 100 points. It got rid of all saves. It got rid of armor and ward saves. That's it.
That was it.
It's magical. It gets rid of armor and ward. So this is actually better than that for fewer points.
Yeah, wow.
Dark Elves finally got a win. And they stole it from the Lizardmen. Just like in canon.
It's like a Lustrian campaign all over again.
Yeah, I think this is an interesting one. It probably doesn't see a lot of play just because of how armies come together. But yeah, I would definitely want to try it out.
I think if someone was to build a Daughters of Cain army list, I think this has a very good place in it
I
as a
think so,
protection
yeah.
against those specific things.
And I think because you're probably taking multiple hags at that point and multiple sorceresses to kind of buff units and what have you, I think there's going to be a lot of interesting options that become available in this. I think that's a pretty neat option.
Out of all the magic weapons we've discussed ever, that is the most fun looking one.
Yeah, I tend to agree.
One other thing, if Canine Assassins were able to take 75 points instead of 50, Sword of Ruin might be the best surprise fuck you kind of thing
That's
you can
true.
do with the army.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Sadly, they can't.
So many missed opportunities in this
Yeah,
list.
yeah.
But
Yeah.
you can give one of them Life Taker, put him in with Shades or something like that, and then give him the 4-up to wound Manbane special rule, which will actually work with the Life Taker. So that'll be 2 4+ to wound range attacks, which I mean, like it's better than nothing, I suppose.
Yeah, it's still not great.
Yeah.
All right, shall we move on to armor though?
Yeah, let's do it.
Whose turn is it?
I think it's AJ's and then me.
Okay. The Shield of Grond at 40 points. The demon-faced Shield of Grond consumes the strength of the enemy's attacks. The Shield of Grond is a shield.
No way.
Wow.
In addition, all attacks directed against its bearer suffer a -1 modifier to their strength characteristic to a minimum of 1. That's pretty good.
Yep.
Equivalent to
Take
+1
most-
toughness in
yeah.
most ways.
Yeah, exactly. And in pretty much all ways that count. Now, here's an interesting part is if you have this and a great weapon, does it still work when you're being attacked in close combat?
Shield of Grond is a shield. I suppose it depends on what the rules are for shields.
What's the wording on how shields provide armor saves?
Yeah, that is a good question.
Because if it says then the bearer of the shield gets +1 to their armor value, then it wouldn't work. But if it just says if they choose to use the shield, then it would work.
Hmm.
And I believe it uses the latter. So I think it does work even if you're using a great weapon.
That would be nice if it did. I often take this on, I almost always take this.
Where would this be under?
I mean, it's a great piece of armor.
It is. It's really useful. If you don't want to take it on your Black Dragon, the Manticore Beastmaster is a great place to use it as well because, same problem as Chaos Lords have with Manticores, they're only toughness 4. Making them toughness 5 makes them much, much more survival, I find.
Yeah, T5 equivalent is much better than T4.
I think it still counts, right? So all it says is, requires 2 hands is the special rule that makes this a thing. A model cannot use a shield alongside a weapon with this special rule during the combat phase.
And what are the rules on shields?
I mean,
That's the specific thing.
so that's under. It's going to be under armor, I guess.
Yeah. Sorry,
A shield.
consulting the Book of Armaments intermission.
Yeah, exactly. A model that carries a shield improves its armor value by 1. It just says, note that if a model uses a weapon that requires 2 hands, special rule in combat, it cannot also use a shield. So it literally doesn't.
It doesn't answer the question.
Doesn't answer the question. Given that it says that all attacks directed against its bearer suffer -1 to their strength characteristic, I would say it just still counts.
I'd say it still counts, yeah.
Yeah.
It eats his strength. It doesn't have to actually block it.
Right. Exactly. It's a magic item you're paying 40 points for. I think it's great.
Yep.
I think
I've seen this in a lot of lists. I've
yeah.
seen Mark taking every one of his lists.
Yep.
Yeah.
Hit a word save and you are sorted.
At 40 points, yeah, it does effectively give you an extra point of toughness.
Which is something really hard to come by.
Yeah, yeah. Wow, and it's kind of gross if you think about it on a dragon, where now you're effectively tough 7.
But you don't have a regen. That's the big
still
downside.
being tough 7 is better than being tough 6 and no regen, which is still
It's true.
You're not going to have a regen anyway.
Yeah.
But like comparing this to another army's dragon, which is 2 up, 5 up, 5 up, versus this, which is 2 up, 5 up, but toughness 7.
Yeah,
It's like
it's not as good.
It's not
a
as
consolation
good.
prize, but it's still.
Is it only High Elves who can do that multiple times? And I think Chaos can only do it once, right?
Yeah, but Chaos can only take the one dragon with a guy on top of it who can fight.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, yeah. There's.
and Chaos have a built-in ward save anyway. So
Yeah. All right. Should we move on to the next?
This is
magic armor?
Yeah. This is well, yeah, I think I took this once. Blood armor for 30 points.
you took it before it got
Nerfed.
FAQ'd.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I say FAQ'd, directly nerfed. Yeah.
When anointed with the blood of the foe, this armor becomes even more or ever more endurable. The blood armor is a suit of armor that gives its wearer an armor value of 5 up, and for each unsaved wound the wearer inflicts, the armor value is improved by 1 to a maximum of 2+. For models whose troop type is infantry or cavalry only, which I believe means basically only the master. Hold on, let me see.
You can't put it on a dragon or a manticore.
Yeah, you can't put it on a dragon or a manticore. Beastmaster can't use it because
He can only be on one of those.
yeah. Sorcerers can't take any armor. Death Hag can't take any armor. Assassin can't take any armor.
Just the nobles.
Just the nobles. So if you want to waste your Dreadlord, who should be on something big, you can give him blood armor, or you could give him a 3 up for
you could
cheap.
put just the little guy, the hero level guy, in your Cold One Knights, and then he can become. Actually, he's already got a 2 armor save. So
Yeah, so it's like, yeah.
and you can pretty easily get a
You
2
can
up armor.
very, very cheaply get a 3 up. Anyway,
Yeah.
full plate, shield, there you go. It's a really bad magic item.
Agreed. This is pretty terrible.
It's practically useless.
It was
it's a
good
trap.
when you put it on Manticores before on the Beastmaster, and they removed the one thing you can do with it.
Yeah.
Wow. Thanks, Games Workshop. And you said you wouldn't change the legacy army lists.
Yeah.
So yes, before the FAQ, it was able to be put on whatever unit type you liked.
It was V1 of the PDF. Now it's V2 of the PDF.
And this is basically the only change. Like,
There's a couple of others, but
there's also like the spell change, but yeah, it's really minor stuff that just nerfs it. Like
Yep.
before, it was minus. Like, wasn't it like the spell was way better, and this was way better,
Yeah.
and then they just took away all the things that made those good. So, yeah.
True.
All right. So that's the two magic armors. We've got a real good one and a real stinker. So let's move on to the talismans. The Pendant of Caleth. The protection offered by this amulet grows to match the power of an enemy's attack for 40 points. The Pendant of Caleth gives its bearer a 5 upward save against any wounds suffered that were caused by an attack with a strength of 4 or lower, and a 4 upward save against any attack against any wounds suffered that were caused by an attack with a strength of 5 or higher. It's Blessing of the Lady Plus.
It's really good.
Yep.
It's really good.
Yeah,
Auto take.
it's an auto take
Yep.
for sure.
Do you like the Talisman protection? What if it was better against things that can kill you harder?
For 10 points.
Yeah. I would love this in Wood Elves.
Any army.
I remember when I was playing David Wade before, in the last game I played against him, he had whatever it's called, Volzen making, and this is the first thing he destroyed. It's like,
Absolutely.
this sort of Shield of Grand, I'll take the ward save that is extra better.
Yeah. Okay, me now.
Yep.
Oh, the ultimate emo item, the Pearl of Infinite Bleakness, for 15 points.
It's just like my life.
Oh my
Swirled
God.
with red and black veins, this magic pearl emits a soul-numbing aura.
When September
bearer-
ends. Sorry.
The bearer of the Pearl of Infinite Bleakness and any unit they have joined gains the Immune to Psychology special rule.
Because they just don't care.
They just don't care, man.
No, not taking this.
I don't think so. Honestly, I think Immune to Psychology is one of those things where
Nice to have.
it's okay, but I don't love it.
I don't seek out immune to psychology.
Right.
It is a nice to have on a unit that already exists with it.
Yeah,
I wouldn't pay 15 points to
but you
give it
can't
to
flee with it, for example, and
That's such like a useful tool.
it is a useful tool in a highly mobile army to be able to flee. I don't like. I'm trying to.
You can
think.
stick it on unit champion,
You could,
but most unit champions that can take it in this army are already immune to psychology or leadership 9. Like,
I think no. So, for example, if let's say you took a big block of warriors, right, at 8
Hang
points
on.
a model.
does immune to psychology make you immune to stupidity?
It did in previous
It
editions.
did in previous editions.
Yeah, that's a good
Don't
point, actually.
think so.
I think it specifically says you don't have to take fear, panic, or terror checks or something like that.
Yeah, hang on. Yeah, fear, panic, or terror. But you
Yeah.
can't flee.
Yeah.
That's a shame. In previous editions, it made you immune to stupidity and frenzy as well.
Yeah, and it specifically says here, note that this special rule does not make a unit immune to any test made against leadership not stated here.
It would have been really, really good.
Or, yes, it would be absurdly good in that case.
If it was 30 points, I'd still take it.
Yeah, sadly.
But then you couldn't take it on a unit champion. But blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
No, it's garbage. I'm pretty sure.
It's meh.
Yeah, I don't think you're ever going to see a competitive list taking this.
No, I don't think so either.
Should we move on to the banners then?
Yep.
Yeah.
The Banner of Nagaroth for 65 points. The personal banner of the Dread King proclaims his reign over the Elven kingdoms. A unit carrying the Banner of Nagaroth gains the Stubborn special rule. In addition, when calculating its combat result, the unit may claim an additional bonus of +1 combat result point. It's just a combination of, I believe, 2 banners.
War banner, and then you get stubborn on top of
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
War banner is one of the best banners, so wouldn't complain about this.
The banner of Iron Resolve is the stubborn banner.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is 75 points worth of banners for the discount price of 65.
I believe that the only units that can take a 65-point banner are, well, obviously the BSB, and then ones that already have stubborn.
Yeah, Blackguard have Stubborn, I believe.
I think it's just Blackguard. They are already stubborn.
Yeah, this is like the fucking strikes first thing. Like, how many stubborns do I have? 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, Blackguard can take a magic standard with up to 100 points, but they already have stubborn.
Yeah.
And then executioners, I don't think can.
Just up to 50. Yeah.
If you need a second war banner in your army, you know.
I suppose, yeah.
Like, if you want to take a war banner in a big unit of Blackguard, and then you can put this on your BSB with, like, that'll mean that you get you get +4 combat res from banners alone, which is pretty good.
Yeah, actually, that's not bad.
And then you get +2 more from your ranks and +1 from close order.
Yeah, strikes in every, or they have, I believe, martial prowess as well. So it doesn't matter where the anvil is getting hit; it's going to be striking in two ranks anyway.
Yeah, and you're getting 7 static res. It's pretty good.
I don't love it. I think you're better off just having the war banner.
It is really expensive, yeah.
Yeah.
But like, if you want to take both, you can.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. How about the Standard of Slaughter? Anointed with the blood of an Ulthwan elf. Oh, lots of excellent blood again.
Yeah.
This banner exudes a sense of bitter determination. 40 points. When calculating its combat result during a turn in which they charge, a unit carrying the Standard of Slaughter may claim an additional bonus of +D3 combat result points. Put this on your Cold One Knights.
Yeah. I mean, it just seems like a no-brainer again. Like,
Something that's going to charge.
well, so the biggest problem you have with cavalry is that you don't want to take them with ranks.
Yeah.
And so they struggle a little bit. You know, there's the curse of the rubber lance,
Yeah.
as anyone who runs units of knights has experienced at some point. You don't want to bounce off. You know, being able to add basically, you know, D3 +1 combat result, static combat res, because it's your standard plus another D3.
And then you could
pretty
even
good.
put this in with the BSB.
Right. If you put your BSB on a cold one in the Cold One Knights and gave him the war banner, like that's, you know, you're starting to get into
Very high.
some serious
Yeah.
static res there.
1 for static, +2 for the banners, and then +1 for war banner and +D3. So 4 + D3. Like, that's more than a lot of infantry units will have.
Yeah.
On a mobile
But only
unit as well.
only if you charge.
Only if you charge, but you really want to be charging.
Yeah.
Cold ones don't get countercharged, isn't that right?
No, and the stupidity is always just
Yeah.
stupidity.
Always just stupidity.
I don't think we noted that in the Cold One section, but yeah, they don't get countercharge. It's rough.
Yeah. Yeah. It is what it is.
Tis
Okay.
what tis.
Tis all right. The banner of Harganeth or whatever, 25 points.
It's actually pronounced Janeth.
Janeth, yeah. It's Jiff. Under the influence of this ancient banner, warriors strike with deadly precision. A unit carrying the banner of Harganeth improves the armor-piercing characteristics of its combat weapons by 1.
That's amazingly good as a banner
I like it.
25 points.
for 25 points.
I think we talked about it going into Witch Elves earlier,
Yep.
just to give them a bit of AP. I think, you know,
Have you heard of the Razor Standard? What if it was better?
yeah.
I hate Armorbane.
Yeah, I like this, and yeah, I like it for Witch Elves. I think there's probably some other units that might benefit from it, but that's the obvious one that stands out to me.
Up next, we have the Cold-Blooded banner for 20 points.
Another blood-soaked one, yes.
Yes.
We went over this one earlier.
Plenty of blood. Those that march beneath the Cold One blood-soaked banner display a steely discipline. Single use. Unit carrying the Cold Blood banner may use it when making any test against its leadership characteristics, including a break test. When it does, it may roll an extra d6 and discard the highest result.
I'm just realizing now I think we went over the banners earlier.
Yeah,
We did,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and that's okay. We don't have a whole lot more to say.
It's good on cold ones.
Yeah,
Yep, it's cold.
let's move on. Okay, enchanted items.
Yeah. The Black Dragon Egg. For 35 points. When a black dragon egg is eaten, the properties of the dragon are temporarily passed on. So really this is more like a black dragon prepared omelet or whatever. You're carrying the battle.
It's a hard-boiled black dragon egg.
Yeah. It's a
dragon.
Scotch black dragon egg.
Black dragon.
Or are they
egg
just
on top.
cracking it into a glass and tossing it back, you know?
Yeah, there you go.
Whiskey sour with a black dragon egg.
Single use. During the command subphase of the turn, the player of the Black Dragon Egg can consume it. Until the end of that turn, the model has a toughness characteristic of 6, which cannot be improved further, and gains Noxious Breath, which is the Black Dragon's breath weapon. I wish that this summoned a baby Black Dragon. That would be hilarious.
Yeah.
As it is, toughness 6 for 1 turn,
Not really any good. I mean,
used on your turn until the end of that turn, so it doesn't last until in your opponent's turn, so it doesn't protect you from shooting at all.
And if you're mounted, it doesn't make your toughness any better.
If you're mounted on a dragon, that is.
Cannot be improved further.
I suppose the only ones that can use this would be like get the most use out of it might be the assassin on the turn he's revealed, or a death hag if they charge.
You'd have to reveal him in the start of the
It's
command
just-
sub phase.
Yeah, but it's the start of any. Ooh.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Yeah, if he's getting charged,
And
which is what
no,
you
you
want.
can't do it when he's getting charged because it's
Yeah.
in the start of your command sub phase. I don't think that this is very good at all.
You could not reveal him until the start of your phase, though. But then you might have already lost the combat. by
You
then,
can't.
so-
He can't eat it if you don't reveal him,
Yeah.
and it can only reveal it during your turn.
No, you
So
reveal
you
him
can only
on
eat this during your turn.
Yeah.
Like
So you could not reveal him until it's your turn after the unit's gotten charged.
I
and
don't
then eat
think
it
T6
really
is
quick.
great. Like,
so. With most Dark Elf characters, they're gonna kill the guys that are touching them if they're not on a dragon. Like they're not gonna leave the like anyone left to strike back at them unless they're in a challenge. I guess that's like the main use of this is like if you're in a challenge and you know you're going to get into a challenge this turn.
I don't rate this at all.
Yeah.
Not for 35 points.
The only models that can take it are the ones who have fairly reduced magic item allocations, and you don't want to be spending 35 points out of like 50 points.
Anyone can take this.
Or 75. No, I mean, they can. It's just that it's eating into their magic item allowance, and there's better things they could be taking,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Hydra's tooth.
What the fuck? Hang on a moment.
And we've got an enchanted item that is
A weapon.
A weapon.
Yep.
All right, here we go. Hydra's tooth, 30 points. Fangs are taken from the maw of a slain Hydra and crafted into deadly throwing weapons. A Hydra's tooth is a missile weapon with the following profile: range 9 inches, strength as bearer, AP -3, magical attacks, move and shoot, quick shot. This weapon can target a specific model within the target unit, such as a champion or a character.
I had no idea this existed.
Because it's kind of terrible.
This is so weird.
What if you...
What's the ballistic skill of an assassin?
Oh, it's like ridiculous, like 7 or 8. And it would
So it
benefit
doesn't
from those poisons.
really matter because if you're shooting at something in a unit, it still gets a 2-up. Look out, sir.
It does, but
Same reason Hochland long rifle sucks, and the Waystalker sucks.
yeah. Well, the Waystalker can yeah. Let's not get into that. Move and shoot, quick shot. It does just say it can target a specific model within the target unit. It doesn't change any other. Yeah, I think this is bad.
It's only 9-inch range, which means that if you're in that range, you could have charged at the start of the turn.
I mean, it's
There's a range bend where you
quick
can't.
shot.
but yeah.
You know, yeah. It's yeah. I don't rate it. If you've had success with this, please join the Discord and tell me how you've used it.
Please tell us all the funny ways that you have stabbed someone with a tooth, just like Harry Potter.
Yeah, why is it in enchanted items and not? You know what? I think it's in enchanted items purely to make the PDF look better.
You know what it is?
What?
Is that you can take this alongside a magic weapon.
Yeah, because it's not actually a magic weapon, is it?
It's an enchanted item.
Yeah.
But that
Enchanted item.
screws you out of
Yeah,
your
yeah.
Talisman of Preservation.
Sure.
Or any number of
No,
other-
isn't? Yeah, okay. It's
Or actually, no, that's a talisman. Yeah.
that's a talisman.
Yeah.
So
So yeah, it's a possibility.
I suppose
Meh.
if you want it. Oh wait, no, you can't. I was going to say you could take your Pendant the Caliph and then give your Black Dragon, who has the Pendant the Caliph, Hydra's tooth. Maybe you're ripping them out of the dragon as he's breathing fire on things because you're addicted to throwing stuff and shooting attacks and don't care about close combat.
I think this is meant for an assassin, but it's such a weird item.
Yeah.
it is a bit of a weird one.
AP -3 is nice.
It
Strength
is.
3 isn't.
Technically, wait, okay.
Well,
it
he's
is-
strength 4.
What are the rules for missile
yeah.
weapons? Actually, it's you can only use one.
You only use one, and you
Yeah.
get one shot.
Yeah, and he already has throwing weapons.
His ballistic skill, like what's his ballistic skill again?
He gets 2 shots with
ridiculous.
the thrown weapons.
Does he?
Yeah. Throwing weapons give you 2 shots.
Ballistic skill 7.
Do they?
I think so.
No. That's never been the case. Unless they have multiple shots.
Am I
You're misremembering something.
misremembering something? Sorry.
Quick shot gives you an
It's late. It's Friday.
yeah. You can move and shoot without penalty, I think, and then you can stand and shoot at any range. That's what quick shot does. It's not that you get to shoot twice. That would be insane.
I have 2 hands. I can throw 2 things.
Throwing weapons come with multiple shots too.
Yeah,
That's what it is.
This isn't a throwing weapons. This
Yeah,
is
yeah.
this is a Hydra's too.
No, I was certain that with a throwing weapon gave you multiple shots too. But
Dwarves
yes.
get throwing axes, which are different, which is why I've been thinking about that.
Yeah.
So if you did take this on a K9 assassin, I mean, the throwing weapons are strength,
So it's the same strength.
but you get double shots. I suppose this thing is minus 3 AP, but
Yeah.
It's definitely weird.
yeah.
Anyway,
It's certainly noteworthy, but I don't think it's good.
The last enchanted item is the Guiding Eye for 25 points. Set in black iron, this oval ruby grants mystical light or sight to the wearer. It's a single-use item. The bearer of the Guiding Eye and any unit they have joined may re-roll any failed rolls to hit made during the shooting phase. I've seen this being used competitively once in a big unit of shades,
oh yeah,
and I imagine it did quite well.
yeah, having full rerolls in a unit of 100 shades or whatever it was.
Can you imagine taking all core Dark Riders, and then the way they get like lots of minuses with their multiple shots and they're having move and they're long range because they're 24 inches, and then adding this to that. I think I tried using it once. I got very unlucky. It was only a small unit, but I can see this actually being quite good.
If you take like 30 Dark Riders in core in one huge unit,
Yeah.
and skirmishers splay them out.
And it is only 25 points, so a champion could take it.
That's true.
Yep.
30 shot. Jesus, sorry, punched my mic. 30 shots, hitting on.
Hitting on fours.
Hitting on fours.
You're basically you're going to double the amount of things that you hit, right?
Yeah.
Effectively.
This is also the exact amount of points that a Bloodshade could take for a Dark Elf Shade. So you don't need to get a noble to babysit them or anything.
That's useful.
Yeah.
It's okay. I mean,
It has uses.
it has uses.
That's more than we can say for the Hydra's tooth
Yeah.
or the blood armor.
Yeah, fair enough.
Oh, I just realized Hydra's tooth. Obviously, it's from a fucking Hydra, not a dragon. Jesus.
Yeah, the egg came from the dragon. The tooth came from the Hydra.
Which came first, the tooth or the egg?
We're making a soup out of eggs, teeth, and eyes.
That's very dark, Elfie.
It does sound like something they do.
All right,
Right.
arcane items.
Yes. The Black Staff. Sorry, a Black Staff is the talisman of the High Mistresses of the Convent of Sorceresses. 55 points.
Wait, it's an arcane item that's a talisman?
So we got an arcane item that's a talisman, an enchanted item that's a weapon.
Is this like a keychain size black staff?
We've got magic armor that's shields. Like cats and dogs living together.
Banner is made out of blood and pieces of high elves.
It's all chaos here.
All right,
Wait a minute,
Black-
that's a different army.
Pearls of bleakness instead of
Stay
wisdom.
on target. Stay on
Right.
target.
55 points for the Black Staff. The bearer of the Black Staff may use it when attempting to cast a spell. If they do so, roll an extra d6 on making the casting roll and discard the lowest result. However, if a double roll is rolled on any of the 2 dice rolled, the spell is miscast.
It's an excellent item. I've used it in the past. Love it.
It's strong, it's fun.
I think that's pretty good.
I love Stormer magic.
Yeah. I like rolling extra d6s when it comes to stuff.
Broken stave.
Yep.
I think it's only 55 points to keep it away from the level 2 sorceresses on level 1.
That's so annoying, though,
yeah.
because they're the ones that could really benefit from it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like they wanted the game to be centered around level 4s or something,
Yeah.
which is just stupid.
Well, it's short-sighted.
Yeah.
Okay.
As are a lot of things in the Legacy Army lists.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, the Focus Familiar. This is the first item that we've come across that is extremely common.
And the only one in the whole list.
The only one, yeah. It's 10 points. The wizard channels their spells through the eyes of an arcane homunculus. It's a single use. The owner of a Focus Familiar may use it when they attempt to cast a spell. Place a marker, such as a familiar model, completely within 12 inches of the owner. The range and all effects of the spell are measured from this marker rather than from the owner. If the spell requires a line of sight, this is determined from the marker, which has a 360-degree vision arc. I like this a lot.
It's really good. Real quick, does it specify that it measures from the center of the marker?
I mean, it's just a marker, so yes, it would be...
Right, yeah. Oh, it has to be placed entirely within. I was thinking you could place a marker that's like a sheet of paper. And then just measure from anywhere.
It's like
Yeah,
that bullshit with measuring corner to corner with
Yeah.
that spell
Yeah.
we're talking about.
The important thing is more that you can you can now cast a spell and be out of dispel range
Yes,
Yep.
and be out of line of sight.
and be out of line of
Yep.
sight and all sorts of fun stuff. with
Suddenly
that.
firing fireballs out of your arse.
One of, if not the best, like magic item
I
in
mean,
the whole thing.
It's very neat for 10 points. Now it's single use. I think this is well pointed. This is a really good item.
Really good item.
Yeah.
I've seen this taken in like every competitive Dark Elf list as well.
It just makes
Several of
sense. It allows you to do unexpected shenanigans.
Which is what elves should be doing.
Yeah,
What elves?
exactly.
The last arcane item is the Tome of Furion for 15 points. Furion of Clarcarond inscribed his knowledge onto sheets of flayed skin.
Good for
Lovely.
him.
The bearer of the Tome of Furion knows one more spell chosen in the usual way that is normal for their level of wizardry. That's it. It's a standard extra spell item.
This is the same as the silvery wand in the High Elves.
But this
Yeah.
one has extra skin.
Yes.
skin in the game. Just someone else's skin.
So, an interesting thing about this item, I think the most interesting thing about it, is that it's positioned after the 10-point item and it's worth 15 points. Only magic item I've seen that's out of order in terms of points.
Oh, then clearly the Focus Familiar was originally like 15 points,
And then it got,
and then it got
yeah, buffed.
reduced. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or maybe it was 20, but yeah. That's interesting.
Don't tell Games Workshop.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Yeah.
All right, that is the end of the Dark Elves magic items.
Yeah.
The Art of War.
So, a couple last things. Do we want to talk about general thoughts about the list and then build some lists?
Yeah, let's talk about the. Yeah, overall, I think like every legacy list, it kind of suffers from some stuff is good and competitive, and the rest is garbage.
Yeah.
So
You're very limited in what options you can take to accomplish any given goal,
yeah,
and that restricts you into very few army builds in a lot of cases.
Yep.
yeah.
Almost every competitive Dark Elf list contains Dark Riders and Dragons in some variety.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, really. So, outside of Dark Riders and Dragons, what else can go in the list and still be decently competitive?
There's Shades.
Shades, Harpies, Cold One Knights, if you can manage
Yep.
them.
And that's
Medusa.
yeah, maybe. I think that's about it, right? You really,
There are builds for Witch Elves.
Yeah.
yeah,
I've never seen them in a competitive list, though.
yeah. But pretty much all of the other infantry are
Useless.
or,
Yeah.
or close
I-
on
I
it,
do-
overpointed for sure.
Oh, well, Blackguard will be useful, but definitely overpointed.
Yeah, yeah.
And Executioners just don't.
But don't Executioners.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think if you leaned into a witch elf build and you brought magic support to do that properly,
And you brought the fun sword.
bring the fun sword. Tell us how it worked. Yeah, I think there's some optionality there, but I think realistically, you're bringing at least one dragon, and probably you're putting the Lord on the dragon. If you're bringing a second dragon, you're putting the sorceress on it, obviously.
Yep.
But if you want to bring a sorceress on a Pegasus and either a BSB or another character, I personally like to bring a BSB. I think I would probably put the BSB in Cold One Knights, and I would have Cold One Knights. I would have Dark Riders and a dragon, and it would be a very mobile and small model count army to kind of move around and hit fast.
That would definitely work. Yeah, I would really like for Cold One Knights to be like a really nice kind of Death Starry thing, but yeah, it's just that many points into stupidity is still a little bit dangerous for me. It's the only thing I don't like about him.
Yeah. I mean, it's tricky. If you have the dragon and the knights close enough to each other, it's only a 1 in 6 chance of failing that roll.
Even still.
Even still, it's kind of shitty.
Yeah. You can take that banner.
You can take that banner, and then that time that you fail, you can chuck another d6 and hope that you make it.
Which, you're only failing 1 in 6 times, and then that's 1 turn per game,
Yeah,
if even that.
on average, yeah.
And then, well, if assuming they live that long.
Right, and assuming you get through 6 turns, which how often
Yeah.
does that happen in a tournament?
And then you have that reroll for when you do get it. It's a bit like the reroll for the Eye of the Gods table in Warriors of Chaos.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah.
Really nice when you need it. It's just not, that great when you fail.
Yeah. I think the stupid rule stupidity rule in this edition is really punishing
Because you can't reroll it.
because you can't reroll it.
It's not quite as bad as previous editions in that you can control parts of the unit still. Compared to just two trolls having a conversation about the weather instead of fighting the battle.
That would be worse.
That's pretty much what happened every time that I brought a stupid unit in 8th edition.
Nasty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think. I think there's a few builds. I think you're going to rely on the dragon to do a lot of the heavy lifting.
Dragon or two.
Yeah, and it is a really good dragon.
It is.
Yeah, strangely, it gets I don't know. It's like there's nothing particularly wrong with it.
Yeah.
Which some dragons they do have big problems.
Well, and one of the reasons that you can have the double dragon, I think, in this is because you've got an additional ward save item in the magic items, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you can take the Talisman of Protection, and you can also have the
Talisman of Protection Plus.
Yeah.
Subscribe now for 10 points a month.
The Pennant of Calith.
Yeah.
And have 2 5-up wards. Now you don't have the regen, but
You can live without it.
I think you can live without it, right?
And no double dragon list has regen anyway.
Yeah. No double dragon list has double saves on both dragons.
That's what I mean.
Yeah. So I think there's I think they're a reasonable list, right? They're not completely handicapped. I think that the infantry suffers more than other armies' infantry suffers comparatively, just by being overpointed.
By virtue of being elves,
Yeah.
Right. I mean, they're overpointed for,
they feel a lot like Eternal Guard in a lot of ways.
Yeah. I mean, even Eternal Guard, I think, has a use more than some of the stuff in this poor army, particularly the Sisters of Laughter.
Yeah.
Yeah. Competitive clowns, yeah. Combat clowns.
Yeah. But, I mean, and we've certainly seen results in tournaments where, good players are doing well with them. It's not to say that this is I think it's a decent enough army. And I think even, we talk about things very much from this is good, this is bad. But, the range of things, with only a couple of exceptions, you could probably make it have a fun game with taking any of these units. I think,
assuming your opponent is also, agreeing to bring a fun list rather than a super competitive list.
Yeah. I mean, even with that, right? There's only a couple of units in the list where it's just don't take these whatsoever.
Yeah. So Corsairs and Sisters of Slaughter, I would say, maybe also the Hydra.
Yeah. I tend to agree with all of that. The Hydra, maybe.
The Hydra is a maybe on that.
Yeah. It's not a definitely don't ever take this, but
it's definitely the lower end of things.
It is on the lower end of things. And I think you're right on those two that you just mentioned. But in terms of being competitive, if you're not taking a dragon, then you're not really taking a competitive list.
If you're not taking a dragon, you're not winning.
No, I'm not saying that. But I think because you can take the double dragon, you should take the double dragon. Really, the wizard on the dragon, I think, is just too tempting. Because you can protect her with that pendant.
I've tried to make a non-dragon list work for a good while. I only really saw success when I started taking at least one dragon. And also there are ways to make units work a bit better than others, but generally, say for example, warriors, make them nice and wide. But you could just take Dark Riders instead, and they'll do something. They can easily get out of the way, etc.
And they can shoot.
Yeah.
And they can get out of the way when they're getting charged, rather than crossbowmen who just sit there and die.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's plenty of things you can do to make a bad list, but you need to be very aware that the list building stage is, can be very. It's more crucial, I would say, for Dark Elves than any other army. I mean, I took Vampire Counts, just a random list, to the last Palooza, and I basically won all 3 games. Kind of like if they kept going, it felt like it was going to be in my favor, and I just, I could never do that with Dark Elves. You really have to be very precise with every single point that you pay for in that list.
Right, because T3 with low armor is incredibly punishing if you don't use it right.
Yep.
Yeah, yeah. And that's, I mean, that's the main reason why all of that infantry should just stay on the shelf, pretty much.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Because it's so easy for somebody else's dragon to come along and just eat it all up.
Someone else's anything.
You're right. Yeah.
Anything strength 4, which is most things.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it's weird seeing me thinking that Blackguard are this amazing thing, and then you guys saying, "Oh no, they're overcosted," and then me taking zombies at the weekend and be like, "Holy shit, Blackguard are overcosted."
Yeah.
60 points.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, compared to a zombie, everything's overcosted.
Wow, you guys have 2 functioning arms, overcosted.
Here's a dead farmer with, 1 leg.
Hit them with the soggy end.
Johnny 2 limbs.
All right, men. Rank up. We'll charge him in the flanks.
Alrighty, I think that about brings our, longest episode to date to a close.
Absolutely our longest episode.
Very tired after recording all this. Some closing thoughts. If you want to tell us how wrong we got so many different things, come and join the Rank and Flank Discord, which you can find at, what's the address again?
rankandflank.com/discord.
Yes, come and
Nice and simple.
come and tell us all the things we got wrong, or come and discuss all your favorite things about Warhammer with a whole bunch of
whether
other
it's
people.
dark elves, high elves, wood elves, dwarf elves.
Yep.
Hume elves.
I think I want to start something in the Discord, which is like, are you Team Hank Rank or Team Frank Flank? And we'll see who wins. I think our little Alfie competition is probably quite good.
We also hold polls there for this episode where we suffered through going over every unit in Dark Elves.
I don't know if suffering is right, but it definitely...
It's an endurance challenge.
There's that. And there's also just the kind of the wince every time you look at an elite infantry list, an elite infantry unit, and go, not right now.
your time will come. Well, I mean, they have to make the legacy list for all the models that people have from however many years they've been producing Dark Elves. So, yes, some of them are kind of half-hearted, but there is some really cool stuff in this list.
Yeah.
And it's pretty strong right now. People are winning with it. So, if you're a Dark Elf player, it's a good time to be you.
Mm-hmm.
Mark certainly seems to think so.
Yes.
Which is why he's leaving Dark Elves.
I am doing no such thing. I just, elves can also be vampiric. Maybe it's a elf vampire.
It's possible. Maybe it's the Vampire Coast.
Yeah. Just off the coast of Nagaron.
I think this Legacy Army PDF was good, but it did drag on a bit.
Well, it's huge, right? The Dark Elves.
You think
Drag on a bit. Oh, God. That's how late it is. I can't even get the puns. All right. Well, I think that we should say goodbye.
Alrighty.
I think we have to now.
Yeah.
Well, thank you all very much
Bye-bye.
for listening.
Yeah.
See you, folks.
See you in the next episode.
Bye.